Welcome to part 2 of the bookshelf tour with Dr. Chris Eagle. We'll be continuing where we left off in Dr. Eagle's writing room with bookcase number 2, which contains one of the most highly anticipated sections, the James Joyce section, including Ulysses, Finnegan's Wake, the diagrams and annotations used to read them, plus manuscript, typescript, and proof pages. The third bookcase in the writing room shifts to poetry, plays, books about writing, occultism, theology, books by friends and colleagues of Dr. Eagle, and a final group of biographies, letters, and journals. The poetry shelves run from Milton through Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Hopkins, Whitman, the First World War poets, Pound, William Carlos Williams, Sylvia Plath, Allen Ginsberg, and Richard Hugo. Dr. Eagle reads several poems aloud and explains how he marks poems for rereading, how poetic form organizes thought, and how rhythm and oral reading have shaped his ear for prose. The remaining shelves include Tennessee Williams, Pulp Fiction, Beckett, Oscar Wilde, Pound's ABC of Reading, books on the occult and Christianity, and biographies of Joyce, Flaubert, Wordsworth, and Thoreau. Then we get into session 4, which begins in the basement, with a large bookcase that goes from literary theory and criticism into medical humanities, trauma, technology, disability studies, and disfluency studies. The literary theory shelves include Bachtin, Benjamin, Wayne Booth, Harold Bloom, Barth, J.R.R., and Said, with discussions of defamiliarization, unreliable narration, narrative time, desire, and the relationship between philosophy and literary style. The medical humanities section then moves through phenomenology of the body, narrative medicine, Susan Sontag on illness and metaphor, medicalization, hysteria, memory, biological reductionism, depression, and bioethics. From there, the conversation turns to trauma and moral injury, technology addiction, disability theory, and the history and representation of stuttering, aphasia, Tourette syndrome, and other forms of disfluency. Later, the third basement bookcase brings together travel, chess, early American and indigenous history, new journalism, social class, work, sports, comedy, and film noir. Highlights include Bill Bryson's travel writing, 1001 Ways to Checkmate, Dr. Eagle's colonial Pennsylvania research, and the history of film noir. The final bookcase continues with film noir encyclopedias and posters, painting, Art Nouveau, absinthe culture, album cover design, street photography, medieval bestiaries, and other eclectic books. The tour closes with a discussion of the 10-year reading project introduced in Part 1, as Dr. Eagle reviews the monthly images and reflects on changing homes, interests, friendships, and more than 30 years of reading. Before we get started, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Dr. Eagle's library, including all of his monthly reading photos. Plus, you'll get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details of the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library from Harvard University Press. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses and 1 program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent. so you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the second link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The second item is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps, like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the third link in the description for more on the self-directed learner course. The third item is the Polyglot course, and it's designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel, so you can read classical works and important academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the fourth link in the description to learn about the 12 languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fifth link in the description, where you can view my complete course catalog. And now, let's get into part 2 of the bookshelf tour with Dr. Chris Eagle.
All right, so we're now here in the second bookcase in your writing room here. So where should we get started?
Okay, so well, I guess you always enjoy it when I explain the decor around it. I already talked about Thoth there on the left, the god of writing. Um, I guess I mentioned the Russian dolls as well, but there's off on the ground there. There's a pressure point. Um, I forget what these are exactly called, but
Acupuncture.
acupuncture chart that I picked up in Australia, I think. Uh, Used to keep them in my shower. You look kind of cool in there on a shelf.
I thought, I don't know, I thought you, they weren't, you asked me if they were visible when you were talking about them and you could see them, but you couldn't read the text. And I think maybe if you could just say a few more words or just say the names of who each of these is, that would help
Yeah.
people.
So Alexander Pushkin is the great 19th century poet of Russian literature. He wrote a poem called Eugene Onegin, probably butchering the Russian pronunciation there. In English, it would look like Eugene Onegin. And that is a poem I studied in a Nabokov class of all places at Berkeley. I don't have a copy around anymore, but Nabokov had famously strong opinions on how translation should work. He thought it should be ultra literalist, and so he did this um, very almost unreadably literal translation of Pushkin. That is a kind of interesting thing to study if you're interested in um, translation theory.
Do you know what it says here on the,
I bet I don't know. I bet it says Eugene Onegin though, because I think I see a couple letters that would fit. Then we have Dostoevsky, of course, Tolstoy, Gogol of The Overcoat and Dead Souls fame. We kind of glossed over him in the other bookcase, but Gogol is a great satirical, very funny writer, not unlike Flaubert in that regard. And then I think this is Brodsky, Joseph Brodsky, and I don't know a thing about him, honestly. I guess I looked him up when my buddy gave me this as a gift, but I don't remember anything about him. I believe he's a poet, and I think he was involved in revolutionary politics, but I might be confusing him with someone else. I don't know why I have little wooden Russian dolls above my British literature shelf, but other than that, angled a part of the wall doesn't fit anything taller. So what we're looking at here is my British and Irish literature collection, much more British than Irish. The Irish section will pretty much just be James Joyce. And I've tried over the years, you know, I studied a fair amount of British literature at Berkeley. I studied a fair bit. uh, in my English classes at Villanova University as well. But I've never defined myself by national literature, as I'm sure people can tell already by the variety of stuff in the house. But nevertheless, with this one, I'm a real lover of British literature in particular. And so I've tried to just build this up as a collection of everything one would need, from, Beowulf to the present day. That edition I actually read recently, the Tom Shippey translation. Much like I was saying with the Aeneid and Virgil earlier, I can tell I'm the kind of reader that if I don't like a translation on its own merits, then I won't be able to fully embrace the work and get interested in the work itself. And that was always the same experience for me with Beowulf. I have to admit, Seamus Heaney's translation I liked, but it left me a little cold. Whatever the standard one that was included in Norton anthologies back in the day bored the hell out of me. And I didn't really get into Beowulf until I read this Shippey translation, which is absolutely incredible. This is a cool edition that has the Old English facing page as well. That's another mark in this edition's favor. It's a little pricey, I think, for a paperback, but it's definitely worth buying if someone's interested in old heroic sagas such as this one. Yeah, so I won't say anything more about Beowulf from there, but other than to give that translation the sign of approval. Then we have William Langland's Piers Plowman. This is one of two. I suppose you could call them morality tales, early English. This would have been written in a more modern English than Beowulf, but closer to Chaucer, probably, I think predates Chaucer, I want to say, maybe a comparable time period, but this would be moving us already into the area of Middle English. And so this edition, well, I have it right here. I forget. I think it gives you the no, this is modernized, yeah. So this is a modernized edition of the Middle English. So verse translation, essentially translated from English to English, which is always a funny exercise, as is the Chaucer that's right next to it, modernized English. I could read Chaucer fairly well in Middle English. I took a great class at Villanova, Chaucer seminar, with a professor named Phil Polciano, who was an absolutely brilliant character who looked almost like one of the pilgrims. This strange gaunt face that he would almost make him suit like the Harry Potter series or something. Just a really interesting character, a lot of fun to take a class with him, going tale by tale through the Canterbury Tales. And it's worth it for developing appreciation for just how much uh, melodiousness there is in Middle English. It's a really beautiful form of our language. These Canterbury Tales, of course, much like the Fabliaux and the French shelf that we were talking about earlier, are tend to be bawdy comic tales that satirize different aspects of society. Some of them feature, knights in the more Arthurian tradition, like the book right after it, Sir Thomas Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Um, I think I remember at some point you mentioning that you're a fan of the Decameron and these sorts of people trapped together telling each other, sharing tales stories, right? At some point, did I remember that
Yeah,
correct?
and I think they're also kind of an interesting you're going sort of from there may be remnants of oral culture and oral transmission where it's also low culture or lower,
Yeah,
and it's not sort of written by elites for elites.
exactly, exactly. So yeah, Chaucer is as good as it gets for something like that. Morte d'Arthur is your Arthurian romance. It's along with The History of the Kings of Britain, two books above it. And it's the two earliest English accounts of King Arthur. Kings of Britain, I noticed recently, thanks to you actually, has a Dumbarton Oaks edition, the Geoffrey of Monmouth. I believe that was written in Latin. And so they have a facing page edition of that that looks pretty cool. I'm going to check that out at some point. Um, Monmouth, I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I read this since college, but Monmouth was one of those people who believed that Arthur was a real historical figure, I believe. And so he, much like Suetonius in his Lives of the 12 Caesars, gives us a sort of snapshot history of several of the most important kings of early England. I definitely don't want to skip the book before that, though. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, another book, a medieval morality tale about one of the Arthurian knights, Sir Gawain is the proper pronunciation from what I understand. Um, and that's two other works, shorter works um, by the Gawain poet. They don't know who wrote these. The authorship is I don't even think really conjectured at. They have no idea who wrote them, and but they know that the author also wrote these two shorter works as well. And this is another one, like I was saying about Beowulf and the Aeneid. This is another one where I've read many translations over the years. They all have their virtues and vices, but I prefer the Tolkien. It is the Tolkien, of course, who was an old English professor at Oxford, and so did translations of Beowulf as well that are also pretty good. But this one I think is really his masterpiece. It's a beautiful attempt to capture the alliterative verse. So there's a custom in early English poetry of relying more on alliteration than on rhyme. And so verses are expected to have a lot of very repetitive consonants throughout the line. And there's a whole, much like dactylic hexameter has its set of conventions about how the poetic line should go. There's, I think, a requirement. The line has a caesura in the middle, so it's essentially two lines split up, and there's a certain expectation of how many times the consonant will be repeated throughout the line. And Tolkien pulls that off really nicely in this translation of making it highly alliterative without sounding hokey in modern English. It's a tale of a bargain that Sir Gawain makes with the Green Knight to test his heroism and his virtue and his honesty. And I won't spoil it, of course, but it's a wonderful kind of slightly supernatural King Arthur tale. Let's see here. Margery Kempe is an interesting book. I'll just say a couple sentences about it because the next one is super important to me. Um, if you're looking for um, insight into women's lives in the medieval period, or I guess this is early Renaissance, maybe. You can't do better than Book of Margery Kempe. Gives a lot of insight into the everyday lives of women. And so it's a fascinating little book. I highly recommend it. The next one is um, I know so far, what have I listed in terms of books that were main influences on my novel? Forgive me that I keep going back to this, but um, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, of course, Cannery Row by Steinbeck. Um, we just talked about another a minute ago, and I'm blanking on what it was. Oh, Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain. And then I would put this book forth alongside it. Pilgrim's Progress is another, um, it was written in the 1500s, but it's another kind of morality tale that's written much like Piers Plowman in a dreamlike fashion. It's an allegory about a young man who happens to be named Christian and who is traveling from what's called the City of Destruction, I think, to what's called the Celestial City. He leaves his family behind and he goes on this highly allegorical journey where, I mean, I know Every Man and other medieval morality plays quite well. So much like those, the characters that he encounters have names after ordinary virtues and vices. He'll meet like Mr. Honesty and, Mr. Thief and things like that. So every character is named for whatever allegorical quality they represent. And he faces various temptations along the way, and is trying to make his way essentially to salvation. I really love what I really love about this book is the kind of episodic quality that it moves from stage to stage, station to station. You sort of stop, you have an encounter with some character who's clearly heavily symbolic. That conflict gets resolved, and then you move on to the next stage, almost in video game fashion in that regard. And when I was writing a novel where my protagonist, my pilgrim, is going from run-in to run-in with one weirdo after another, one madman after another in this nursing home that he's found himself in. I, at every step of the way, had this book in mind. So much so that it's the only book in my novel that my main character at one point picks up off a bookcase and sits down to read. Just as a little bit of a homage to Bunyan at the end of my novel. Um, so I absolutely love this book, and it's something that I'll make a point of rereading every couple years. Yeah, so that's all I have to say about that. Let's move on, and unless you want to add anything.
No, it's good.
All right, so we have Sir Thomas More's Utopia. I have a good buddy, another professor, is a guy named Mark Allison who teaches British literature, and he's been doing lots of studies of utopian fiction recently that are interesting. This is I guess, the Bible of that field. So it's semi-fantastical story about a guy who finds himself almost like in a Twilight Zone sort of fashion, finds himself transported to this perfect society, and then documents how all the ways in which it's different from our own. Essentially a socialist utopia. It's a great read. The old Arcadia similar, and of course invokes. We were talking about eclogues earlier and the idyllic tradition. Another term, related term for that sort of literature would be Arcadian. Anything, any kind of literature that harkens back to some natural paradise, a sort of Garden of Eden state or situation. Sydney would fall under that. Let's keep moving. We have John Donne's wonderful Devotions upon Emergent Occasions. That's a book about when he thought he was dying. I believe he actually survived, but he was very sick at one point in his life, and thought this was this was his time. And so he wrote a series of religious reflections on death and dying and salvation. I think he went on to live for several more years, but this book was the product of that. All right, let's keep moving. Um, Jonathan Swift, Gulliver's Travels. Everyone knows about that. I won't summarize that one. Here we're moving into the 18th century British novel. This is a good spot to stop. All of these books, there's one in here I haven't read yet, but Tom Jones, Joseph Andrews, Caleb Williams. What's just above? There'll probably be one or two more that apply. Yeah, Smollett, Roderick Random, Stearns, Tristram Shandy, Defoe's an exception. That's not a novel. But yeah, all of those in that area there are perfect examples of 18th century narration. So when I was talking earlier about Flaubert being an advocate of impersonality and undramatized narrators that don't call attention to themselves, well, the 18th century novel felt exactly the opposite way. So if you read a novel like Tom Jones by Henry Fielding, you almost feel like you're sitting one armchair to another listening to the narrator of this book, like spin you a yarn um, about his main character, Tom Jones. So all of these novels, what I love about them is exactly what Flaubert hated, which is that the narrators themselves are funny, witty, call attention to themselves, make jokes, break the fourth wall constantly, if you will. And, these are all just wonderful, to some extent, Bildungsromans as well, but, wonderful comic examples of young men kind of trying to make their way up in the world. Tom Jones is also a sort of bawdy tale about a serial philanderer who's constantly on the run because he's making cuckolds of so many men around the country. Um, great book, and also a great film adaptation as well. Tristram Shandy's super fascinating. It's one of the more experimental novels in English literature, despite coming out in, I think, mid 1700s. Um, it's almost impossible to describe, but if you read it not knowing, you would think it was some kind of late 20th century postmodern novel. It has all sorts of experimental forms in it. At one point, Stern draws, like, in the text itself, draws a graph of the path his character has taken in the plot, and it just ends up being this weird curly Q of a line. I mean, he's willing to experiment with type, with form, all kinds of stuff. He's fascinating. Defoe's Journal of the Plague Year is about the Black Death and how it racked London. I don't remember the year offhand, but that's a harrowing read. It should probably be down in my medical humanities shelf. Let's keep going. We have Jane Austen. I took a class on Austen at Berkeley. I mean, I think I have everything by her there except maybe her unfinished works. Yeah, let's stop right there for a second. Um, of all of them, they're all wonderful. I would say I think Emma is her masterpiece, and there's a literary technique there worth bringing up actually in relation to her. The class I took on at Berkeley on her was interesting. It was by a professor named D.A. Miller, a big novel theorist, who was an expert on Austen in particular. And the thing that stayed with me most about that class was having him show us how formally innovative Austen was. There's a technique in novel writing called free and direct discourse, and that's where you write in third person, um, but you write using the vocabulary that the character you're describing would use. And so, and in essence, the other aspect of it is that you take out the he thoughts and she thoughts. And so you can create something a little closer to what gets called stream of consciousness when you write in free and direct style. All modern writers use it, whether they realize they're slipping into it or not. It's super effective for making third person feel a little more immediate and first persony, if you will. And I had always thought and always been told that Flaubert essentially invented it, and um, that he was the one who created it with Madame Bovary especially. And it's this wonderful, elegant, seamless way of slipping into your character's mind without having to constantly say he thought, she thought. But in that class in particular, we studied the way Austen narrates thought really carefully, and he was showing that already in the early 1800s, Austen was onto this technique and using it in really cool ways in books like Emma, especially, and Sense and Sensibility as well. Um, yeah, every one of these books is wonderful. Northanger Abbey is her very playful parody of the Gothic novel. So it's almost like if you think of one of those parodies of an old vampire movie set in a ruinous castle, by a cliff or something like that. It's one of those sort of stories where a bunch of people are dealing with a possibly haunted, possibly not house. So it's just a great lambast of the Gothic tradition, which was so popular in her day that I think she wanted to ironize it a little bit.
So, as you were talking about the buildings, Ramon, a thought occurred to me about just sort of a class analysis of
Mm,
the buildings, Ramon, because, it's sort of as feudalism is on the decline, it's rising. And so I actually got an interesting paragraph from the AI that I just like to read. And we were talking about Lukács earlier, and he's mentioned here, so that caught my eye also. The major Marxist account begins with George Lukács. Lukács' broad claim is that the novel as such is the bourgeois epic. It is the literary form proper to a world in which traditional organic totality is broken apart, and individuals must seek meaning inside a socially fragmented, market-oriented modernity.
yeah.
Applied to the buildings, Raman, this means the genre stages the bourgeois problem of reconciling subjective aspiration with objective social reality. In Lukács' framework, the buildings Raman matters because it dramatizes how the individual is educated into the limits of bourgeois society while still preserving the hope of a meaningful integration into it.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a fantastic quote. Lukács, in this regard, is interesting. It's been a long time since I read him on this stuff, but he's obviously writing from behind the Iron Curtain, and so in some senses constrained in what he can say and what he can't. And I'm not suggesting that he was speaking disingenuously and didn't mean what he said, but he was essentially writing um, communist literary criticism, if you will, in which case he saw the purpose of the literary criticism he was doing as um, to critique rigid hierarchical class structures. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying I disagree either. Um, but that pushes him into positions, for instance, where he has to be critical of novels that make it look like someone is an autonomous individual who is entirely self-fashioning, and instead he would prefer works that show how someone exists more in relation to their society, their class status, and how those sorts of things can determine their fate, right? I think it'll come up in here somewhere, but he has a book called Studies in European Realism or something like that, that I read in grad school.
1964.
Yeah, where he uses Sir Walter Scott as his main example, and he'll appear here very soon. He uses Walter Scott, who was another romantic novelist, writing around the time of Jane Austen, maybe slightly later. And from what I recall of it, I mean, the main issue there for him is figuring out what the role of types are in fiction, you know? So in America, like an individualist society and mindset, we tend to think that the point of a novel is to show how utterly unique of a snowflake each and every main character is, right? And it's all about figuring out how they're unlike anybody else. But what I loved about Lukács's take on this was that it wasn't really about that at all, and that what the novel was really about is showing social types, kinds of people, and how individuals end up embodying those types. Um, so, I brushed over sentimental education pretty quickly, but that's another great example of that. Flaubert's second major novel that I remember I described as a kind of anti-Bildungsroman or a parody of the Bildungsroman. And what Flaubert does in that one is he literally names his characters, almost like Bunyan in Pilgrim's Progress. He names his characters like the industrialist, the senator, the whatever. He calls them by their social roles, and that's Flaubert's way of also highlighting that people can sometimes embody types because we're all imitative, we're all mimetic beings, right? And we need examples and paths to follow to know what the hell to do with ourselves. And so that was Flaubert's way of getting the same idea across with Lukács and with Sir Walter Scott. I think it also had a lot to do with the role of an individual in history as like a product of their times. I don't know if what you're looking at right now speaks to that as well, but um, thinking so if you think about the question of whether history is caused by individuals, like the idea I think that Thomas Carlyle, who will come up on this shelf somewhere, would ascribe to too, like the great men idea of history versus the idea of history as almost more like a force of nature that causes things that happen to us rather than the other way around. I think Lukács loved Sir Walter Scott for, in books like, let's see, I forget, I can just look over here now. Oh yeah, like Waverley, by Walter Scott, which will be on the next shelf in the photos. He looks at how, like in small individuals might play important parts in history in ways that we can't really track at the time. But they're also kind of just as much, if not more so, being shaped by history and moved into certain inevitable outcomes. Uh, yeah, that's super interesting. No, Lukács is fascinating. So, oh yeah, Guide to the Lakes. Let's stop on that one for a second. When we when we get to the next bookcase, I'll have a whole lot to say about William Wordsworth, my favorite poet by far. I filed this one over here because it's not a work of poetry. So he lived in what, in my opinion, is the most beautiful place on earth, the Lake District in northern England. Ruskin lived there, Coleridge lived there, many important 19th century British writers lived there. It's a beautiful place to visit and amazing place to live. And he wrote one of the earliest travel guides to it. So, I was talking before about how I used Ruskin to travel through Italy. I similarly, when I went to visit the Lake District for the first time, and I was doing a visit to his archives, which I'll also talk about later. I took that along as my travel guide. It's just a wonderful, poetic introduction to everything from like the geology of it. He gets a little bit into the sciencey side of things and how the lakes and the hills around them were formed, and and talks about all the different flora and fauna of the area in really beautiful ways. So, um, it's the perfect companion to any kind of touristy visit to the Lake District. Confessions of an Opium Eater is a fun book if people are into drug culture. Sorry, it's that little one right next to it. Um, it's about the author's um, serious addiction to opium, and one of the trippiest books in my collection for sure, that slender little Dover Thrift edition. Um, lots of like dream-like visions described that the opium caused in him. It's neighbor's book. Coleridge, he was also a user of opium and wrote some of his best poetry while high as a kite on opium, from what I understand.
So
That's
it is this, yeah, but
Yeah, yeah, sure. That's his. It's a tough book to describe. It's part autobiography, part literary criticism, part philosophical aesthetics. So he talks about what makes for great poetry in that book, in his opinion. He has chapters on. He was a close friend and collaborator with Wordsworth in the Lake District, though they eventually had a well-known falling out. But um, he writes in that book about everything from Kantian aesthetics to what he thinks are Aristotelian ideas of what makes for the best poetry. There's also a lot of psychology of perception in that book, from what I recall. It has been 25 years at least since I've read it, so I don't recall it much better than that. But it's an interesting treatise on poetic arts and what makes for beautiful poetic language for sure. Yeah, all right. Let's move down the shelf. What do we have here? Okay, so here we're into what did they used to call them? Triple decker novels. These, I don't know where that term comes from. Would you mind checking that real quick? I've never known the origin of that phrase, but it just refers to the heyday of like super long English novels. I don't know if that meant because they came out in 3 volumes or something, but
that's it.
yeah, is that all it means? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Collins, The Moonstone, is a great kind of mystery novel. Disguised as an English novel. The Brontes. I don't have a copy of Wuthering Heights here. I need to order one. But I always preferred Charlotte Bronte. These are two wonderful. I said I would get here eventually. Two wonderful examples of a female Bildungsroman. Two stories about young, bold, ambitious women trying to make their way in the world while, of course, severely constrained by gender roles. In Villette, a woman goes on to become a school teacher for a while. It's a lesser known work, of course, compared to Jane Eyre, but it's incredibly beautiful.
There's actually some additional detail on the triple decker that's kind of interesting. Books were expensive at the time in Victorian Britain, 1820s to 1890s.
Hmm.
Novels were published in three separate volumes of about 300 pages each and sold as a set. The sets were too expensive for most individuals, and so libraries were the real buyers, and then they lent those books to subscribers. And by having 3 volumes, the, uh you could lend the book out, parts of the book to 3 different people, and so it increased circulation efficiency, and so there was a business model kind of reason for it.
Fascinating. Does it say anything about why triple decker in particular?
I mean, it
Is it?
said because 3 volumes, but my theory was that there's the double-decker buses in Britain, and so maybe it was like
Yeah, yeah. You're probably right. Okay, so we have Vanity Fair next. That's a comic novel of manners from the Napoleonic era. So I suppose it would remind people a bit of War and Peace in that regard. Um, Dickens. I've talked a little while ago about how I started lending. Speaking of lending libraries, started lending all my books to my dad as I was finishing them in classes in college, and I'll never forget handing him some Dickens to read. He gets through a novel and he says, "Let me ask you something. Did this guy get paid by the word or something?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, he did. And why?" And he said, "You could tell." I'm not the biggest lover of Dickens. I never have been. Great Expectations is probably his best. Old Curiosity Shop is an interesting one as well, and one that we have downstairs, Bleak House, is also a pretty amazing novel. But every single one of them you just wish was half as long, tighter, polished. I'm sorry, it's just the Flaubert in me always rears its head when I'm reading Dickens. Every description is belabored, too much dialogue, but I know why he's as beloved as he is. And of course, growing up, I enjoyed all of these quite a bit. But it's another one of these authors that when I go back to now, I find it hard to finish them. Whereas I guess when I was a teenager and in college, I ate them up. Uh, anyway, let's keep moving. Middlemarch also often gets thought of as probably the single most important um, English novel of the 19th century, maybe one of the best. I love it. I'm no expert on it. I've only read it once many years ago. But George Eliot, writing under a pen name, I forget her real name, but that is a female author who, at the time, of course, had to write under a pen name to be taken seriously, and she's quite impressive. It's a beautiful book with a couple interesting portraits of the clergy. Some of the characters in there that you might find interesting.
Marianne Evans.
Thank you. Yeah, Middlemarch is incredible. I need to make time for that one again soon. Now that I think about it, it's been way too long. Let's keep scrolling. I already talked about Sir Walter Scott, so I won't say anything about him again. Here's a good spot to pause. So here we have a couple of the Victorian essayists. It's a couple of the most important: Pater, Matthew Arnold, and of course John Ruskin. There should be a little more Ruskin. There you go. You can stop right there. So Walter Pater and John Ruskin were both Oxford professors in the mid to late 19th century, both art critics. Pater, I guess, skewed a little bit more towards literary criticism and also wrote a novel or two throughout his career. Ruskin, as I've already said, I mean, he a total polymath, wrote on virtually all subjects, but he's best known for his writings on architecture and painting. Uh, they were both teachers of Oscar Wilde at Oxford as well, and both had very different influences on him. Ruskin is the more traditional, I suppose you could say, more conservative, but don't get me wrong, he also had socialist leanings, which you really see in that book, Onto This Last especially. So I don't mean politically conservative when I say that, but more like morally traditional. Pater was probably the known in his time as the bad boy of the department. He was very influenced by Epicurean philosophy and hedonism, and he has that famous line, which I hope I won't misquote, in his afterword to the Renaissance, which is a study of Renaissance art. He says, it's a very famous line. He says, "To burn with a hard gem-like flame is success in life, something to that effect. And you can hear obviously the priority he's placing in there on intense emotions and a kind of carpe diem philosophy of living life to the fullest. Um, in that regard, he was probably ultimately a bigger influence on Oscar Wilde than Ruskin was, but I know Oscar admired both of them quite a bit when he was a student. Do you want to move on to Oscar now? Yeah, great. Yeah, let's stop right there. So, as I said at some point earlier, I think my gateway drug into reading um, was Oscar Wilde, and I can blame that on the singer Morrissey, who introduced me to him by talking about him so much and even alluding to him in some of his songs. In Cemetery Gates, one of the Smiths songs, he makes a passing reference to Wilde, and he talked about him a lot in interviews. So I started reading him, and I think that was really what turned me bookish. Was my first reading of The Picture of Dorian Gray. I mean, before that, I wasn't the most avid reader. I'd shown certain signs um, that I was going to go on to become one, but I wasn't quite yet as a young teenager. And it was really that book and the impact it had on me, Dorian Gray, that I think is probably what's led to the 30 years or so that has followed. Um, I won't summarize Dorian Gray. I think most of your audience will already be familiar with it, but I might talk a little bit about that novel, Below It, Tulane. I have a copy of that here if I can show it handy.
Yeah.
So this is a novel, as you can see from the title, that is subtitle, that is only attributed to Oscar Wilde. Um, they're not sure who wrote this exactly. We can go back to the screen if you'd like. It's a really interesting book that I picked up in high school at a gay bookstore in Philadelphia called Giovanni's Room. It's in a section of Philadelphia that we affectionately here in Philly know refer to as the Gayborhood. It's the gay area in Philadelphia, in Center City, and that's the best bookstore in that part of the city, and still exists to this day. I go there all the time. Um, and I saw this book on the shelf. I was just browsing. I didn't go in looking for it, and couldn't believe my eyes. Back then you weren't going to hear about something like this online. You had to go to a bookstore to even hear about it. And this is a very like almost Marquis de Sade-esque erotic tale about homosexual obsession, um, that they believe, critics and the editors of this edition believe, was probably co-authored by a set of closeted homosexuals in 19th century England, and they're fairly certain, they're 100% certain that Oscar read this manuscript. They're very certain that he at least edited it, some of it, and he may have also contributed original sections himself. I don't know a thing about Gay Sunshine Press, as you can see on the spine there, other than they make a point of publishing some of these lost, obscure classics that bear on topics of gay sexuality. Um,
Could you talk about what the gay bookstore is like?
yes, it's fantastic. It's two stories. It's got, the last time I was there, I mean, it's got like a nice, it's a funny place. It's got a nice mixture of everything from contemporary books about gay life, queer life, I guess I should say, to include more forms of sexuality under the umbrella, and to classics. It's always got a pretty solid classic literature selection as well. And then it even has like side rooms where there'll be things ranging anywhere from like couture to sex toys to whatever, postcards, all kinds of trinkets and paraphernalia and all sorts of stuff. So it's more than just a bookstore, but it is quite a solid bookstore in its own right as well.
Mm.
Giovanni's Room. Yeah. Okay, so we have Lewis Carroll, of course. And now here we're in the Thomas Hardy section, another one of my all-time favorites. So why don't we make sure we grab all the Hardys here? There you go. Perfect. So these another of my favorite authors. I first read him that old what is that, a Dover, that Return of the Native gray beat up copy. Read that in high school, AP English with Mrs. Black, 1994, and I've been rereading Hardy ever since. My favorites would probably be The Mayor of Casterbridge and Far from the Madding Crowd, but they're all incredible. All of his novels, as you may already know, are set in the area known as Wessex. It's like southwest of London. They're all pastoral novels. I mean, obviously they have cities in them that feature occasionally, but the real appeal of reading Thomas Hardy is all of the great writing of the descriptions of the nature and the countryside and so on. There's always a theme of bad marriages, disastrous marriages that runs through his work. Like characters are constantly having their lives derailed or destroyed by having made the wrong choice in a partner, and that kind of culminates with his last novel there at the top, Jude the Obscure, which was censored and heavily criticized in his own time because it critiqued the institution of marriage quite severely. It's about a young man, another sort of Bildungsroman, very much like The Red and the Black that I talked about earlier, about a young, precocious reader, a kid from the countryside, a farmer's son who finds a love of reading Latin and Greek, and does everything he can in his that he can think of in his power to try to break into university life. He wants to become an academic so desperately, but he's from a lower class at a time when universities were deeply classist and exclusionary. And so he just keeps butting his head up against obstacle after obstacle. Um, Anyone who's ever felt a kind of chip on their shoulder for being a working class lover of reading in the intellectual life would absolutely love this book for that reason. But it was so controversial in its day that Hardy swore off writing novels ever again, and he that was the last novel he wrote. He was also a writer of poetry, and he said, "You know what? To hell with this. I don't need this headache anymore." And just spent his remaining years as a poet. Um, yeah, wonderful, wonderful writer. I will keep moving. So back Conrad, Secret Agent. Why don't we? The Conrad will continue onto the next shelf, so we can move down. The Secret Agent, adapted into a movie by Alfred Hitchcock. It's a bit of a highbrow spy movie. Pretty good, but I obviously am more partial to Heart of Darkness, which is, I think, his masterpiece. This one has a mixed legacy, especially in the field of literary criticism known as post-colonial studies. It's sometimes now received as just racist to an extent that it should be written off. I think other more nuanced readings take it as just showing the complexities of racial encounters in the 19th century. I guess I would like to give it the benefit of the doubt, but because it is just so stylistically beautiful. He's a very impressionistic writer, lots of lyricism. The poetic imagery throughout is incredible. And so I tend to read it more for that than for anything else. Keep moving if you'd like. So here we're into early 20th, D.H. Lawrence. I've never been a big fan, but another kind of iconoclastic writer who tried to push the envelope in terms of openness about sexuality in fiction in the early 20th century, which wasn't always easy. Ford Madox Ford is a German English, I think his actual last name was Heffer or something like that he changed because of anti-German sentiment after World War One. His second novel there, The Good Soldier, is one of the all-time masterpieces of what's called unreliable narration. So, anytime a novelist writes their narration in such a way that it calls attention to its own veracity, that's basically what you mean by unreliable narration. And so, as the story unfolds, you're realizing that some of the things you read earlier on probably didn't exactly happen the way you were told.
His his name was Ford Herman Heffer.
Ford Herman Heffer. Okay. Yeah. Virginia Woolf. We could stop. Certainly have to spend some time with her here. So, alongside James Joyce, one of the most important British modernist novelists, the first book is her feminist manifesto about the way that patriarchal societies commandeer not only women's time but also women's space. And so the metaphor of the title just implies that the one thing that makes it so hard to be an artistic creator as a woman is that when you look at the way any house is divided in a family, a woman almost never has a room of her own. I mean, I'm sitting here enjoying my office now, a century after wrote this. My wife also has an office in the same house, but that wouldn't have been the case at the time that Wolf was writing this, and so it's a really original feminist manifesto in that regard. That it looks at the way space structures our lives, literally inside our own houses in interesting ways, and reveals what our priorities are as a society. The next two novels, To the Lighthouse and Mrs. Dalloway, are her best two uses of stream of consciousness technique. Um, Mrs. Dalloway is another book that comes up in my speech disorder book because it features a very famous shell-shocked character who has survived World War One but come back deeply damaged by the war. The character's name is Septimus Warren Smith, and he is loosely based on the gentleman right next to that book, Siegfried Sassoon. So notice that the initials are the same. She was very impacted, Virginia Woolf, by a big report that came out shortly after World War One that revealed the extent to which a whole generation of young men had been just destroyed by World War One. And she quite accurately thought to depict her main character with a stutter for that reason. I talked a little while ago about how stutters can be caused by things like combat trauma. That'll certainly come up when we get to my war trauma collection. And so Septimus is this character who just kind of stumbles his way through this novel, struggling to cope with essentially in modern parlance, his PTSD. Yeah. Why don't we keep moving? A couple more books about World War One. E.M. Forster. All of this stuff is what you would call Edwardian fiction. That's post-Victorian, the era of King Edward. The first decade or two of the 20th century. I would say the gem in this section is Howard's End for sure. That's a great novel about what do they call them? It's a novel of manners. So a novel about all of the subtle, much like Jane Austen used to write, all about the subtle ways that people negotiate things like inheritance and who should get what and so on and so forth. I Claudius will interest you, I bet. Do you know that one? Have you read that before?
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. So, Robert Graves, poet, novelist, veteran of World War One. I suppose his biography is downstairs. He wrote a biography about his experience in the war called Goodbye to All That. That is deeply moving. Claudius, I also wrote about in my speech disorder monograph because Claudius is about the Emperor Claudius who took over Christ, who did he take over after? Caligula was assassinated, and he took over for him, and he was the least likely choice because the historical Claudius was notoriously sickly, disabled, walked with a limp. I just learned a verb the other day in my study of Latin, claudicare, to walk like Claudius. Claudicare, I think, means to limp. And that can't be a coincidence that his name is embedded in the verb. And he also spoke with quite a severe stutter. So he was an object of mockery in the royal court in ancient Rome. And, I'm no expert on his historical life, but the novel's just brilliant in the way that it uses, again, the stutter as a political metaphor for, we talk all the time in politics about how voice is power and agency in society. We use that vocal metaphor for political power all the time. And this novel's just a great way of looking at that question. What does it mean to be a stuttering monarch, right? If you think of the king, which king is it? The king featured in The King's Speech, the famous film about stuttering that came out about 20 years ago. A similar theme of, is it a similar question, I should say, of like, is it possible to lead if one is struggling to speak, when leadership is so often associated with speech?
So it's George the Sixth,
Thank you.
and Claudius ruled from 41 to 54 AD.
And
Caligula 37 to 41.
And like all of them, Claudius too poisoned one after another, but he had a much longer run because he was obviously a lot more reasonable than Caligula. The next book, Regeneration, is much more modern, written in the early 21st century, I want to say, maybe 1990s. I have it up here because it is about the World War I writers, especially Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon, and Robert Graves features in the novel as well, who all ended up at the same hospital for shell shock in 1917. A hospital up in Edinburgh, Scotland, called Craig Lockhart. Maybe I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the war poets. I'm a big fan of theirs.
Yeah.
All right. Lord of the Flies, that's old high school reading, of course. I got a fair bit of Graham Greene here. Why don't we why don't we stop with him? There you go. How many of these do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8 novels by Graham Greene. So I obviously like him quite a bit. He's how would you describe him? He's your ultimate middlebrow writer. He wrote novels with like within thriller genres, spy novels, crime novels, that sort of thing. But with an obviously like much more elevated literary style, more thoughtfulness as far as themes go, things like that. He was a Catholic writer, so his novels, I think, converted to Catholicism. And so a lot of his novels will feature some kind of crisis of faith. That first one, The Power and that you can't even see the spine anymore. The Power and the Glory is a good example of that. The Third Man is a good example of that. Um, he also was someone, I think he was involved in the foreign service at certain points in his life by occupation, which for all I know means he was at times an actual spy. I'm not sure, but he was extremely well traveled. I know he worked in journalism too, that he acted as a foreign correspondent at points in his life. And so, he has books like, I don't know, he has books like Istanbul Train that's set in Turkey, um, The Quiet American, which is set in Vietnam shortly before the Vietnam War. He has books set in South America, all over the place. I think the two most impressive of all of them would be The Quiet American and The Third Man. The Third Man was adapted into one of the greatest movies of all time of the same name. It's a film noir starring Orson Welles, set in Vienna shortly after World War II. And I've taught that one a couple times in my noir fiction class. It's what did he call it? It's a book that he wrote not intending for it ever to be a novel. So I suppose it's what you would call a treatment in screenplay terms. It's a prose narrative account of what you fully intend to turn into a screenplay on a second draft. But the film was so popular upon release that he ended up publishing it as a separate novel, a short piece. It's more of a novella, but it's fascinating portrait of the black market in Vienna after the war, and the way the different countries, because Vienna was one of these countries that the victors of World War II had divvied up into quadrants. So you had a Russian sector, French, British, and American, and just watching all of these different forces start to slowly stop cooperating with each other. It was Graham Greene's way of showing how the Cold War was looming on the horizon, and these allies that are currently still technically allies are already starting to distrust one another. The same theme gets developed really beautifully in The Quiet American, which is about how the French and the British and the Americans are all sort of jockeying for power in what was called at that time Indochina, Vietnam, shortly before the Vietnam War, our Vietnam War broke out. So more in the 50s and 1960s, early 60s. Um,
Could you flesh out a little bit the concept of a treatment and how that fits into the process of writing a finished screenplay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert on it, and I think the only time I've ever heard the term used is in relation to The Third Man. But I know it is a custom for some screenwriters that they like to, in really bald, fast strokes, they like to just write out the plot of what they think is going to happen in the film that they intend to make. Um, and it's much easier to do that in just straightforward prose than to even at that early stage worry about dialogue and scene setting and blocking and so on and so forth. So they will just write out like a quick plot summary, a synopsis practically. But if you're a writer, your imagination is going to start going. You're going to start sprinkling in imagery, description of settings, things like that a little bit. That will eventually probably in the screenplay get turned more into like set and stage directions. And then, on a second pass, I think that's when you go in, once you know your characters and you know your plot on a second pass, you go in and now you start to really hone your dialogue, like as a stage two. I think that's generally how the term treatment gets used. Okay, so that's all of Green. Now we have our dystopian section, Orwell, Huxley, especially. Um, you have your two most classic dystopian novels there, Brave New World in 1984. I definitely think Orwell's the better writer, and I've enjoyed reading and rereading 1984 over the years a lot more than Brave New World, though they're both a lot of fun. The one in here that I would most want to highlight, though, is The Road to Wagon Pier. Um, I've only read it one time a few years back, and it's nonfiction. It's a series of essays that George Orwell wrote. Um, and there's one that's really stuck with me that I just constantly picture for some reason. There's a lot to do with poverty and in England after the war in this book, and there's a chapter in it on miners that is absolutely incredible, where he stays in some cheap bed and breakfast for a little while, and it's a kind of early version of what do they call it? The new journalism, where he embeds himself with these miners and lives like them and goes on the job with them, and the descriptions of just the commute, if you will, from a miner's house to the site, to the job site, taking the elevator deep down into the belly of the earth, and then the crawl, the description of the crawl to get to whatever coal mine site you were actively working, is just breathtaking. I mean, he talks about how it would sometimes take these guys 3 hours basically to get of crawling to get from up above down the elevator shaft into their particular job site that day. And so most of the day was spent just getting to where they could get the coal out. And, he gets into the health conditions that come with that and all the dirt and grime and everything. I've just always really been struck by that chapter in particular. I don't remember the name of it offhand, but that entire book is really beautifully written. Okay. All good stuff here, but nothing I have too much to say about. My favorite in this batch, this is all getting to be like 60, 50, 60, 70s British writing. Clockwork Orange, I think, is the gem in this bunch of books. For anyone who knows the film and knows how reliant the film is on that unusual Cockney slang that's developed in the film, imagine an entire book written that way. It's barely English. It was definitely influenced by Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, which we'll come to a shelf below here in a minute. Um, so yeah, it's just a fascinating, very neologistic book that as you're reading, the further you get into it, the more accustomed you get into this borderline English that the narrator's using throughout the book that's full of this kind of rhyming slang that I think is largely based on like a mixture of English and Russian, if memory serves. Really, really fun read. They're all fantastic, but I don't have too much to say about them. Okay, bottom shelf here. What do we have? Just a tall edition of H.G. Wells. All of his classics in one. I don't know who the publisher for that is, but it's a pretty edition. All right, more post-war fiction. John Fowles' The Collector was another Morrissey recommendation. He was a big fan of that book in the 60s. Um, it's about a man who becomes obsessed with a woman, and he's another not an entomologist, but a lepidopterist. He's a collector, an expert on butterflies, and he by the end of the novel starts collecting women the way he used to collect butterflies, and so it's a sort of creepy horror novel in that regard, but um, really beautiful prose. It's interesting. The next one I absolutely love. That's another book that the film put me on to. Alfie was a classic film starring Michael Caine from the 60s. Pretty controversial in its day because it discussed abortion openly, which was still quite illegal in England at that time, as it was at that point in the States. You can see a picture of Jude Law there from the terrible remake of the movie Alfie. Um, one of the most unique first person voices I've ever read. This is also written in a very, yeah, let's zoom in on Jude there. One of the most original uses of a Cockney narration, so it's extremely slangy, extremely jokey. It's just about this completely unlikable protagonist, and I love books like that. The less sympathetic the protagonist is for me, the better. I've never understood that need that many readers have to like the main character in a story. So this is all about Alfie's callousness in love, his sexual escapades, his philandering, his boasting that he has a different woman for every night of the week, but then all of a sudden he finds himself in a predicament with one woman where she's gotten pregnant, and the scene that describes this um, backdoor illegal clandestine abortion that takes place is incredibly shocking. It's really well done in the film as well. Silito is a very working class, I don't know what town, Birmingham maybe this is set. That is a fantastic novel. Also a great film, starring Albert Finney, I believe. I always mix him up with another actor. But it's simply about a guy who works in a factory in one of these smaller English cities, and also a big drinker like Alfie, and a big womanizer. And it's just about him letting off steam on Saturday night into Sunday morning after a long week at work. And um, again, full of great Cockney slang and this British dialect throughout.
Can you talk a little bit about like why you don't want to like the protagonist? Or it's like it seemed to me kind of obvious that people want to identify with the protagonist or the narrator being a good person because that makes them feel good about themselves or makes it easy for them to identify, or they enjoy that sort of vicarious goodness.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I think, and so that probably simply for myself means I don't read to identify with. I read to like get insight into someone who is not me. I don't read in that regard for like inspiration, moral or otherwise. So when I get a character who's bristly, like Alfie is, or like the narrator of Bukowski's Chinaski novels, someone that I might find interesting to listen to alongside at a bar one night, but not someone I would particularly want to call a friend. I tend to find those books much more compelling. Nabokov talks about this in his lectures on literature, which I suppose will be in the basement somewhere. We'll get to it eventually. But he develops this distinction he calls between the good and the bad reader. And the number one, he has a couple qualities he associates with each, but the one I remember most vividly is he says that the hallmark of bad reading is thinking that you're supposed to identify with the character you're reading. Um, what you're supposed to do, he insists, is read a book more formally to appreciate the style in which it's written, especially. Um, Obviously, we were talking about Bovaryism with Madame Bovary earlier too. I mean, there's a danger in identifying with characters too much. I mean, that's and what ends up causing her downfall is that she's constantly mirroring herself on these historical heroines that she admires, and constantly coming up short and therefore being disillusioned. So I don't know, maybe there's a little bit of self-preservation in it as well, because if you try to identify with Aeneas and fail, where does that leave you? So let's see, what else do we have here? The Orton Diaries, that's a cool book. Joe Orton, British playwright from the 60s. Fascinating figure, played brilliantly by Gary Oldman in a wonderful film called Prick Up Your Ears. And they almost look like twin brothers. It's one of those films where they didn't even need to alter his appearance. He really looks like Joe Orton. He wrote a series of like very cheeky, bawdy comedies that made him very popular in the English theater scene. And he was homosexual. He lived a very promiscuous lifestyle at a time when homosexuality in England was still illegal and criminally punishable. Um, and his diaries he wrote in secretarial shorthand his whole life. So these have been decoded. Um, and they're quite funny. They're quite wild. They describe tours to where did he go? Morocco. I don't know, where he engaged in all kinds of sexual debauchery. They describe his time in London in the same regard. And he came to a quite tragic end. He had a partner who was also a writer, but didn't have Joe Orton's talent. And the writer finally lost his mind. A man named Kenneth Halliwell, and murdered Joe Orton one night in his sleep. So he was Um, his career was cut short right when he was starting to hit the peak of his fame. I've seen a couple of his plays done live. What the Butler Saw is the best one of them. I guess we'll see that on another shelf in a minute. And they're utterly hysterical, performed live, very slapstick and silly, but also um, witty in the lines of like one of Oscar Wilde's plays, like The Importance of Being Earnest or something like that. Next couple books we can probably breeze through. I don't know them as well. We're getting more into modern British fiction, late 20th century.
You
Black.
talk about this one,
Which one?
10.5 chapters.
I don't remember it super well. All I remember is the very first chapter, which is he shrinks down several major historical moments into just these um, poetic summaries that are quite beautiful, but also the volumes turned up to 11 in a way where he makes the historical story sound utterly absurd. So there's like a great account of the one that has stuck with me. It's the only part of that book I remember, honestly, is he does a retelling of Noah's Ark, where he describes really in elaborate detail how they load the animals onto the ark and like all the things that go wrong as they're, getting the ark ready to set sail. Barnes is funny though. I guess I've lost my copy of it, but he also wrote a nice novelization of Flaubert called Flaubert's Parrot. That's about this pet parrot, or this stuffed parrot, I should say, that Flaubert kept in his house. That's a very cool book as well. Train Spotting harkens back to Clockwork Orange in that it's another extreme use of slang, almost to the point of unreadability. So if you know the film and remember the film, it's full of more of like a Scottish brogue that is transliterated into this book to where it's extremely hard to read. It would probably be better suited to an audiobook, actually, now that I think about it. But about heroin addiction and criminality. Hornby's fun. He's someone who gets adapted into American films. So there's a John Cusack movie that takes the novel from England and transplants it to America, but sets it in a record store. So that's a fun little book about geeking out over vinyl, if you're into that sort of thing. Under the Skin is a kind of neo-gothic horror story about a female succubus. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime is a wonderful, wonderful book. I suppose diagnostically you would say it's about autism and has an autistic narrator, a young boy who's trying to sort of figure out the world through his autistic eyes. And, it's really well imagined in that regard. Yeah. All right. I see Joyce beckoning. Should we move into him now?
No.
So what do we have? Yeah, from Portrait to, there you go, to Joyce's Book in the Dark. Perfect. All right, so I know we'll spend like a decent amount of time here with James Joyce because I know his work quite well. I sort of started my career as a Joycean. I have a lot of friends, or professors who've known me a long time who find it strange that I didn't just stay put as a Joycean because I wrote my senior thesis on Joyce's Ulysses. A lot of my dissertation was on Joyce's final book, his hardest book, Finnegan's Wake. I've written a few articles on Joyce over the years in literary magazines and whatnot. And so, I invested many, many years of my life into the study of all things Joyce. And I guess we'll spend most of the time here talking about Finnegan's Wake. But before we get to that, I want to just insert another term that I notice I haven't used before, though we've seen many examples of it. His first book, his first novel, A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, down at the bottom there, is another example of a Bildungsroman, but it's also equally an example of what's called the Kunstlerroman. Kunstlerroman. And that is simply a description of a novel of an artist's development. So Kunstlerroman just means artist novel. So just like a Bildungsroman can be the coming of age story of any young person who's trying to make their way in the world and, learning lots of wisdoms along the way. A Kunstlerroman is specifically about the development of an artist. So, Dr. Faustus by Thomas Mann that we talked about earlier is a good example. This is one of the quintessential examples. The Bukowski novels that we were talking about earlier that eventually lead to the main character becoming a poet are also Kunstlerromans. Sons and Lovers by D.H. Lawrence is another famous example. There's lots and lots of great Kunstlerromans written over the years. And Joyce's is considered one of, if not the best. Yeah, but I don't want to spend too much longer on that. So why don't we just dive into Finnegan's Wake, which is what I studied for several years at Berkeley. I actually went to Berkeley to study with the gentleman whose book is at the top of the screen right now, John Bishop, who was, until his passing in 2020 from COVID during the height of the pandemic, sadly. Um, he was one of my advisors at Berkeley on my dissertation, one of my mentors, a friend, and he is unquestionably, or was, the world's foremost expert on Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, which is the probably the single hardest book to read ever written. I don't know that that's debatable, but I would stand by that. For those who aren't familiar with it at all, it is a 628-page novel. The novel never quite seems to fit, about a family who keep a pub in Dublin. It is written in the most opaque style any book has ever been written in. Joyce combined something like upwards of 50 or 60 languages together into this linguistic hodgepodge, jabberwocky, if you will, a sort of semi-clear at most nonsense language that all Joyce scholars refer to as Wakese, the language of Finnegan's Wake. He had lots of ideas in mind in trying to do this. I mean, he wanted to break out. He felt like with Ulysses, he had written the ultimate novel, in which he had drilled down as far as someone could go into, human consciousness in the way he depicts the main characters in that novel, Stephen Dedalus and Leopold Bloom, and through the technique of stream of consciousness, I think he felt like he had pushed the novel as far as it could go in terms of interiority. He also felt with Ulysses that he pushed the novel as far as it could go in terms of exteriority, because he managed to set a single novel on a single day over about a period of 18 hours in which the main characters parade around Dublin. In fact, can we switch to one of the miscellaneous photos? I'll show an example of that. Um, I forget what number it is offhand, but let me check. Just to give a glimpse into how Joyce approached that. Miscellaneous 21. So what you're looking at there, is that up on the screen? Yeah. What you're looking at there is Joyce's diagram for the 10th chapter of Ulysses. It's called Wandering Rocks. Every chapter in Ulysses is based on an episode from Homer's Odyssey. And so he was trying to recreate a kind of modern retelling of the Odyssey where, but in a mock heroic fashion, a mock epic fashion, where he shrinks it down from, heroes like Odysseus traveling the high seas of ancient Greece to just a couple average Joes trying to wander the streets of Dublin and survive their day. And to show the level of complexity that Joyce put into this and accuracy that he wanted, he created charts anytime several characters would be moving throughout the city at different minutes of a certain hour in which the chapter was set. So if you scroll sideways a little bit, you'll see all the characters who appear in the chapter. And this is one of the teaching documents you're looking at that John Bishop would give in his James Joyce class, which I took in the fall of 2000, my very first semester at Berkeley. And if you go back to the left and scroll downward, you'll see all the locations, fall all the way to the far left, right? You'll see all the locations and what happens, and it's meant to show, there you go, there are all the locations that appear, and then you're able to use this to cross-reference anytime two characters cross paths. So all of this is to say Joyce was trying to be as exhaustive as possible about his setting, as had ever been done with a novel before. And then thematically, if we can move back, I think one image, yeah, and you can scroll around in that. Thematically as well, he wanted Ulysses to cover every art or humanistic practice possible, all kinds of symbolism techniques and so on and so forth. And then again on the far right, you have all of the Homeric correspondences. So every time he was retelling in some analogous way some episode that happens in the Odyssey in his smaller, humbler setting of Dublin. He tracked all of those as well, and you could just kind of scroll down here. You have every chapter listed on the left, the location, the time of day, and then a series of symbolic correspondences that he was interested in, chapters that are associated with different disciplines like rhetoric or different parts of the body, different colors, and so on and so forth. And then all the Homeric correspondences on the right. Joyce famously said of Ulysses that if the city was ever destroyed, that you would be able to build it back brick by brick using his book. And gives you some glimpse into what he meant by this. And then when he finished Ulysses in 1922, he sort of didn't know where to take his career next. I think he thought, yeah, that's nice to see. So I've had this piece of paper for 25 years. He didn't know where else to go. We can go back to the bookcase now, I guess. And so he decided, actually, let's hop out of share screen and I'll show my book. He decided to try to write if Ulysses was the book of the day, he tried to write what he called a book of the night. He wanted to write a book that was more a novel of the dream state, a novel of the nighttime, a novel of sleep, a novel that's written by traveling to the underworld, if you will. And he filled it with a lifetime's worth of knowledge of folklore, history, mythology, anthropology, and above all, linguistics. As I said, he worked about 60 languages into this book. Now, I went to Berkeley and immediately latched on to John Bishop because I had read his book about Finnegan's Wake in college, and I joined his Finnegan's Wake reading group, which I was a participant in for several years of my time at Berkeley. We met once a week for 2 hours, and we would read 1 to 2 pages of Finnegan's Wake tops in those 2 hours. So that was about as fast as you could progress. I'll just hold up a example of a couple pages here. This is from, is that showing okay? This is some of the level of annotation we were doing in the Finnegan's Wake group back in the day. And the amount of erudition required to follow along. I mean, it really did take, what's that expression? It takes a village. Um, it took to have a successful Finnegan's Wake group takes having someone who is deeply versed in Irish history, in Irish folklore, in comparative mythology, in religious studies, and especially above all in ancient languages. What Joyce seems to have been up to in trying to combine all of these different languages into some new language was some sort of recreation of the Tower of Babel effect. I mean, some argue that he thought he was going to create some new language like Esperanto or something like that that would be um, some way of recreating the language that was spoken before the Tower of Babel. I mean, there are ideas like that that are certainly compelling. Can we go back to the miscellaneous shots?
I was also going to ask if you had any interest in reading a small passage.
Oh yeah, sure, I'd love to. Um, there's a wonderful, actually, recording of James Joyce reading one of the more famous sections. So, I'm not summarizing it super well, I'm sorry, but the book is about, as I said, a couple. Their names are, the parents go by initials, HCE, which stands for Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker, and his wife is ALP, which stands for Anna Livia Plurabelle. The wife is associated with the river Liffey, and so she has all of these traditionally stereotypical qualities of femininity, liquidity, fluidity, that sort of thing. Um, HCE, the father figure in the book, is almost meant to represent the city itself, so like masculine hardness or something of the land, and she's the river kind of running through. And they end up having three children, twin boys named Shem and Sean, and a daughter whose name is Issy, I think. It's been a long time since I've cracked this, but Issy is the third girl. And I wrote a chapter of my dissertation on the chapter of the book where the two children, I think you'll actually love this. A chapter of the book where the two children are doing the three children are doing their homework, essentially, their lessons. It usually gets called the night studies chapter, and it ends up looking a little bit like this. Can I share screen again for a sec? No, you'll get a kick out of this. So here's the first page of it. And as you see, it's got a central text. It's got marginalia on either side written by the brothers. So they're like um, sort of joking commentaries on either side by the brothers commenting on what's being said. And then at the bottom are footnotes provided by their sister. And so every page in the chapter works that way. Let me find a better page. Um, this. You get marginalia commentary and, glosses at the bottom as well. And, Joyce played around a lot with this. But this is much like the novel you were interested in earlier, Bouvard and Pécuchet by Flaubert. This is a kind of parody of all of Western knowledge. I could read a little bit of this if you'd like, just picking something offhand. Or I could read the more famous part, um, the Anna Livia section. One thing that actually, what some people might find most interesting, I know what I'll do. So the book is also circular. So I'll go to the very end. It's not like I'm giving away a plot spoiler with a book like this. And the gimmick of the book is that it is written in a circle. So the last sentence carries back into the first. So you're meant to never stop reading this book. Save me from those terrible prongs. Two more, one, two, moremums more. So, avalavel, my leaves have drifted from me, all, but one clings still. I'll bear it on me to remind me of Lif. So soft this morning ours, yes. Carry me along, Tatty, like you done through the toy fair. If I seen him bearing down on me now under widespread wings, like he'd come from archangels, I think I'd die down over his feet, humbly dumbly, only to wash up. Yes, Tid, there's where, first, we pass through grass, behush the bush too, wish, a gull, gulls, far calls, coming far, and here, us then, fin again, take, bus a flea, Remember me, till thousand fee lips, the keys too, given, away alone, along, a last, a loved, along the, back to the front, river run past even Adam from swerve of shore to bend of bay, bring us by a commodious vicus of recirculation back to Hoth Castle and environs. And it goes on and on like that forever. You notice I'm sure even in just a quick read like that, the heavy use of onomatopoeia is super big in this book. There's all kinds of puns and that work across languages. If we could go back to the shelf. And so the other thing that's indispensable, besides having a team of very erudite individuals whose specialties don't hopefully overlap too much, back to the bookcase. Um, the other thing that's absolutely indispensable in reading Finnegan's Wake is to have a copy of the annotations, which I think I'd put downstairs at the moment, or I would show that as well. Um, that book goes page by page and is spaced out beautifully, where wherever something appears on the page in Finnegan's Wake, some explanation of it will appear spatially at the same spot in this book. And so, you can be looking and reading some weird neologism that you can't make any sense of. You check the McHugh and you find out it's like, oh, that's an Arab word for tent or something. Um, you know, this book is absolutely indispensable if you're studying Finnegan's Wake. And if we could go now to the miscellany, I'll talk a little bit about another opportunity I had with that book. So as I was telling you, I um, did my dissertation on it. When I was writing my dissertation, I was lucky enough to get a couple fellowships that allowed me to go to Europe and work on my dissertation over there. And I joined in Paris at the École Normale. I joined this institute. It's called ITEM, ITEM, the Institute of Texts and Modern Manuscripts in French. And it's an absolutely wonderful place to do research and work. What they do is practice a style of literary criticism that's called genetic criticism. Um, Genetic in the sense that they are interested in studying the genesis of how a literary work goes from beginning to end. So these guys study, genetic critics will have little to no interest in the final text, the actual published book. They're much more interested in what they call the avant text. That's just French meaning the before text. So drafts, sketches, galley proofs, revisions, they track these sorts of things. And so what you're seeing on the screen right now is just a random page of Finnegan's Wake that I grabbed from my time there in the archive and made a photocopy of to show my students at one point. I don't remember offhand which page of Finnegan's Wake this is, but those are Joyce's actual revisions. Um, and the thing that you can learn with a book, I see some, I see some ancient Rome pun there on the left. You see SPQR. Yeah. Um, what you can learn with a book like Finnegan's Wake that's written in such an experimental style, in such an unusual English. What's fun about studying Finnegan's Wake using genetic criticism is that you can watch him start from, a lot of the first drafts actually make perfect sense. They're they're in clear, fairly straightforward English. And then you just watch Joyce draft by draft by draft derange the words, make them weirder, combine them with other words in more and more neologistic ways until you get the final product here, what I referred to as Wakey's, this nonsense language that is super musical and super mysterious and hard to read, but kind of beautiful enough to try. So these are some of Joyce's glosses. Why don't you go to the next one? There's another picture. So this would be him working from a typescript. And you can see him just going in there and like adding syllables to words and changing spellings. And it's not so much like a Flaubert or something where he's rewriting a passage to make it more correct or accurate or precise or clear. It's exactly the opposite. In fact, he would just go in and make the language more and more nonsensical. Now, he did this for whatever you think of the value of a project like this. He did this for the last 17 years of his life. He worked on Fitting His Wake from 1922 to 1939. So he spent twice as long on this as he did on Ulysses.
Can you explain what a typescript is?
Yeah, TypeScript will be so back in the days when writers wrote primarily by hand, they could pass their work on to a typist, and some people had friends or relatives do it. Some people had their publisher do it. So they would submit the manuscript, say, to a publisher that would have a professional typist just have the thing here on the side and type the manuscript up into a copy that then they could look at, a typed copy that they can then look at and edit and revise. The stage after that would be galley proofs. So that's when you're starting to get close to actual publication. And that process still kind of works the same. Like when I got my novel, it was as a digitized PDF. The galley proofs were not just meant to say this is the manuscript in a Word doc format, they were laid out like the book will be laid out. And so that's at that stage, when you're at the galley proof stage, you're not expected or sometimes even allowed to make many more changes. It's just if there's some snafu or a typo or something somewhere that gets caught, you can correct small things like that. But totally blowing up galleys like this would be a no-no because it would be a nightmare for the person arranging the text. So yes, I was working at ETEM. They had a series of what they called équipes, teams, right? It's the same word you would use in France for like a football team or something. And then those teams where they had a team for many of the authors we've been talking about here now: Zola, Flaubert, Proust. I think they had a team for Samuel Beckett. I think his archives are in France as well because he wrote in French despite being Irish. And they had a Joyce team, and it was full of these funny old French Joyce professors. Um, Foremost of which, the guy who invited me there to research with him was a wonderful man named Daniel Ferrer, and they were going through Joyce's notebooks at the time. There's a series of notebooks Joyce kept while he was writing Finnegan's Wake, and they're referred to as the Buffalo Notebooks because SUNY Buffalo University owns them and houses them. And they're being published in this really vast edition. I don't know if it's done by now. I guess that project must be complete by now, but they were constantly trying to read Joyce's. This is actually nothing. This is quite good for Joyce's handwriting. They were constantly trying to decipher Joyce's really terrible handwriting, which got even worse as he developed problems with his eyes later in his life and suffered from blindness. And so what I remember most fondly of that year, working with all of these Joyce professors, was that I was sort of a fresh set of eyes, and they had been arguing over, is this word this or that, for years in some cases. And so they would sit me down at my desk, they would stick a page in front of me, and they would make sure that none of them were telling me which word they thought it was. They didn't want to lead the witness, right? And they would just ask me, what does that say? And I would try to be the oracle, and decipher his handwriting as best as I could, and invariably one of them would get mad at me because I didn't pick what they thought was the word. So this was a kind of daily occurrence at ETEM in Paris. This would have been 2006 or 2007. My God, 20 years ago. But this is the sort of thing that certain writers call for. I mean, this is extreme specialization. These people that I'm talking about had been working on Joyce for their entire careers. At that point, I'd only been working on Joyce for a couple years. But, John Bishop did his dissertation on Joyce and then just worked in Joyce studies for his entire career. So did Daniel Ferrer. You get certain authors like that that call for that. it's, I guess, elite company, your Shakespeares and your Miltons and your Chaucers and Joyces, the real big heavyweights that develop into their own. You even hear the phrase industry used, like the Joyce industry, sometimes, where professors really just narrow down to the one author and get to know every single thing possible about them. I personally have always resisted that impulse myself. As you can tell, I've definitely kept moving over the years. So, like I said, I have all these friends who wonder why I moved on from Joyce studies. I went from Joyce to Proust to Flaubert to all those years I spent working on Cormac McCarthy after that. I like to keep moving. I understand why some people like to specialize, and academia really demands that of people a lot of ways. You're expected to show a really narrow specialization to prove expertise. But I've always kind of been a proud generalist who resists that as much as possible and likes to just constantly be moving on to new topics, new authors.
When we're talking about McCarthy, you emphasized the size of his vocabulary and you compared him to Joyce in that sense. And there's the others that have tens of thousands of words that they used.
Yeah.
Um, when you lay that out in terms of Joyce, Proust, Flaubert, and then McCarthy, do you see anything as a particular commonality, or was it about getting away from the previous author towards something different?
I'm not sure I followed your question there at the end. What did you mean about getting away from an author?
Like maybe you got bored and you wanted to do something different.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Did I get bored with Joyce? Yeah, I suppose I did. I I just laid out Finnegan's Wake in some depth, but there are some times where I wonder why I committed as much time to it as I did. I have a friend who insists I just wanted to climb the biggest mountain I could find. I just looked around and I said, what's the hardest damn book there is? And there's probably a large grain of truth to that. But then at a certain point, I realized I had no interest in writing like Joyce, and I lost my just enjoyment of experimentation, and started to fall back more on literary realism. Um, and so I didn't see much point in continuing to reread Finnegan's Wake over and over for the rest of my life. This is another book, by the way. I was talking earlier about sortes Virgilianae, the tradition where you flip to a random page in a book and take it as a prophecy. And it just brings a story to mind from John Bishop's Joyce seminar back in 2000. Um, and this will also speak to how incredible academic specialization can get sometimes. You know, John liked to boast that there was nothing in human history prior to this book that wasn't included somewhere in this book, that it included all of human history in it up to 1939 when it was published. And I remember distinctly a student in the class saying, "Yeah, yeah, sure." And he said, "Well, go ahead, guess, name something." And the student, I'll never forget, said, "Okay, the sack of Jerusalem in whatever year AD, I don't remember what year that was." And John just real quickly, without even thinking, said 526. I mean, that wasn't the exact page number, but he named a page number, and all of us cracked up, assuming he was kidding, of course. How the hell could he remember that? And sure enough, he grabs his book, he starts flipping, and you just felt this hush go over the room. And all of us realized, like, holy shit, he's serious. And we all just grabbed our copies and started flipping to get to the page as quickly as he could. And sure enough, there it was right there on the page. This like weird, I mean, it required, as it always does with Finnegan's Wake, a little bit of decoding of the defamiliarized language. But sure enough, there was a little account of the sack of Jerusalem, and the it's not like you get pins and needles or goosebumps or something in an academic seminar very often, but just the hush that went over the classroom at that moment was something I will never forget. Um, so again, that's just to say, like, I certainly admire people who can devote their entire careers to studying a single great author and trying to get to know them as deeply as possible. Um, that was just sort of never for me. I think I was just a little too prone to intellectual wandering in that regard and wanted to keep moving. Uh, yeah.
Could you say a few words about this Ulysses commentary?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's not a commentary.
Uh,
That is the copy, but it is a special edition that is actually super relevant to this conversation. So thank you for reminding me. Let me grab it. It's right here.
okay.
So this is the very famous Gabler edition edited by Hans Walter Gabler. I find the cover utterly hideous for such an important work. It's the revised edition of Ulysses most seminars you take on Ulysses nowadays will use the Gabler as opposed to the old modern library edition. A book this weird, Ulysses is pretty experimental too. Nothing compared to Finnegan's Wake, but it had thousands of errata when it was first published. Typos and little mistakes and things. And Hans Walter Gabler took on this project. I don't know too much about him personally, but he was a genetic critic, like Daniel Ferrer and others that I was talking about. And so he went through all of the drafts of Ulysses version by version, from rough manuscripts at the early stages, rough drafts through to the typescripts, the revised typescripts, the galleys, so on and so forth. He went through each and every stage for each and every page of the book that was in existence. And he used that to try to edit the book to get it as accurate to what Joyce would have wanted as possible. The principle there is usually if a book gets struck out, if a word, excuse me, if a word gets struck out somewhere between, let's say, point A and point Z, right? Finished book, the original modern library edition from first draft. If a word gets crossed out once or even twice somewhere in between, then Joyce probably didn't want to keep that word. And it was probably the error of a typist that put it back in, that sort of thing. So you're tracing these threads all the way through. Um, no, I've kind of buried the lead here in my discussion of Joyce. The other reason that's relevant to what I just said, the other reason that I studied Finnegan's Wake was because it also features a stutterer. So I've written an article in an academic journal years ago on stuttering in Joyce for that reason. And similarly, I wanted to use genetic criticism to watch Joyce add stutters to the book. So I would go into sections where the main character stutters quite a lot, and I would try to figure out, where in here did Joyce start to add the stuttering words, sprinkle these in, and I was trying to figure out this puzzle of like when and why did Joyce decide to make his main character a stutterer. And these are the kinds of things that, you can use manuscript materials, you can use letters, you can use, any kind of biographical materials that exist to go down these little, detective hunts to figure out how and why a writer wrote the way they did. Yeah, cool. So, um, that pretty much fills the shelf. I see a couple little Claire Keegan novellas. She's a wonderful contemporary Irish writer. Both of those are incredible. But I won't say too much about them. She's contemporary, still writing today. I don't have, as you see, a very big Irish collection. There's a nice copy of Robinson Crusoe, illustrated by Pennsylvania's own N.C. Wyeth, the famous illustrator who was father to Andrew Wyeth, the painter. That's one of the wonderful things about living in this part of PA is that I'm right near their home, which is a museum of the father and the son and the grandson's art. The Wyeth family are a kind of Eastern PA institution. And then those little notebooks that you see, you remember earlier when I told you my dad, when he went into that madhouse, said, "I'm not leaving, get me a notebook." That's the notebooks there. That's all of my dad's diaries that I like to keep nearby.
I was a little surprised when you said that because It didn't seem like there was a, maybe I'm forgetting something, but in his life story, was there another period where he was keeping a diary or writing that made him have that intuition to know?
No. No, he said that. I got him the first one. It's that one on the left. And then he filled it quickly with all the little escapades and capers and day-to-day craziness that went on in that place. He needed another. He filled that. And then he said, "Okay, now that I've written all of those and, you have more than enough material," because he knew I had in mind to write some kind of novel or something about the place. He said, "Get me a couple more. I want to just remember my whole life now." And he wrote a kind of rough memoir that goes into, I mean, he was a lot like the character Alfie that I was talking about earlier. Definitely a kind of a philanderer, a ladies' man back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. He was born in 1930, lived till 2005. And so he had a pretty wild life and, goes into everything in these diaries. His first marriage, he had 4 children before me and my sister in his second marriage. And, all of the stuff like I was talking about earlier related to his work and the space program and other things. So it's just full of funny. The next 4 notebooks are all just full of funny reminiscences from him. So that's that. Bookcase number 2.
Okay, so we're back now for the third bookcase in your writing room. And where should we get started here?
Well, we've already said hello to my dad. They're up there on the top. So why don't we just dive right in? This bookcase compared to the others is a little more eclectic than the other two in this room. As I said at the outset, this is poetry that then bleeds into plays. Which then bleeds into theology at random, sort of, because like I've alluded to a couple times, I'm starting to work on a short story about a priest, and then we have biographies up here, just because I needed to put them somewhere. Ah, there's my copy of the Eclogues. The Essential Rumi and Stonehouse were both gifts. I haven't read enough of them yet. I need to get further into them. Um, Mountain Poems of Stonehouse is a Chinese poet, and of course Rumi, the Persian poet. They're both everything in there that I've touched on so far is beautiful, but I haven't read them very carefully. The Eclogues we talked about earlier, so that's should probably be over in the Virgil section on the other side of the room. I don't have a vast poetry collection anymore. This is one genre where I've shedded a lot over the years, so I just keep the stuff that I like to keep reading and rereading periodically. You have your late Renaissance up to 18th century metaphysical poets. That's a group of English poets who wrote a lot about death and the soul, and guys like John Donne, Andrew Marvell, a host of others. I won't laundry list them all, but those can be quite beautiful. That Shakespeare sonnet edition is pretty incredible. That is Stephen Booth's edition of Shakespeare's sonnets, heavily, heavily annotated. Stephen Booth was a Berkeley professor when I was there, and one of my best friends at Berkeley, Joe Jordan, who's a literature professor in Tennessee now, tipped me off to this edition. Shakespeare wrote about 150 sonnets or so. That obviously only takes up 75 pages tops. So the rest of that book is annotations. It's incredibly thoroughly researched. Every word, every line has several glosses for it. So if you're interested in Shakespeare and studying Shakespeare's sonnets more carefully, that would be the book to go to.
What
Um,
is a gloss?
yeah, just like usually a marginal or an endnote comment or like a dictionary definition. So, if you're reading, if you have an obscure word that is explained below in a edition of Shakespeare or something, then you just call that a gloss. John Donne, one of the metaphysical poets. I think he technically falls under that school. I love him. His poems are so kind of playful and grammatically speaking, he can do things with syntax that are just so incredible that he reminds me in a lot of ways of a poet who will be in the bottom shelf, E. E. Cummings. I mean, I think he was, I don't know how Donne was received in his time, but just very innovative with syntax and wordplay. I like him a lot. That Milton edition, Paradise Lost next, was the one I studied with at Berkeley with Kevis Goodman and her Milton class in 2002, something like that. That's another one of these editions that ends up having, yeah, the Longman annotated. Those are a great series. They're hard to find now, at least the Milton one is. But it's one of these editions where you maybe get 10 or 12 lines of verse at the top with all of the marginal notes, all the glosses filling up three-quarters of the page most of the time. I've annotated the hell out of that one myself as well. Um, as we go through this shelf, I'm just thinking, as we've been talking about reading practices and habits, this shelf is mainly here as stuff that my wife and I read to each other aloud at night sometimes. We'll take an hour before we go to bed. And so we've had these projects over the years where we pick a poet, because she's someone who's kind of poetry phobic, feels very ill at ease, like she doesn't understand it, doesn't know how to read it because she didn't really study it in college, or high school much for that matter. And so I've been slowly kind of introducing her to all of my favorite poets, and we will read guys like we read Paradise Lost over a period of, I don't know, a month or two aloud. Just half a book per night or something like that. It's been a really fun practice to get into. That would make two times that I've read Paradise Lost aloud because I did it as a grad student as well. When I really
Switch off back and forth.
What do you mean? Oh, take turns? Yeah. Well, once you get into the Garden of Eden, I guess, like, I'd read the Adam parts and she could read the Eve parts. That was the easiest way to do it. But yeah, we take turns. But anytime I really, really love a work of literature, and sometimes novels too. I've done it with Blood Meridian by McCarthy. Like anything where I really find the prose gorgeous, I will make a point of reading it aloud, however long that takes. Um, so I've done that with Milton. I've done that with that entire Applebaum romantic poetry collections, which has the big four in it, as they're often called. So we're in my romantic poetry section here. We have Holderlin, who's a German romantic. I think that edition is facing page German and English. I like Holderlin a lot, but I'm no expert. But after him, we have all of your big English romantics. So Blake, in order, Blake, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, and Byron. So technically your big six. Yeah. From Keats to Blake. So those are all of your major English romantic poets. Like the American transcendentalists, a lot of common ground there. An emphasis on the emotions, on nature as a form of spirituality that can help us like transcend everyday life, that sort of thing. But each of these poets very different in their own ways. Let me spend probably the most of time in this section on Wordsworth. I mean, he's by far my favorite poet. Um, I've listed four works that were really seminal for me in writing my novel. I would probably, if I were permitted five, put the Prelude as fifth. But let me start first by talking about lyrical ballads. So this was a collaboration between Wordsworth and Coleridge when they were living in the Lake District, where they both wrote a series of poems that were about small country life, simple subjects. Not unlike Flaubert, they thought that subject matter didn't need to be elevated for a work of literature to be really important, but rather the poet should elevate the everyday, the common, the ordinary experience. And so all of these poems in this collection have that in common. And there's a famous preface that that Wordsworth wrote to lyrical ballads. It's one of the most important documents in the history of poetry and probably literature, period. It's a sort of manifesto about what a poet is, what makes for great poetic subject matter, what makes for great poetic language. Wordsworth famously described poetry in that essay from 1799, I think was when it came out, as emotion recollected in tranquility, is his phrase for that. Why emotion recollected in tranquility? Well, romantic poets are associated with emotionalism, and, they're thought of as almost the 19th century version of like an emo singer today or something, full of powerful, overwhelming, oftentimes dark emotions. But, that's a very much an oversimplification for someone like Wordsworth. For him, the point of poetry was to, yes, undergo strong emotions, whatever they're provoked by situations in your life or the beauty of nature, living in the Lake District as he did. But the point is to gain a little bit of separation from that, right? And to allow time and therefore memory to kick in and allow you to remember your strong emotions and write about them from a position, like he says, of tranquility, recollected later on. Wordsworth is not at all one of these effusive, like ranty emo poets as a romanticist, not at all. Um, the best poem in there, of course, is Tintern Abbey, which is probably my favorite poem, period. The second book, The Prelude, that's the Norton Critical Edition. There's a lot of those around this house. There are things I like about the Norton Critical series and some things I don't. Um, every one of these includes, I have the Prelude one here handy. It'll include the primary text itself with some sort of chronology of the author's life. And then it will have notes and essays at the end, along with usually, I'm just flipping to the end here to remind myself, information on the various manuscripts and drafts, um, a history of the various texts that the work has been published as, um, any references to the work by other major figures, and that can either be letters or reviews that were written about the work at the time. And then they'll have a set of recent critical essays, and this is always the part I find the most useless, where they'll excerpt important essays from literary critics, but it's always kind of too partial and unrelated to each other for me to find very helpful. I always wish they would instead include just more of a historiographic introduction to the writer and their times or something. But that caveat aside, the Norton Criticals are pretty great when you're studying an author. And as you can see from this edition, it covers the three versions of the Prelude from 1799, 1805, and 1850. Now, the Prelude is a really important poem in the history of poetry because it's an epic poem, at least in size. I mean, you can see it's a large book. It's as big as Paradise Lost or the Aeneid or the Odyssey, any of these ancient epic poems, but it has a key difference to it compared to all prior epic poetry. It's an epic poem about the author himself. And so, first of all, I think you have to admire the chutzpah, if you will, of Wordsworth to say, you know what, I'm so amazing, I'm going to write an epic poem entirely about myself. And he was, in many ways, a kind of um, egotistical, arrogant figure in that way. That he would even have the thought of doing this, but it's not just mere narcissism that made him do it. He thought that this was sort of the natural continuation of the epic, that we'd had epics like the Aeneid and the Odyssey and the Iliad that were about the founding of nations. We had Milton write the great epic of the supernatural world, where the angels are fighting demons and Adam and Eve are hanging out in the Garden of Eden, um, and now he thought it's time for epic poetry to turn inward. And so part of the choice of writing this poetic biography of autobiography of himself was that he thought that the human mind was as complex as the entire universe and therefore a worthy subject of poetry. And to that end, he writes, there's a lot of terms you could apply to this book, but he writes a sort of autobiographical, poetic Künstlerroman, the term I used earlier, a work about the development of an artist. I believe in that sense, the subtitle here is important, which I might not be able to find quickly enough, but I think it references what he calls the growth of a poet's mind. Let me see if I can find it. Anyway, he uses that phrase somewhere. I forget if it's the subtitle or just the sentence he used to describe it, but this is the poem about his childhood, his relationship with nature, his eventual school days, his time at Cambridge when he went off to university. It covers so many subjects of his young life. His years when he was living in France as the French Revolution was about to break out in 1789, and his thoughts and feelings on the revolution in France, his initial enthusiasm for it, the disillusionment that came with the Reign of Terror. And there are a few books in here along with that that have to do with him trying to tease out what nature's role is in making a poet who he is, how it can help him cultivate his imagination and so on and so forth. So it's part autobiography, part meditation on nature and the human mind, part political history. It's just a very weird, eclectic poem. And um, what it's best known for, of course, is Wordsworth's absolutely gorgeous use of iambic pentameter, specifically, I should say, of blank verse, which simply means unrhymed iambic pentameter. I mean, this is the verse that Milton used. This is the verse that Shakespeare used in a lot of his plays. There are some sections of Shakespeare's plays that rhyme actually, but the main movement in English poetry is blank verse, unrhymed iambic pentameter, where you let the meter itself, the rhythm, the flow of the words be the point rather than rhyme. Um, Along the way, there's a lot of descriptions of walking through the Lake District in this poem, and along the way, Wordsworth, meets many characters who, excuse me a second, who he takes inspiration from, and they're usually, like I was saying earlier, they're usually ordinary people, soldiers coming home from war. There's so many great episodes in here, and the one that's meant the most to me is a description he gives late in the book of a madman, what he calls a bedlamite, an insane person that he comes across just walking on the country roads. And I like the line in that section of the prelude so much that I used it as the epigraph for my novel because I just appreciated the spirit with which Wordsworth approached madness in this passage, not as something to be dreaded or scorned or feared or something, but as something to be heeded and listened to. And he saw the potential for seeing a certain kind of wisdom in madness. And I was hoping, if it's all right, I'd just read that section of the poem.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, if you'd also like to read a portion of Tintern Abbey, that might be interesting also.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It's stunning. So this is from book 12. And, this poem also often gets described as a loco-descriptive poem, meaning a poem of describing while in motion, right? Wordsworth famously, and I'll talk about this in a bit in more detail, but Wordsworth famously would compose while he was walking. there's a couple moments in here where he he describes, talking his verse out as he's walking through the woods and getting nervous that like somebody might overhear him and think he's crazy and just talking to himself. And so this passage is a little even more ironic in that regard. It's just
Could you
about,
hold up the book and show kind of the inside and the outside?
course, it's just about 20 or 30 lines or so that I'll read. Um, And the way this layout works is you have the 1805 edition on the left and the 1850 on the right. Wordsworth was a notorious reviser, much like Flaubert. And so there are sections that he took out, added back, that sort of thing. And so sometimes you'll see pages like this where one edition doesn't have the same stuff that's in the other edition where he just took out entire sections. That being said, I strongly prefer the 1805 edition. He wrote that when he was 35 years old. The 1850 came out shortly after his death in 1850 at the grand old age of 80. And he just tinkered at this poem his entire life, but I think for the worse, actually. I prefer the younger version. Anyway, here's about a couple stanzas of the prelude. I love a public road. Few sights there are that please me more. Such object hath had power o'er my imagination since the dawn of childhood, when its disappearing line seen daily afar off, on one bare steep beyond the limits which my feet had trod, was like a guide into eternity, at least to things unknown and without bound, even something of the grandeur which invests the mariner who sails the roaring sea through storm and darkness, early in my mind surrounded to the wanderers of this earth, grandeur as much and loveliness far more. Awed have I been by strolling bedlamites, from many other uncouth vagrants passed in fear, have walked with quicker step, but why take note of this? When I began to inquire, to watch and question those I met, and held familiar talk with them, the lonely roads were schools to me in which I daily read with most delight the passions of mankind. There saw into the depth of human souls, souls that appear to have no depth at all to vulgar eyes. And now convinced at heart how little that to which alone we give the name of education hath to do with real feeling and just sense, how vain a correspondence with the talking world proves to the most, and called to make good search if man's estate, by doomed of nature yoked with toil, is therefore yoked with ignorance. If virtue be indeed so hard to rear and intellectual strength so rare a boon, I prized such walks still more, for there I found hope to my hope, and to my pleasure peace and steadiness, and healing and repose to every angry passion. There I heard from mouths of lowly men and of obscure a tale of honor, sounds in unison with loftiest promises of good and fair. Um, I get a lot out of the cadence, and I'm someone I don't know if I've said this before already, but I pay a lot of attention to the rhythms in my own writing and the sound patterns, and I want the writing to flow as much as possible. And I've learned a lot from Wordsworth in that regard, to a point that I've developed a habit of actually drafting aloud, speaking what I'm writing as I'm typing it to make sure it flows in the way I like. Um, this passage is a good example of that, but the line that matters most to me here is "Awed have I been by strolling bedlamites," to paraphrase it in more regular English. Um, how should I put it? I have always been in awe of strolling mad people that I come across out on the road. What he refers to in the next line is uncouth vagrants. Um, you know, and I love how in this passage in particular he compares them to schools, to proper education, and insists that he actually learns more from the kinds of unusual, eccentric people he can meet on a lonely public road somewhere than he would have learned at Cambridge. And if you read the chapter in this about his time at Cambridge, he insists on that a lot there as well. That he never was someone who appreciated formal education so much. He wanted to find it in the schools of nature and the schools of everyday life or something like that. Would you like me to read a little bit of the Tintern Abbey as well now?
Yeah, and I'd also like if you could just sort of you said you read a couple stanzas there. Could you just sort of explain what a stanza is and the other sort of ways that poetry is sort of measured or this poetry we're talking about?
Sure, sure. I mean, that was a bit of a misnomer in a poem like this because, by stanzas in poetry, you typically mean a set number of lines and that set number of lines will repeat. A sonnet, which is a 14-line rhymed poem in iambic pentameter, that will have a quatrain, which is 4 lines, and then another quatrain, which is 4 lines, and then sometimes a third quatrain, and then a rhyming couplet at the end, which is 2 lines, and that's how you get 4, 4, 4, 2 equals 14. There are versions where you have 4, 4, 3, 3. So you have couplets, tercets, quatrains, sestets for 6, octets for 8, and I don't know, it keeps going up, depending on the kind of poetic form you're using. When I used this poem is divided in much looser terms. I mean, it's just a long, ongoing narrative poem split into books, so it doesn't exactly have stanzas proper.
Right.
Um, it's broken up more just by sections at random. Does that answer your question enough?
Yeah, I guess I think of a stanza somewhat like a paragraph in terms of a rough
Yeah.
amount of length. And I was like, oh, this feels like more than two paragraphs. It feels like 2 pages, but it was good. I didn't want it to stop. So
Um, well, yeah, we'll do an extra video after. I could just read the whole prelude start to finish. But yeah, I mean, there's also a kind of logical sense to stanzas. I forget the exact term now, but because I haven't taught poetry in many, many years, but the two quatrains at the beginning of a stanza are meant to set up a certain thematic problem in the poem. And so those 8 lines also have a term. And then there's the turn, it's called, where then the 6 lines that follow are sort of meant to resolve that problem in some way. So you can get logic on, on the one hand, in the level of the individual stanza, or by combining certain stanzas in certain ways, they can be seen as part of a larger unit. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to organize thought into verse. Um, a little bit of Tintern Abbey.
yeah.
You won't have to ask me twice. Just have to find it. Well, usually opens right up to it. Hold on a second.
So I just pulled something up with AI. The Shakespearean English sonnet structures 3 quatrains and 1 couplet. First quatrain sets theme. Second quatrain develops. Third quatrain complicates. Fourth, final couplet resolves or twists. And the rhyme scheme is A B A B, C D C D, E F E F G G.
Yeah. So, that's as opposed to the Petrarchan sonnet, which is usually more A, B, B, A, C, D, D, C. And then it'll often be the sestet, the bottom 6 will be E, F, G, E, F, G. And you get a very different effect. The Petrarchan is a little more windy, and the rhymes are a little less obvious, therefore they stick out a little less. Whereas in the Shakespearean form, when you get that rhyming couplet at the end, it really draws attention to itself, because you suddenly have these 2 lines in quick succession that rhyme. And so it really tends to have the effect of like putting a neat bow on the whole poem, if you know what I mean. Just here's the bottom line, here's the main thing I'm trying to get across with this, is usually what you end up seeing.
Maybe you could read one of those after this.
Yeah, sure. It's ready to hand. Okay, so I won't read the whole Tintern Abbey, of course, because it's several pages long,
Or maybe you could hold up the book and show just before you start.
I can read these first 30 lines or so to the first section break. That's probably a good point. So this is just the Dover Thrift. Really excellent edition. Has everything you need in it. I used this copy to teach a poetry class my last semester at DePaul University. Um, all right, here we go. Lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey on revisiting the banks of the Wye River during a tour, July 13th, 1798. And again, I'm not going to do a whole reading of the poem too, but just note what I was saying earlier about emotion recollected in tranquility is the point for Wordsworth. And right here out of the gate, he says these lines were composed on revisiting a place I'd been to before. So already you get that sense of memory being important. Anyway, here we go. 5 years have passed, 5 summers with the length of 5 long winters. And again I hear these waters rolling from their mountain springs with a soft inland murmur. Once again do I behold these steep and lofty cliffs that on a wild, secluded scene impress thoughts of more deep seclusion and connect the landscape with the quiet of the sky. The day is come when I again repose here under this dark sycamore and view these plots of cottage ground, these orchard tufts, which at this season with their unripe fruits are clad in one green hue, and lose themselves mid groves and copses. Once again I see these hedgerows, hardly hedgerows, little lines of sportive wood run wild, these pastoral farms green to the very door, and wreaths of smoke sent up in silence from among the trees, with some uncertain notice as might seem of vagrant dwellers in the houseless woods, or of some hermit's cave where by his fire the hermit sits alone. These beauteous forms, through a long absence, have not been to me as is a landscape to a blind man's eye, but oft in lonely rooms and mid the din of towns and cities, I have owed to them in hours of weariness sensations sweet, felt in the blood, and felt along the heart, and passing even into my purer mind with tranquil restoration. Feelings too of unremembered pleasure, such perhaps as have no slight or trivial influence on that best portion of a good man's life, his little, nameless, unremembered acts of kindness and of love. Nor less I trust to them I may have owed another gift of aspect more sublime, that blessed mood in which the burthen of the mystery, in which the heavy and the weary weight of all this unintelligible world is lightened, that serene and blessed mood in which the affections gently lead us on, until the breath of this corporeal frame and even the motion of our human blood almost suspended, we are laid asleep in body and become a living soul, while with an eye made quiet by the power of harmony and the deep power of joy, we see into the life of things. I'll stop there. Again, you hear that just wonderful rhythmic cadence. His iambic pentameter is butter. It's just goes right by. It's so beautiful. And there's a peacefulness that comes from he never stopped talking, especially in the prelude, about how grateful he was to have gotten to grow up in a place like the Lake District, and not to have he was quite the city hater. And one of the funniest books of the prelude is just a description of the horror of this time he spent in London and how overwhelming he found it. And he talks a lot in the poem about being convinced that he would have never been able to become a poet if he'd had to grow up in a city. It wouldn't have allowed his temperament and his imagination to kind of develop at a sane pace. And I don't know, that's something. I'm not a big city person myself either, so that's something I've also always loved about him and related to.
Is there a particular type of music or maybe classical composer that's associated with him?
Hmm. Not that I know of. I would read him and listen to jazz a lot, but
Hmm.
uh, I'm not. And there's nobody that's coming to mind on that. Maybe
Even for jazz, like what jazz would you listen to?
Stan Getz all the way. I love Stan Getz.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Um, if I really want to go wild, I guess I'll go Art Pepper, but this is more Stan Getz kind of poetry for sure. Um, yeah. So where should we head to next?
Well, I was hoping you were going to read us a sonnet.
I can do that. Um, I guess I'll let me Google it real quick because I forget the number, but I guess I'll read the most famous one because I don't remember its number offhand.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is how many times do you think you've read that poem?
Tintern Abbey,
Yeah.
20, 30, 40 for sure. Uh, that one I make sure I read a few times a year. It's about 7 or 8 times longer than the passage I read. I mean, it's 5 or 6 pages, 7 pages. I read that one very regularly because I think it's his single best work in terms of the rhythm, the use of the meter, and so on. And it's also, as you could hear, even from those 30 lines or so that I read, it's a very tranquil, peaceful poem. So it's one of these poems that can change your mood if you want it to. All right, so now that I have this edition here, I'll just show it. This is the Stephen Booth Shakespeare sonnet.
Can I ask you one more question about Tintern Abbey?
Yeah, of course.
Um, I think for some people that don't read poetry, they might not have a good sense of, when you read a book, you're usually not going to read the entire thing in one session. So you're not concerned with like, what do I do next? But maybe you could paint a picture of like, what does a reading session of poetry look like? And how is it different from reading like a similar amount of time of a book?
That's a great question. So as a scholar, who's sometimes studying these poets, I have always have a stage where if I get a hold of a poet's work and I'm interested in them, I have a stage where I just rip through the whole book. I'll grab another one that's a better example of that.
Yeah.
My favorite modern poet is a guy by the name of Richard Hugo. I cannot recommend him enough. I guess he is my second favorite poet. And when I was first introduced to him, um, I went through his poetry, and what I do is I do this with short stories as well. I'll go through and read them, and I mark the ones with stars that I want to make sure I make a point of reading again. The dashes just mean pretty good, but maybe only read it again if you live to 200. And so my entire short story collection that we went through the other day, as well as the majority of my poetry collection, is marked like this. Um, where I kind of, from collected editions, I create my own selected editions, if you will. Um, and so there's always a stage where I read the poems much, much, much too fast. And then from there, once I know the ones that I like, I'll go back and I just keep rereading those over and over again. So there's a way where you can read just to familiarize yourself with a poet's corpus. There's another way where you can kind of sample. And so sometimes I'll also just browse, and if a title grabs me, I'll jump to that. And that tends to be a session where I read 5 or 6 poems for an hour or so if they're short. Just kind of, again, sortes Virgilianae, just kind of flipping and seeing where I go, versus If I know it's a poem that's one of my favorites, I'll make a point of going back and revisiting it on a regular basis.
Maybe you could read a little bit of Richard Hugo before we get to the sonnet.
Oh, I'll happily do that. um, if that's not switching gears too much. So Hugo, yeah, and then we could just skip talking about him later because I would have certainly stopped. Hugo is a post-war American poet, wrote in I think the 60s, 70s, 80s for the most part. Um, he's from the Midwest. He lived in Montana and I think the Pacific Northwest as well for much of his life, where he was a creative writing professor. I'm just trying to find his masterpiece. The thing he's most known for, there it is these place poems that he would write. He would sometimes, find himself on a drive exploring Montana and other places like up in the Dakotas and Wyoming and whatnot. And he might stop in a little town, know absolutely nothing about the town. It might be one of these tiny one street towns with a bar, a gas station, a grocery store, and a post office, and not much else besides. And he would just go sit at the bar and eavesdrop and be a little bit of a fly on the wall and take some notes and wait for some creative spark to hit him. And then he says this in an interview. It's pretty cool. He says, he would immediately get the hell out of Dodge. He didn't want to spend too much time in the town. He wanted to preserve like a little bit of creative license, I guess, on his part. And so he would get just enough of a sense of the place that when he started to feel the poetic juices flowing, he would then, leave and get right to work on the poem. And that process produced his single greatest poem, which is about a tiny little, I think, mining town in Montana called Phillipsburg. The poem here is called Degrees of Gray in Phillipsburg. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Right. Um, Much looser meter and rhythm than you get with Wordsworth. A little more conversational and slangy. You might come here Sunday on a whim. Say your life broke down. The last good kiss you had was years ago. You walk these streets laid out by the insane, past hotels that didn't last, bars that did, the tortured try of local drivers to accelerate their lives. Only churches are kept up. The jail turned 70 this year. The only prisoner is always in, not knowing what he's done. The principle supporting business now is rage. Hatred of the various grays, the mountain sends, hatred of the mill, the silver bill repeal, the best liked girls who leave each year for Butte. One good restaurant, and bars can't wipe the boredom out. The 1907 boom, 8 going silver mines, a dance floor built on springs. All memory resolves itself in gaze. In panoramic green, you know the cattle eat, or 2 stacks high above the town, 2 dead kilns, the huge mill in collapse for 50 years that won't fall finally down. Isn't this your life? That ancient kiss still burning out your eyes? Isn't this defeat so accurate? The church bell simply seems a pure announcement. Ring and no one comes. Don't empty houses ring? Are magnesium and scorn sufficient to support a town, not just Phillipsburg, but towns of towering blondes, good jazz, and booze the world will never let you have until the town you came from dies inside? Say no to yourself. The old man, 20 when the jail was built, still laughs, although his lips collapse. Someday soon, he says, I'll go to sleep and not wake up. You tell him no. You're talking to yourself. The car that brought you here still runs. The money you buy lunch with, no matter where it's mined, is silver. And the girl who serves your food is slender. And her red hair lights the wall. That's it. Um, he's got a kind of Bruce Springsteen vibe, the like dead mining towns, Rust Belt kind of vibe to it that a lot of his poems are like that. I just absolutely love them. There's a reading you can hear him read this poem himself on YouTube for anyone who's interested. Should I do a sonnet now?
Yeah, please.
All right. Well, again, this is the Shakespeare Sonnets by Stephen Booth. Here are the sonnets, and that is doubled because you have the old fashioned typescript on the left, I guess from the original edition, with a modern typing on the right. And then all of the rest of the book, again, talking about um, professors, scholars who specialize in one author in particular. All of this here you're seeing is notes and commentary on the sonnets. So suffice it to say, nobody knew the sonnets better than Stephen Booth at Berkeley back in the day. I'll just read the most famous one. This, I think, gets read in the movie Shakespeare in Love too. It's very famous, and you'll hear the A B, the quatrain moves for a while until you get down to the rhyming couplet. Sonnet 18. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometimes declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. So you hear that pithy little couplet at the end that wraps the whole thing up. And you read Shakespeare's sonnets, and they're full of puns. There was a nice pun on fair there around line 10. And my brain was kind of catching them as I was going. And these poems are romantic, of course, but also very playful and punny throughout. So there's need for some marginal notes, as you saw there in the back. Alrighty. So shall we hop back into the shelf? That was fun. Thank you for suggesting it.
Thank you. You're a great reader.
Well, like I said, I do a lot of reading aloud in this house, so I have a lot of the practice, but thank you. Yeah, so Wordsworth's major works, Coleridge, definitely the lesser of the two poets, but there's some of his stuff that's fun as well. Byron is, one of these towering figures. He was like the, oh God, what's the actor I'm thinking of? Errol Flynn. He was like the Errol Flynn of his day, also the Casanova of his day, a famous, huge personality, womanizer, war hero. Lived this just epic life. So he's someone I need to read a good Byron biography one of these days. I never have. Shelley's another one. This is Percy Shelley, obviously, whose wife Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein. Another very nice romantic poet. And then lastly, we have Keats. Keats is a poet who died very young in his 20s of tuberculosis, another of these literary tragedies. Keats is best known for his odes. He wrote a series of odes to beauty. He wrote the famous ode on a Grecian urn. He's got 7 or 8 of them, I think. And he was trying really to revive classic forms like that. So his poetry um, is very elusive, referring to pagan mythology, things like that. That's one of the things he's best known for, but a beautiful, beautiful romantic poet as well. Victorians, I'm not as into, um, but that's handy to have around. Hopkins is the innovator of what's called sprung rhythm. He was a pastor and wrote in the late Victorian period and was trying to revive the alliterative verse tradition that I was talking about with Tolkien's translation of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. He was trying to revive these medieval forms of poetic rhythm, and so he innovated this technique called sprung rhythm. That would definitely be something I would beg you to AI real quick because I'm not an expert on it and I haven't read anything on that in a long, long time. But it's again an attempt to use alliteration and things like that to get the rhythm in the poem rather than meter and rhyme. Do you have anything?
Yeah. Definition, it's a stress-based meter where each foot begins with a stress syllable, followed by a variable number of unstressed syllables, usually 0 to 3.
Mm,
The total number of stresses per line is fixed, but syllables vary.
okay. So yeah, I guess then I should have laid that out a little more clearly at the outset. I mean, anytime you're talking about pentameter or octameter or whatever, iambic poetry is unstressed, stressed. The foot is, sometimes you'll use the phrase weak and then strong, where stressed means strong. So an iambic pentameter, that's 5 feet of unstressed stress, down, up 5 times. If sprung rhythm is stressed, unstressed, then that would be a version of what's called trochaic meter, where the stress happens at the beginning of the line. And then a lot of English poetry is two-syllable foots, but you can also have trisyllabic poetry like um, dactylic, which is obviously pulled from ancient poetry. It's a three-syllable. I think it's dactylic. I think stressed and then two unstressed. And there's a whole lot of terminology like this that I'm a little rusty on. But this is something when you're studying poetry that's fun to geek out on and see really how the poem is crafted. And you'll see some poets, like Milton, for instance, is someone who's known to take a little more liberties with his meter, whereas Wordsworth's a little bit more regular and he will very, very rarely break the pattern. And there's all kinds of customs and conventions on when it's acceptable to break the pattern or not. And then this is the perfect segue into Walt Whitman, who blew this whole tradition up by creating what's called free verse, unmetrical poetry. So his stuff tends to be long lines that are just messy all over the place, and so there's nobody more important in that regard for modern 20th century poetry because Whitman is seen as almost like the great liberator when poets started to feel more constrained by meter than aided by it, and felt like they wanted to break out of it. They all looked to Whitman as someone who in interesting ways associated what he called free verse with like Americanness. So the emphasis on liberty in a phrase like free verse is obvious, and I think Whitman thought that his poetry, if he was going to write about the American experience, the verse needed to be as free as the topics he was talking about, if that makes sense.
Is there anything about these Dover editions in the blue? Because there were some previously at the beginning. Um, do they just do a lot of poetry?
They do a lot of everything. That's just the newer covers of the Dover Thrift.
Okay.
Oh, this one that I held up earlier is just a slightly older Dover Thrift, and they've switched to this blue cover now. Yeah, there it is, the apple bomb in the middle. And then these are newer ones, the blue ones. So I don't know. I think they just felt like a need for a little refresh there. They're great. It's like newspaper kind of beigeish paper, but I love working with these. The spines never fall apart on you, so I'm a big fan of them.
And it's just generally just the poetry, no commentaries or anything. And is there an intro usually or
Um, Yeah, this one here has it looks like a 10-page introduction that's basically a biography of all the poets included in it. There's almost no scholarly apparatus whatsoever here, no endnotes or anything. It just ends with an index of first lines and titles, and that's it. So, yeah, but you get what you pay for. These are usually like $5. They're great. I love them. Yeats, I'm not a big fan of. I've read a lot of Yeats over the years, but the quintessential Irish poet. I'm more interested in the ones next to it. Here's your World War One poets, Siegfried Sassoon and Wilfred Owen. At some point, when we get to the basement, I will talk about my class on the history of trauma, in which these two guys figure quite prominently. Siegfried Sassoon and Wilfred Owen are the two greatest war poets of the First World War and probably period. Wilfred Owen died in combat just a couple weeks before the armistice, another of these great tragedies in literary history that we lost him in his early 20s. Siegfried Sassoon was a mentor to him and is a fascinating figure. He was an officer. They both technically were officers, but Sassoon was the slightly older one and wrote really polemical, really in your face anti war poetry that both of them that, changed what war poetry meant ever since. I mean, you think about poets like Alfred Tennyson, in charge of the Light Brigade, a very patriotic, very gung ho kind of rah rah poem celebrating war. That tradition goes all the way back, of course, to the Iliad. And I don't think it's an oversimplification to say that, um, for the most part, war poetry was a celebration of heroism and of the nation pretty much until these two guys come around and they write the first poetry that's completely critical and realistic about the horrors of trench warfare in their case and the lingering after effects in terms of shell shock as it was called at the time, combat PTSD. So these are two of the most incredible, haunting poets you'd ever read, and absolutely love teaching them in my war and trauma class. Um, then we have a Penguin book of survey, some random stuff here. Ezra Pound is a fascinating figure. I can't say that I actually enjoy his poetry. He was a good friend of Joyce and T.S. Eliot, and he's a really interesting, like, theorist about what poetry should be. The cantos are almost as esoteric as Finnegan's Wake. This is a poem that he spent many, many years on. It incorporates several languages, Greek, Latin, lots of Chinese is mixed in, so it's full of characters, Chinese characters throughout. Um, and it was another of these attempts, like with Whitman, to kind of break the pentameter was always his goal. He wanted to figure out a way to get out of the constraints of meter. I took a class on this book with the guy that ended up being my dissertation director, a great professor by the name of Michael Bernstein at Berkeley, who has also since passed away, an absolutely brilliant man who, fascinating figure because Pound, of course, was an anti-Semite, a fascist sympathizer in Italy during the war. He was American, but he had moved over to Italy during the war and idolized Mussolini because he'd been seduced by fascism and almost wanted to become the Virgil to to Mussolini in much the same way that Virgil was the court poet for Augustus in the ancient Roman Empire. And I always admired this about Michael Bernstein that he couldn't care less what Pound's personal views on things like that were. He was just interested in his poetry. Incredible, incredible professor. A lot of fun to work with. Uh, Dylan Thomas, a beautiful English poet. Don't ask me to read Dylan Thomas because he has the single most beautiful voice in the history of reading one's own poetry. It sounds like the voice of God calling down from the heavens. So I would strongly recommend to your viewers that they check out Dylan Thomas's reading of his most famous poem, Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night. It's just an absolutely beautiful baritone voice. Auden, another great English poet. Let's keep scrolling. Let me go to the next shelf. So, as I said, this isn't the vastest poetry collection, but there's a lot of good stuff in here. Anne Sexton, a wonderful 1960s American poet. falls under what's called the confessional school of poetry. So, in the 50s and 60s and 70s especially, poetry started to become, you had the imagists. I should have mentioned them when we were with Pound, who were really preoccupied with using poetry to picture things very clearly, to describe visual objects. So that would be true of someone like Wallace Stevens there on the screen. That would be true of William Carlos Williams, um, who wrote probably the most perfect Imagist poem ever written. I'll read it to you because it's just a few lines. Let me just Google it real quick rather than look for it. Whoop. Sorry, I brought up a video here by accident. Um, so the Imagists, as I said, we're almost trying to turn poetry into photography. You have Ezra Pound, you have Hilda Doolittle, Amy Lowell, and William Carlos Williams. And the perfect epitome of that is William Carlos Williams's four-line poem, "The Red Wheelbarrow." Here we go. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow, glazed with rainwater beside the white chickens. That's it. um, that's the whole poem, and it's just meant to be a perfect image of something. Like I said, almost a photographic capture of the world. When we started to move on from that in poetry, it shifted more towards confessional, autobiographical poems, and Sexton's probably my favorite in this genre. Sylvia Plath is a shelf or two below. She falls into this school as well. Both of whom wrote a ton about their personal struggles with mental illness and suicidality. They both ended up committing suicide at different points in their life. And their poems are just incredibly uncomfortably personal and visceral. And Sexton's just fantastic. Why don't we keep going? We have a few more war poets here. Song of Napalm, the greatest poem about Vietnam that I've ever read. And then Here Bullet by Brian Turner. He's got a couple books about the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan in which he fought. He's a really incredible poet that I think anybody who cares about what happened in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars should know. Jack Kerouac, of course, more known as a novelist, but the guy could write quite a witty haiku when he set his mind to it. That copy of Hal is one I picked up at City Lights bookstore in San Francisco, where Allen Ginsberg famously read the poem for the first time. It underwent an obscenity trial when it was published by City Lights Books in San Francisco. And at one point in my life, I had the privilege of meeting Allen Ginsberg. He used to do a lot of readings in the Philadelphia, New Jersey area, so I got to meet him one time. I had a collected copy of his poetry that a friend of mine lost. The less said about that, the better. But I still do have Allen Ginsberg's business card that he gave me when we were speaking after his reading. He was, I know he's a controversial figure nowadays, but I found him to be a really lovely gentleman. What else do we have here?
Are there any other like famous poets or novelists that you've met in person?
Well, I told you the time I met Michael Chabon and had no idea he was famous already. So I totally whiffed on that opportunity. Um, Gail Jones, of course, is quite well known in Australia. Uh, and then Ginsberg. Those are the only ones that are coming to mind. I saw Maya Angelou do a reading at Villanova University one time, but I didn't get to meet her. And I did meet Seamus Heaney at Villanova University as well, the Irish poet. He came and did a reading at Nova shortly after he won the Nobel Prize. And so I was introduced to him by a professor at Nova by the name of James Murphy, the perfect name for a professor of Irish studies at a school like ours, a wonderful professor. And he was kind enough to introduce me to Haney, but I think that's all I can think of at the moment. Yeah. Tom Gunn, a San Francisco area poet, a queer poet, incredible, absolutely incredible. Tony Harrison is a fantastic British poet, whose main claim to fame is this poem called V that he wrote, just the letter V, which is about um, his experience of skinhead supporters of Leeds United running havoc in a cemetery where his parents are buried. And so the poem's all about these skinheads drinking beers in a cemetery and scrawling graffiti everywhere. And then, of course, last but least, not least, Richard Hugo, whom I just read from, a really great late 20th century American poet. So that's my entire poetry collection. Like I said, I just keep the stuff around for that I want to reread aloud, as from time to time. So I don't even try to be exhaustive with poetry. Next up, we have plays. The complete Tennessee Williams. I won't say a lot about these. I'll just sort of breeze through them. A random screenplay. I think that's the only screenplay in the house, actually. Pulp Fiction. I was so blown away by that when the film first came out that it's the only time I've ever bought a screenplay, um, and just read it over and over again to learn. Tarantino more than anything else is known for dialogue, so I read him for the same reason I read Hemingway, to learn good dialogue. Let's see. John Osborne is a great one in there. Look Back in Anger. We have The Entertainer by him as well. He's a British playwright and a member of what usually gets referred to as the Angry Young Men School of Literature. Um, so his plays very often feature just young men who are very frustrated by working class English life and are just constantly raging and tirading throughout the play. There's a great, what's Elizabeth Taylor's husband's name? There's a great adaptation of that with him in the title role. Waiting for Godot, of course, which I've had the pleasure of seeing performed live a couple times over the years. Taste of Honey is one of Morrissey's favorite plays. He tipped me off to her. Shayla Delaney, also again a very working class Manchester, I believe, set in Manchester. And Morrissey uses a portrait of Shayla Delaney for one of his album covers. He was a big fan of hers back in the 80s. This is all over the place. Aristophanes. I already talked about Joe Orton's play, so I won't say anything else there. Um, Aristophanes great for learning comedy. Um, of course, I think the single greatest play ever written is right there, The Importance of Being Earnest, just above, by Oscar Wilde. It is one of the most perfectly structured works of art of all time. The way everything gets resolved so neatly at the end. It's very funny.
If you could say some more about that, because I always recommend people watch that one, the movie adaptation, if they're sort of um, looking for an entry point.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a lot of years since I've read it, so that's another one as we're going through these that I'm just mentally noting I need to make time for again. But the way he sets up the confusions over whether the two main pairs can get paired up or whether they're related and so on and so forth, and then just kind of resolves everything by funny coincidence at the end, I think reminds me a little bit of the way he must have had Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare in mind as he was writing it, that it has this similarly neat resolution where everybody who should get married does at the very end. The story behind this play, right, is that his best friend, Robert Ross, Oscar would go to dinner parties everywhere. He was such a witty, funny raconteur that people loved to invite him over for dinner. And Robert Ross was usually there alongside him. And anytime Oscar would say something really witty on any given night, Ross would write it down in a notebook. And when he had filled the notebook, he presented it to Wilde as a gift, and it formed the basis of The Importance of Being Earnest. He used all of the witticisms in that play are things that he said himself in various settings, that he just kind of reorganized into that play. We have a couple plays about aphasia after that, America Hurrah and Wings. These are all out of order. Two plays by Cormac McCarthy, The Stonemason and Sunset Limited. He liked to dabble in playwriting a little bit.
Hey, look at this right here. Every Man Another Miracle and Morality Plays.
Yeah, I know you have an interest in morality plays, right? Where does that come from?
Well, that's just sort of the pre-Shakespeare. That's what, uh, you know, I see everything as a morality play. It's just, it's which moral system is being propagated.
Yeah. And again, like I was saying with Pilgrim's Progress, this is another work where all of the characters in the play are allegorized types of virtues and vices, right? So everybody has a name like, sin or vanity or something like that. So you know exactly what they stand for in the play.
There's a
Uh,
good book called The Rise and Triumph of the Modern Self,
mm,
and kind of goes in line with, to a certain extent, with the Harold Bloom book. I think we talked about earlier of the Shakespeare and the sort of, forget what the subtitle is, but the personality or something.
yeah, I forget the subtitle of it too, but I know the one you mean. Um, Angels in America, beautiful play about the AIDS epidemic that I saw performed. It was one of the very first performances of it at Villanova in back in the 90s. It was incredible. It's a two-part play, and Villanova staged the entire thing in a single day. So it was like 4 hours, and then you get a 2 hour what do you call it, intermission where everybody ran off, got dinner, came back, and then you watched part two, which was another 3 hours or something. So that was one of the most incredible theatrical experiences I've ever had. Um,
The book
Joker,
is called Shakespeare: The Invention of the Human, 1998.
thank you. Um, Joker is another screenplay, actually. Wit and Night Sky are two plays about illness as well. That little stapled fellow there, I think, is a copy of the Miracle Worker, the play about Helen Keller. Um, these are all pretty standard fare, The Crucible and so on and so forth. So I guess we can kind of breeze through these. Again, not any kind of exhaustive collection whatsoever. I don't actually like reading plays all that much. I'd much rather watch them be performed or see an adaptation on film. Few books on writing here.
What do you think about this ABC of reading?
I love it. It's my favorite thing by Ezra Pound more than his poetry. It's this weird kind of pretend primer. It's like it's meant to be modeled on a kind of child's grammar or something, but what it actually is like a series of lessons about what makes for strong language in literature. So he talks about like the musical power of language, the visual power of language, the intellectual power of language, and this is one of these things where he, as a classic imagist, ends up railing against like too much use of adjectives and things like that. Everything for Pound was about the importance of nouns in poetry. And so I think that's part of the reason why he was so obsessed with the Chinese languages. He was convinced that it was almost entirely nominal, because you can take a Chinese character and add different qualities onto it, but the main meat of the character is whatever noun is being described. I've been told by many linguists over the years that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about Chinese. But again, as I've said many times through these conversations, I love it when an author is completely wrong in an interesting way. That can sometimes lead to, unusual insights you wouldn't get otherwise. Aspects of the novel is the classic, one of these original um, creative writing treatises. It's where the distinction between round and flat characters that everybody's heard of. If you have a minor, unimportant character who only needs to be sort of two-dimensional, Forster refers to them as flat versus a rounded character. It's one of your main characters who needs to be fully developed. And then for no particular reason whatsoever, we're now switching into the occult. These are just some books I used to have. all we're talking about are the books I do have and not the books I've lost over the years. I used to have a quite large occult collection. I enjoyed reading them, going back to high school, and I had a friend lose a bunch of them on me, so I only have a few random ones left. But the Gerald Gardner, excuse me, is the most interesting in this batch. He's the father of modern day witchcraft, aka Wicca. He was an anthropologist of sorts who traveled the world, much like James Frazer with the Golden Bough. He does a lot of comparative anthropology to look at primitive customs and kind of trace the origins of witchcraft. And he was a practicing Wiccan or witch himself in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, I want to say. Less said about the Necronomicon, the better. I wouldn't want to conjure any spirits here in the middle of the night. We have a few more occult books here. A Very Battered Wicca by Scott Cunningham. That's by Llewellyn Books. You see that moon down in the bottom. I don't know where they're based or anything like that, but they're the main publisher of modern day occult books. And so they're always fun. Like if you go into a witchcraft shop or something, you'll always see lots of Llewellyn books around. A couple books by Aleister Crowley. Are you familiar with him? Have you heard of Crowley before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's such an eccentric, fascinating guy that I don't get too invested in the mysticism of the stuff, but he's someone I just find utterly fascinating and funny to study. Practicing magician, but as they say with a K, I don't mean David Blaine magic tricks. I mean he believed in mysticism and um, tried to found his own religion at one point in his career. He makes strange bedfellows there with the Catechism of the Catholic Church. I should probably rearrange those books and get them a little separated from each other. That's the Vatican II modern catechism. I'm no theologian, so a lot of these books here I'm anything but an expert on. But I have the Modern Catechism, which, as you can see, I've been doing some annotating of the Baltimore Catechism, and a few random books of theology. Um, the one figure in here that I would like to highlight is John Dominic Crossan. Are you familiar with his work at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think he was literally excommunicated. He's I may be wrong on that. If I am, forgive me. But he was a pretty controversial figure in the 80s and 90s. He kind of writes historical books about Jesus and other figures from I don't want to say like a Marxist slant, but and that may actually be accurate, I don't know, but he's someone who really saw Jesus as a radically egalitarian figure, a kind of proto-socialist, proto-communist, and he stresses the aspects of Jesus that tend to be a little uncomfortable for, evangelicals to admit, Jesus is anything but a capitalist, that sort of thing. And my professor at Villanova, who was the Derrida expert, John Caputo, he brought John Dominic Crossan to Villanova to give a lecture alongside Derrida and others at this conference on postmodernism and religion in 1996, 97 or something. Then that's where I got to meet Professor Cross and listen to his lectures. And it was quite a big deal. I remember Villanova campus being kind of scandalized that we were bringing this man in. Um, I'm sure it required a lot of persuasion on Caputo's part to bring him in, but that revolutionary biography of Jesus is, I think, the most interesting thing I've read on the New Testament ever.
Yeah,
Personally.
he was also, I was just refreshing my memory. He's associated with the Jesus Seminar, which was a really important project,
Mhm.
and he was one of the co-chairs of it um, at the Wester Institute.
Where is that?
At, I was actually wondering the same thing. figure that out. But there is an interesting kind of thing where, uh, the sort of Marxist materialist uh, analysis tends to um, go hand in hand with the historical perspective of which really is a euphemism for, because like evangelicals would say they believe the miracles and everything is true history and it's not metaphorical or something else, whereas this perspective, at least my understanding of it, is that it's tends to be associated with seeing Jesus as not supernatural.
Yeah.
And there's actually four different positions. There's whether or not you see him as a supernatural figure. That's one axis. And then the other axis is, do you have a more communitarian? Do you believe that he's more of a communitarian or more of a free market capitalist?
Yeah.
And there's positions that are in all four of those quadrants, but the two, they tend to be dichotomized into
Mm.
the ones that you were kind of alluding to.
Yeah, that's funny. And I mean, good luck to anyone making the argument that Jesus is a free market capitalist. I wish them luck. That's a bit of an uphill battle. But the other thing that springs to mind, thinking of Crossan again, I mean, he talks about, as I said, radical egalitarianism. He talks about this theme of open commensality, I think is the term. So the idea that Jesus would eat with tax collectors and sinners and lepers, that he would invite anyone and everyone to his table, that he was radically accepting. That's a big theme in that book. And then the other thing that's always stuck with me is, I don't know if there's a particular term for it, but he talks about, I guess it gets associated with what's called agape, like the Greek term for love, right? But it is a sense of virtue, like Christian virtue, meaning going beyond the mere letter of the law in an excessive way, like basically going above and beyond the call of duty, right? And so there's a lot of comparisons in that book between Moses and Jesus, where the Mosaic approach is follow the letter of the law, is I think the way Crossan lays it out, whereas he's arguing that for Jesus, it's you must go much further beyond that. It has to be not just that you obey the law, but that you obey the law in your heart. Don't just not sin, but don't even sin with your heart, when it comes to things like lust and what have you. Um, and I just found this very compelling, and we've talked a little bit about my journey from Catholicism to Satanism and back again. And, Crossan was a big part of the reason why I started to be able to drift a little bit back towards Christianity and the church, was seeing these kinds of readings. I remember, in that conference I was talking about, if I can be permitted one more professorial anecdote. I was taking a class that was related to
Which conference is this?
it was a conference called Postmodernism and Religion that definitely took place at Villanova in either 1996 or 97. And alongside the class, Professor Caputo offered a seminar that we took all semester long on the same subject, which was co-taught between him and a professor who was actually a priest by the name of Father Scanlon. I'll never forget this man because I wrote a Derridian reading of Crossan where I tried to connect Derrida's ethical philosophy with the New Testament, and he liked this paper enough that I'll never forget. He pulled me out of my final exam. He said, "I need to speak to you in the hall." I was in the middle of scribbling in my blue book, and I was worried, like, did he think I had plagiarized or something? Like, why the hell would he interrupt my exam? And he pulled me out into the hallway and asked me if I had ever considered entering the clergy. And I said, "Did you read my paper? I mean, I'm not exactly a man of faith at this point in my life. I was still in my Nietzschean phase, and I said, "No, I've never given it an ounce of thought. I don't even know if I have any faith." And he said, "That's exactly what we need in the church is people who are questioning their faith as much as you." And I obviously didn't go down that route literally, though I feel like academia is a kind of clergy in its own way. It's certainly a monastic tradition, right? But I've never forgotten that moment in that conversation. Always think of him fondly for that. Um, anyway, why don't we keep scrolling?
I really like that you brought up the open commensality, and we in our first session, I think we talked about this notion of contamination and how
Yeah.
Jesus really kind of turns that on its head.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you think of modern day wokeness and cancel culture, that is obviously some kind of like neo-Puritan strain. I mean, it is a religion, what we're watching unfold these days. I think your average woke leftist would be surprised to hear someone say that, but it is a form of religion, but it's the opposite of Jesus's open commensality. Instead, it's exclusion, shunning, cancel culture. Um, and so I haven't quite figured out what I think of all that yet, but I think a lot about how it is a form of religiosity under, by other means, so to speak. I haven't cracked this Calvin yet. This is going to be part of research I'm doing for that historical novel I was talking about that I'm thinking of writing. The lives of the saints I have a character in my novel. She's an acute schizophrenic who thinks she sees Mary in the building on a regular basis. And so I use that lives of the saints to gain inspiration for some of the visions that she has, this character in my novel. Oh, here we have just a couple random sentimental favorites. Not re We're out of theology now, so yeah, that's perfect if you could leave that like that for a quick second. The Glass Doctor is a book I ghost wrote, edited, with an old friend who initially hired me to be his writing teacher. He was a retired doctor who wanted to write some novels, and so these 2 books, that's his pen name, Donovan Tracy. I think I'm allowed to say his real name now. He was a wonderful doctor in California by the name of Ronald Workman, who, you know, patroned patroned me during graduate school by um, paying me for writing lessons, and we went on to become very, very close friends. So these 2 novels are just here to make me smile periodically when I glance over at them. A couple books by a colleague, an old friend of mine in Australia, Chris Fleming, both utterly brilliant. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met, and he wrote a memoir about his struggles with drug addiction. He also tends to write on wacky topics. He's one of the world's foremost experts on conspiracy theories, as you can tell from the second book. That's a really wonderful book on all of your like, what's the guy's name who does that notorious podcast, the main conspiracy theorist, who got sued for defamation not too long ago, and he writes about guys like that.
Alex Jones.
Thank you, Alex Jones. So there's a
You
lot
have a
of,
trial, I believe.
yeah, there's a lot of Pizzagate and Lizardgate and all of these kind of conspiracies. Chris gets to the bottom of a lot of them.
What
Um,
does that mean?
I mean, he just explores like the psychology and the virality, why these conspiracies start to spread, and there's a lot of that book and it's also a kind of philosophical epistemology from what I remember about that book as well, where he gets into like what the mere possibility of conspiracy theories says about our ability to know the truth, collectively, right? He's just a very smart philosopher. The next one is a novel that my dissertation director at Berkeley wrote. It's a kind of Thomas Mann-esque novel set in Vienna around the time of World War I. The next book is another book by an old Villanova student I knew. Peter Dowstrin wrote these wonderful short stories set in Home Depot. They're based on a crazy couple months he spent working the graveyard shift, restocking pallets and whatnot. So it's just a really funny book. Matt Hogan and David Amadio are two writers from Delaware County. This is my little Delaware County writers section here, I guess, along with my book. Three writers from Delaware County, Pennsylvania. One, a doctor, Matt Hogan, whom I went to high school with, and who is now represented by my wife. This is a book of his medical and other essays, so creative nonfiction. Rugman is a portrait. The next two books here are two portraits of Delaware County fathers. Rugman is about David's dad, who has run a carpeting business here for decades, and it's just a hilarious novel about what it's like to run a contracting business in a wacky town like this. And then, of course, I've talked about my novel quite a lot, but can I show the cover real quick with the how?
Yeah.
Show the front cover. Um, this for me was the perfect purgatory cover. And everybody asks, but no, those aren't my fingers in the photo. It's like one of those stock photos that we just paid to use. But I wanted something that gave a sense of
Can you
time.
show the back and the spine? Or
Yeah.
we saw the spine, I guess.
The spine is meant to look like a cigarette, as you see, with the
Oh, wow.
filter and the ciggy. Um, the front cover again, just a cigarette kind of. I wanted, a kind of purgatorial sense of time just kind of wasting away, and I'll show the back as well. It's just a couple blurbs from other writers. Anybody who's interested can just go to my website and see all the quotes on the back. Um, but the other reason I wanted to do this is because have this as the cover is because my father's notebooks were called. He titled them "Butt," as in a cigarette butt, because for him that was like the ultimate symbol of that place. People would use cigarettes to barter. They would trade things for cigarettes and vice versa, and pretty much the whole economy and logic of the place revolved around addiction to cigarettes, soda, things like that. Um, and so, yeah, that was a little tribute to my dad to put a cigarette on the front. And now, last but not least, we have biographies. I don't read a ton of biographies. I think you in one of your videos mentioned somebody who was obsessed with reading presidential biographies. Um, I only read biographies, as you'll see, of artists, and I don't read biographies of all artists that I like. It's just sort of um, a mark of my sense that I think they're gonna have led a really interesting life. I mean, for the most part, writers lead incredibly dull lives. So, if I'm reading a biography, it's because someone's a sort of weird exception to that rule for me. The Cheever one is absolutely incredible. Blake Bailey is an author I know who's recently undergone cancellation in his personal life, but he wrote a hell of a biography of John Cheever that gets into his alcoholism, his bisexuality, all of the craziness of his life. There's Huysmans on the left. You can see that intense satanic gaze of his. Not surprising that a man like that would write La Ba. There you go. That's an outstanding biography by a great translator of French literature. Robert Baldock translated lots of the great French novels into English. Where are we? Up top there. Biography of W.C. Fields, a fellow Delaware County artist. He grew up right down the street from me here. The great filmmaker and vaudevillian and comedian. We have a biography of Aleister Crowley, autobiography of Morrissey. And can we just take a second to note? I love the bravado of this, but Morrissey insisted that if Penguin was going to publish his biography, that they skip straight to the Penguin Classics edition. He wanted to join the likes of Shakespeare and Milton and everybody and get that Penguin Classics cover. That always cracked me up. It's quite an interesting autobiography about his mostly about his childhood and all of his early interests in music and art and film and so on. Um, so I don't know. This is just a funny way to go through and see a lot of my favorite figures: Flannery O'Connor, Lenny Bruce, Preston Sturgis, the filmmaker, one of my favorite filmmakers from the 30s and 40s. He was originally going to call this. He was working on this autobiography before he died, and the working title of it was the events leading up to my death, which I think is the greatest title for an autobiography of all time. Then you have a great study of a biography of Flaubert while he was writing Madame Bovary. Anyone who wants to know what it was like in the trenches for Flaubert as he was writing that book needs to go to Stiegmuller. And then we have one last shelf here that's again mostly biography. Yeah. Um, Another Flaubert, Harry Crews. I talked about him earlier. I mean, any of the authors that you've saw me stop and spend 20, 30 good minutes on, you're going to find their biography here. Andrew Wyeth, the local painter here from Pennsylvania. Woody Allen's recent memoir is just incredible, funny in his usual way. Another of W.C. Fields that I haven't actually read yet. I need to get to that one. The Bartram brothers are two Philadelphia, it's actually father and son, I think, two Philadelphia naturalists, botanists who did a lot to advance American botany. And their home and gardens are still visitable in Philadelphia. James Joyce, written by Richard Ellman, the Oxford professor. I do this a lot where I'll figure out how many degrees of separation I have from an important professor. Richard Ellman was the director of my director at Berkeley, so I feel like I was indirectly taught by Richard Ellman. He wrote the great biography of James Joyce, and if you scroll up just a little bit of Oscar Wilde too. His biography of Oscar Wilde is absolutely brilliant. Uh, there's a history of Oscar Wilde's trials for homosexuality. This William Wordsworth one I just read recently. It's wonderful. And the Richardson Henry Thoreau. This I would recommend to you. It really delves deeply into the intellectual history of Harvard in its early days, while Thoreau was a student there. And I've never read a better biography than this one in terms of tracking a person's reading habits throughout their life and using what they're reading to reveal what their life was like at any given time. So this book goes into painstaking detail in terms of Thoreau's readings in the classics, his learning of Greek and Latin at Harvard, and his study of the Stoics, his study of especially of Hindu philosophy. His study of naturalism later in his life and science, especially things like botany, of course. That book is just not unlike your your series on YouTube, a way of just watching how someone's reading habits really shape their life more than anything else.
Sounds really interesting.
It's an amazing biography that I bought in Concord in a small little antique store, actually, that copy last fall when I was there for a visit. Then we have Flannery O'Connor's letters, Flaubert's letters, John Cheever's letters, John Cheever's daily writing journal, which is utterly hilarious. Um, and that's all of the biography. Then we just have a couple random um, collections of poetry that didn't fit above. Plath, Cummings, T.S. Eliot, a couple anthologies. And I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. So, I always keep a couple of these generalist anthologies around, and that's also what's allowed me to shed a lot of my poetry collections, knowing at least I have the greatest hits of thousands of years of poets there when I need them.
Okay, so that concludes our tour of your writing room.
Yeah, the war room,
Why do you call it your war room?
because I do battle in here every day, and I usually lose.
The battle against the blank page.
Exactamundo. Yes.
Okay, so we're now in session 4 and room 4 in the basement now. So, Chris, could you talk a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, sure. So this first bookcase we're looking at contains basically my entire academic career. Let's work backwards initially, and then we can go in the other direction. What you're seeing here initially are all of the works of literary theory and literary criticism that I was reading as a graduate student at Berkeley. So this is 2000 to 2003 or so when I was doing my coursework at Berkeley. We can get into those in a little bit. And then towards the end of my PhD, I segued into these books you're seeing in the next two shelves. I started to become really preoccupied with questions of language breakdown, as I've discussed before, things like stuttering, aphasia, mutism, Tourette syndrome. And that took me in this weird clinical direction that lasted for the rest of my career and became what I was most known for academically. You can see my own monograph there that you're hovering over right now, my academic book on speech pathology. That led me to pursue related fields in medicine and what's called medical humanities. So here you're seeing a little bit more speech pathology and then a lot of related works on health and illness, drug addiction. These are all topics we'll get into in more depth as we proceed through this bookcase. And then I, from there, developed an interest in trauma studies. So here's the trauma section, a lot to do with sexual violence, historical trauma, and above all, combat trauma, which was my main area of expertise in trauma studies. I see a little bit of bioethics on the left. That was the field that I started working in initially when I made the switch from traditional humanities, philosophy and literature, research and teaching to medically informed research and teaching. And so I started teaching medical ethics when I was in Chicago. And that led eventually to a job at Emory University, which I'll say a lot more about as we work through these books teaching health and medical humanities there. And now here we're getting into the core of my medical humanities books. A lot of Freud, a lot of stuff on genetics, neuroscience, the history of depression, and then yeah, what else? Just some core medical humanities works at the very top there. So I thought it would be a little easier to go through this in the order in which they're presented. Even if but initially to lay out this chronology because these books are historically, chronologically, I should say, for me, upside down. This bookcase, I'll just say a thing about it as well. I bought this in Australia. We already talked about me bringing my books via cargo container to and from Australia about 12, 13 years ago. I bought this when I thought I was going to be staying there forever. It's quite a tank of a bookcase. It holds a ton of stuff. It's great. So this one came back with me all the way from down under.
I just had a thought. I'd like to pause here before we jump into the close-ups. I'm just curious why you want to go top down instead of chronologically, because it seems like it would kind of set things up to go in chronological order with the close-ups.
I mean, we can certainly do literary theory first, but then I would like that would be shelves 5 and 6, if you like. But then from there, I think it would make sense to go top down,
Okay.
because it will get increasingly more specific in terms of the fields, the subfields within subfields, if you will.
Okay.
I can set up a lot of the main themes of medical humanities using the books at the top, but we can certainly start with literary criticism if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be interesting. And that my mind immediately went to this, and I know some people who have
gone to Berkeley, and there seems to be an emphasis on rhetoric at Berkeley that isn't as strong in other programs or schools. And I was gonna, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, so I won't ask it if you don't really have any thoughts on it. But
The only thing I would say on that, which maybe other guests of yours have already mentioned, is that Berkeley is the only place I know of that has a rhetoric department, which has graduate programs, graduate teaching. I believe until she left, Judith Butler was teaching in the rhetoric department, and that certainly drew a lot of interest and attention for graduate work there. I don't know a ton about that department beyond that, but I know that it's a really unique program. Probably the name a slight misnomer in that it's not super emphasized on classical rhetoric so much as modern critical theory. It's more that kind of department from what I knew of it 20 years ago anyway. Yeah, so you can probably start, if we're going to do literary theory, you can start on the far right-hand side there, and you'll see Terry Eagleton's literary theory. You
okay.
could in there. Um, that'll be the best place to begin.
Okay, so we're going to jump in shelf 5 here, then go to shelf 6, and then we'll go up to the top so that we can cover literary theory first before we get into the other kind of more specialized topics.
Yeah. All right, and I'll do my best here to kind of group similar works rather than comment on each and every individual one. It's been 25 years in some cases since I've read these, but I do have a lot of sentimental attachment to these books because they were, as I said at the outset, the core of what I was reading during my coursework years at UC Berkeley. Um, you have Jonathan Culler and Terry Eagleton's great introductions, survey books on literary theory. Then we have the Russian formalists after that. That little green one hiding in there a little bit back, Russian formalist criticism and theory of prose both feature Victor Shklovsky. And the Russian formalism book by Victor Ehrlich is a wonderful overview of the Russian formalist school of criticism. They were a super big influence on my own approach to literature, the study of literary language especially. Victor Shklovsky and the other Russian formalists were all known for doing strictly formal studies of literature, by which I mean you look at how the work is built, you ignore, for the most part, biography of the author, you ignore the historicity in which the work, is situated. There'll be other critics on this shelf who will argue the exact opposite, take the exact opposite approach. But I've always been, perhaps because I'm a creative writer myself, I've always been drawn to what's called formalist criticism, like this. Shklovsky is most famous for coining the term defamiliarization, which he uses to explain the nature of all literary language. He says that the ultimate goal of literary language, as opposed to ordinary everyday speech, is to make the familiar strange, to make the familiar unusual or new again to us. He says that's really the primary function of literature. And in his famous essay, what is it called? Art as Technique, where he first coined this term defamiliarization, he talks about how modern life can have a way of bombarding us with too much sensation to where our perceptions of things get kind of deadened, and we become it's been many years since I've read this piece, but we become habitualized to our everyday world in a way where we almost barely see it anymore. And he says the same thing can happen to language. If you think about like the modern day texting or something, how little attention do we pay to the words we use to communicate with each other? And for Shklovsky, literary language fulfills such an important role, therefore, because by twisting language, using it in unfamiliar, unusual ways, it forces us to pause for a second and just reflect on, the language itself and like see the words as things almost, if you will. His best example for this was the classic novel by Lawrence Stern, Tristram Shandy. But I wrote a couple papers at Berkeley using Finnegan's Wake, I guess not surprisingly, as my go-to example for the defamiliarization of language. Yeah, Shklovsky is a super interesting critic. I see some Roman Jakobson. I believe he was from Czechoslovakia. He's a really interesting linguist, another kind of formalist related to Shklovsky, who did some interesting studies of the similarity between literary language and speech pathology. So, I'll connect him back maybe later on, but he's a really interesting interdisciplinary figure.
I wanted to say something about, I guess, one of my favorite ideas from Russian formalism, which is the fabula versus the suzette.
Yeah, God, I haven't heard that term, that distinction in a long, long time. I forget.
The sort of classical thing is like in media res, where you start in the action, and it kind of takes that and puts it into like an actual kind of bigger theory or way of thinking about it.
I forget offhand now who coined the term. Do you see a reference to that in front of you?
Um,
It comes
I
from
see
that
Viktor Shklovsky and Boris Tomaszewski.
Tomaszewski. Yeah, yeah. So that distinction, fabula and suzette, comes up more often in narratology, which I'll probably get to in the next shelf. I have a couple works more along those lines coming up.
Yeah, I'm interested in narratology also. Okay.
So Lukács and Bakhtin, I think I can kind of lump them together. These are books that I read. What we're getting into now are books that I read in maybe 2001 in a novel theory class taught by a wonderful professor at Berkeley, Dorothy Hale. She's an expert in the origins of the novel, but especially in the origins of theorizing about the novel. So she wrote quite a lot about people like Flaubert and Henry James, who didn't just write novels, but also theorized on what a novel ought to be and how novels are different from other historical genres. Um, Lukács and Bakhtin, I'm not an expert on either one, but I'll just say a couple things about both. They're both interested in the way we transitioned in Western culture from writing epics to writing novels. And they both make a distinction, if memory serves, between an understanding of the epic as representing an earlier, more unified world, where things can have single meanings and the hero's place in the story is unambiguous, versus modern day novels where our sense of the world is fragmented and our sense of the hero, therefore, in the novel might also be fragmented as well. Bakhtin, additionally, I really find interesting because he has a lot to say about the way language gets deployed in epic versus in modern novels. He defines the novel as like the ultimate dialogic genre in this book, hence the title. And by that he means, I mean, I won't be able to give a great summary of it. It's been a long time, but what he stresses when he calls the novel dialogic is this idea of heteroglossia, that that novels incorporate lots of different uses of language, different idiolects, newspaper speak, modern day slang, technical jargons. He sees the novel as, fundamentally this melting pot of different forms of language that novelists put together in order to create the linguistic texture of the work, versus the classical epic, which I guess would be more monoglossic, just simply representing the voice of I suppose the epic poet, and not being as dialogical and heteroglossic. Yeah, so let's move on from there. I'll just cut myself off there. Paul de Man's interesting, controversial figure due to his involvement with Nazism. So he kind of underwent a mid-century cancellation, and a lot of other literary figures distanced themselves from him, but he's a very interesting critic. I
Can you
believe
say a couple words on Just this book and Rhetoric of Romanticism as an
Um,
idea.
I mean, I don't remember it super well, honestly. It has an outstanding essay on Baudelaire in it. That's
Okay.
the one I read the most carefully. He does readings of poets like Wordsworth and Yeats. Um, and I believe this is the book where he does a wonderful reading of Baudelaire's sonnet, À une passante, it's called, of a passing woman. And along the lines of, if we can segue down, I'll connect him to Walter Benjamin on shelf 6. So you probably have to switch photos. There you go. Like Walter Benjamin there, about 6 or 7 books up from the bottom. He studies the way Baudelaire used the 19th century experience of Paris as a city, a city in transformation, as material for reading his poetry. Um, why don't we go back down to the bottom of
Yeah.
that's our just keep with the novel theory theme. So Wayne Booth's Rhetoric of Fiction is another masterpiece of classic novel theory. I know he came from the Chicago School of Criticisms. I believe he was a professor at University of Chicago in the 60s. They put an emphasis on Aristotelian approaches to the novel, from what I recall, meaning they tried to work from the particular up to the general rule of what a novel was, rather than the Lukashian approach, which is more to just reflect on what the essence of novels are and then get into particular examples. We get a lot of our terminology is owed to Wayne Booth. He coined terms like the implied author. I think he coined the term unreliable narrator, though I may be wrong there, but he certainly was one of the first people to explain the concept. I'll just explain both of those really quickly. An implied author is this kind of ghost-like, hazy impression we get when we read a novel that the narrator sort of is and is not the author themselves, right? That there's this um, almost fictional persona that every novelist creates with their narrator that sort of is and at the same time is not them. And he talks about how novelists use the implied author function to put forward moral ideas that they may or may not believe personally themselves. Um, the
There's
unre-
also a mirror idea of the implied reader in reception theory, which is also kind of a cool way of looking at novels and writing in general.
I assume that term comes from Stanley Fish, then. I haven't heard that term before.
Not sure. It would be interesting to get your thoughts on Fish later, but I can look that up.
Okay. I mean, I don't know a lot about reader reception theory, but I do absolutely love his book on Milton, which you'll find on this shelf in a little bit. Um, So yeah, unreliable narrators are what are some good examples? Suddenly suddenly I'm drawing a blank on what a good example of one is. I mean, any narrative where the narrator, oftentimes first person and directly involved in the events in question, starts to narrate in a way where you doubt that they're entirely telling you the truth, being entirely forthcoming, is what we call an unreliable narrator. And Booth is interesting, lastly, on the topic of showing versus telling. There's this tradition. I talked a lot about Flaubert in our earlier recordings. There's and that tradition of literature of impersonality, where Flaubert put all the priority on showing, without a lot of narratorial comment, aka telling. Wayne Booth is really great at showing that the history of the novel is really more a mixture of showing and telling, and that so he goes back to 18th century English novelists, especially. I'm just glancing over at my shelf, which is full of them. People that we talked about earlier who have dramatized narrators who really call attention to themselves and don't just report the events of the story, but even will kind of editorially comment on them, like Henry Fielding would be the best example of this. So Wayne Booth just shows the history of that mode of novelistic storytelling as well. Why don't we move on to Harold Bloom right next to it? It sounded in some of our earlier conversations like you know Bloom quite well. I've always been an admirer. He's much better known for his books in support of the Western canon. And I've always respected that about him, that he puts a huge priority on preserving the canon and advocating for its importance. Um, but this little early book of his, I want to say it's his first book. I may be wrong. um, I've always had a soft spot for it. It was a big part of my senior thesis at Villanova in the 90s. I applied his theory of the anxiety of influence to James Joyce's Ulysses. The basic argument of this book is that all great writers exist in a kind of anxious relationship to their precursors. You know, they're worried that their precursors have left them nothing original to say, no original ways to say it. And he refers to that as a kind of agon. He uses a Greek term, agon, a kind of conflict or tension between the influence and the influenced. And it's a very Freudian book. I mean, it's a kind of an Oedipal theory of literary history where younger poets, though you could apply this to any genre of writing, of course, but younger poets read their precursors in ways that allow them to kind of veer off from them and write in new directions. It's just a really clever, I think, take on the history of literature and how influence unfolds from one writer to the next. Very, very fun book.
And it also gets at, um, I think it's kind of interesting that it is a fundamentally kind of conflictual theory, whereas a lot of teaching of writing is about really not thinking about writing as a competitive endeavor, but instead a self-expression where it's kind of uh, totally separate. Um, and there's a book that I often talk about, the rise and triumph
Hmm.
of the blanking on it. It'll come to me, but this sort of expressive individualism is the key concept. Yeah, Rise and Triumph of the Modern Self, 2020 by Carl R. Truman. And he sort of sets out the intellectual history of the self becoming psychological, expressive, and authoritative over time. And I see that as really in parallel with the development of the novel, and of the sort of even Bloom's work on the Shakespeare's invention of the self, or whatever it's called. Um, so I always thought that was interesting with Bloom, and then also just that he supports the classics, but from a very unusual perspective. So it's kind of grounding classics on a new foundation and a maybe unstable foundation. And some might even say the last gasp or the last of a certain tradition, and global classics kind of um, taking its place um, after he sort of, I guess, just passed away, or sort of passed out of influence.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, in terms of like mythology of great professors over the years, you don't get any bigger than Harold Bloom in that regard. Um, you know, the stories that one hears about his breadth and his memory of some of the classics that he used to teach in his great books classes is just incredible. Um, that style of you know, generalism that was able to mix like depth and breadth is really dying out. So yeah, I've always admired him for that above all else.
And I
Um,
think it's for people that are new to him and maybe not even ready to read one of his books. He did a number of appearances on Charlie Rose, and I think
Fantastic.
those are a great window into kind of what it's like to have all of this knowledge at your fingertips and what it kind of looks like in conversation.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The next few books I won't say too much about. We have Fry's kind of mythopoetic study of the history of genres like the epic and the novel. Abrams' Natural Supernaturalism is a great study of romantic writing, especially the British poets, but he also crosses the channel to talk about European Romanticism at times as well. William Empson is best known as a Milton scholar, early 20th century. I forget where he taught, but that's a wonderful study of the use of the deployment of different forms of ambiguity in poetic writing. I talked about Benjamin a little bit already. I have, uh, there's so much. I think I talked about him when we were discussing translation theory earlier, and his essay in this book, The Task of the Translator, came up. There's also a wonderful essay in this collection called The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, I think is the exact title, where he puts forward his famous idea of the aura that certain objects can have, and the way we quest after originals, especially when we live in a modern day world where everything, can be copied and recopied easily. It makes us long even more and more for some kind of original objects. And then, of course, this one I think includes his great study, at least some of it, his great study of Baudelaire. And he wrote elsewhere about Baudelaire. He has this amazing essay called Paris, Capital of the 19th Century, in which he's really the main explicator of that idea I talked about earlier, Flannery, urban walking as exploration, wandering. Benjamin deserves most of the credit for making that idea as like fruitful and theoretically interesting as it became in the 20th century. That next book, with Spineless book, is his writings about Berlin. That cute little pink book I was given as a gift the year I was living in Berlin. That was between Australia and when I moved back to the States in Chicago. And this is just his kind of almost like diaristic and very Flanner informed musings about the city of Berlin. So it was a very fun book to read while I was living there. Bard, I won't say too much about, a bunch of essays on language and writing, cool book. Sontag's on photography is incredible. I'm not super well versed in the history of photography, but if one is interested in the subject and wants to learn more about it, you cannot do better than that book there. I will say a lot more about her when we get to medical humanities, so let me keep moving.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of hers. Levinson, probably the best overview of British, what sometimes used to be called high modernism writers like Joyce, Pound, T.E. Hume, Ford Madox Ford, who we spoke about briefly already. This is just a wonderful survey of early 20th century modernist writing as it was starting to figure out what it was going to be. It also has an absolutely tour de force chapter reading of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. So for any lovers of that poem in particular, that is a very, very good book. George Steiner. Steiner's After Babel is a wonderful book on language and the topic of translation. I don't remember the ins and outs of it very well, but what's always stuck with me when it comes to that book is the kind of surprising argument Steiner makes that ultimately language isn't there for us to communicate with, but rather to achieve privacy and exclusivity with. Let me explain what I mean by that. He says that, we think that, when we live after the fall of the Tower of Babel and there are all of these proliferation of many languages, and we think that the goal is to overcome that and kind of recombine all languages into one again. but he says that isn't really, we might think that's a goal of ours, but it actually isn't. Our goal in having different languages is to create borders, to, create a sense of insider and outsider, people of my tribe versus people of other tribes. And so, his sense is that we're not all that committed actually to achieving linguistic unity, though we might think we are. And so he's, in that sense, I think he makes the argument that translation, for that very reason, is kind of an impossible project. I read this book in a seminar I took on translation theory at Berkeley. God, I'm blanking on the professor's name. She was super smart. Um, but she wasn't in our department, so I didn't know her as well. But yeah, a class with a series of readings on the history of ideas about translation, obviously going back to Saint Jerome to the present. Amazing class. Shame on me I remember her first name, but I'm blanking on her last name. Anyway, Nabokov's lectures on literature, these are incredible. These are lecture courses he gave at Cornell, I want to say in the 1950s. He was a very Harold Bloomian figure in that he taught the great books. And all of these lectures, they're great as literary criticism. They're great as introductions to the novels he writes about. Um, and they're all part of a class that got the nickname Dirty Lit, I think, at Cornell back in the day, because he was teaching more risque books like Madame Bovary and Ulysses. What else was in there? I know he taught Mansfield Park by Jane Austen. Kafka's Metamorphosis was in that class. Dickens's Bleak House. And, I trashed on Dickens a little bit earlier in these conversations, but it was Nabokov that made me take Bleak House seriously. He always thought that was Dickens's best novel, and I guess I agree. Now, in the end of that book, there are a couple general lectures he gave. I feel like these have come up as well. We're talking about Nabokov's ideas of the good versus the bad reader. Um, there's, I forget the title of the essay, but I used to give it in the first week of my literature classes many, many moons ago, to just set a tone again of what Nabokov refers to in that essay as the importance of fondling details. He was notorious for having his students read and reread and, really try to obsess over the little stylistic choices that authors make. And, so his final exams in these classes were notorious for him asking incredibly specific things like, what was the color of Madame Bovary's eyes in Madame Bovary, right? Now, I taught a creative writing class at Emory University. I'll talk about my other classes I taught there later on, but one of the classes I taught there was a short story writing class. And I used Nabokov as inspiration in my dreaded pop quizzes in that class. I would also ask super specific questions. And it just set a tone very early on and very seriously that, to do well in my classes, you have to read with that level of appreciation of detail. You really have to be attending to each and every little aspect of a story. I always,
It's funny. Sorry, you want to finish that thought?
please, I was done.
Okay. So I did look up a list of unreliable, sort of famous classic unreliable narrators,
Oh, good.
and we were in the flow of stuff, so I sort of went past it. But Lolita is one of the famous examples, as is Turn of the Screw, Wuthering Heights, Telltale Heart, which is Poe. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on any of those, but kind of interesting examples.
Yeah, I mean, Humbert Humbert's of Lolita is a perfect example, but in that case, it's not so much that he's lying about what happened, it's that he's enacting a kind of an apologia where he's giving his justification, his side of things, right? The two examples that sprung to mind, I keep bringing up movies. But the two examples that sprang to mind in the moment were, of course, Rashomon, the famous Kurosawa movie, where you get four accounts in a row of the same event, which then led to the term the Rashomon effect for when different people can perceive the same event in very different ways, especially if it's like a shocking or traumatic event. And then, of course, a more modern example for any neo-noir fans, the movie. Um, oh my God, now I'm drawing a blank on the title again. The movie that features that criminal named Kaiser Soze. I can't believe I'm not thinking of the title. Um, it's a modern crime film in which there's a famous twist at the end that I won't spoil, but that the narration of the film itself has we realize has kind of been lying to us all movie long.
Usual Suspects.
Thank you. Wow, that's the worst senior moment I've had, I think, in all of these conversations so far. I can't believe I couldn't remember that title. Thank you.
There were a couple other that, Fight Club and Memento, where the guy writes on his sort of tattoos his memory because he forgets what happened the day before. I don't know if that's a great example, the latter one, but
No, it is for sure. I mean,
okay.
you can have, like I said, with Humbert, it's more of he's skewing events to make himself look better versus, that's one of the moves. The other move would be due to some fallibility of memory or something, the narrator just simply can't recall events accurately. So yeah, I think they're both relevant.
Makes me think of that earlier book of Seven Types of Ambiguity, where it's like different types of unreliability.
That Paul Ricoeur has been sitting on my shelf for years. I haven't gotten to it. Deleuze, Proust et les Signes, Proust and Signs is a wonderful structuralist style study of how language works in Proust's famous novel. The next book I'll have a lot more to say about. Narrative Discourse is the Bible of narratology, for sure. It's a scientific study of how novelistic narratives get structured, put together. Jeanette was trying with this book to push the field to like a new higher level of scientific rigor. And so it gets very charty, it gets extremely jargony. He coins all kinds of new terms, um, intradiegetic versus extradiegetic narration. He's a big fabula versus Shuzet guy as well. There's so many terms. Please don't quiz me on them because I'm very rusty on this book. But um, it's an absolutely brilliant study. He uses Proust as his main test case, though he brings up lots of other novels and some films along the way. But it's a brilliant study of how we can look at not only the events of a story, but the order in which they're presented and how that can sometimes vary. He talks about the frequency with which things can be returned back to through flashbacks in a story. And he'll give you all of these like very detailed charts of how Proust does this. He also will talk about duration in that book a lot in really interesting ways. So, Proust was famous for like teleporting through, 10 years in a sentence and then spending 200 pages on a single dinner party, right? And so he does a lot on like the size of the amount of narration that something gets, 200 pages for 3 hours versus one sentence for 10 years, that sort of thing. So there's a lot to do with storytelling and time in that regard. As you know, yeah, I would say Jeanette is probably my single favorite literary critic. I find him absolutely brilliant. Bigger influence on me for his work on cradalism in the book Mimologics that we talked about earlier. But these are his two masterpieces for sure, Mimologics and Narrative Discourse. I gave this to a student one time as an assignment, just in an independent study, and they said after they'd finished reading it, they said, I feel like when I started this book, I was this smart, and now I'm here. It's a book that will just make you read novels in a new way. So it's a struggle. It's a hard book. It's a dense book, but it's worth the effort for sure. So next, that's just a collection in French, Figure de, just a collection of his essays on different writers. I won't say anything more about that. There's Jonathan Culler's famous study of Flaubert, Flaubert, The Uses of Uncertainty. It's one of the best books ever written on Flaubert for sure. It's been a long time since I've dipped into that one too, but his chapter on the theme of human stupidity in Flaubert is just funny and brilliant. He does some great readings of that book you were very interested in earlier, Bouvard and Pécuchet, the one about the two would-be autodidacts. If you ever get around to reading Bouvard and Pécuchet, you probably want to dip into the Jonathan Culler when you're done. Let's see, we have a couple studies of Proust here. I won't say anything about them. I don't know them that well. The next book is super important by René Girard. Deceit, Desire in the Novel. French critic, one of my best friends, who I mentioned earlier, Chris Fleming, a professor I got to know in Australia, is one of the world experts on René Girard. Taught me a lot about this book in conversations when I was teaching down there as his colleague. So this book is the place where René Girard first laid out his theory that sometimes gets called triangular desire, sometimes gets called mimetic desire. These are pretty interchangeable terms. It's just this idea that humans think that they desire things, whether that be, I desire this woman, or I desire this man, or I desire this object. I want a new iPhone, whatever the hell it may be, right? We think that we desire things immediately. We think, in other words, that we desire things or people for their intrinsic qualities, right? I just like how the iPhone functions. I just like her hair, or whatever the case may be. But Girard insists that we actually desire things in a mediated way, in an indirect way, because we see that other people desire them. Hence the term triangular desire. Imagine like a love triangle where A and B are competing for love of C, right? And, anybody's sense of dating and relationships, in my experience, tends to verify this. You break up with someone, you don't think you want them anymore, then you hear they're dating someone else, and suddenly you see them in a new desirous light all over again. That would be a perfect example of triangular desire. And René Girard just uses the history of the novel to verify this theory. He shows how so many novels use this idea to explain love and sexuality. Mostly French novels in this book, from what I recall. He has two absolutely brilliant readings of Stendhal's The Red and the Black, and of Proust's À la recherche de temps perdu, In Search of Lost Time. So two chapter case studies that apply the theory of triangular desire to those classic French novels. It's a brilliant, brilliant book. Reading for the Plot is I don't remember that one all that well. Also read that in Dory Hale's novel theory class, but it's a pretty Freudian, from what I recall, reading of the way psychology works in the modern novel. Smart book, but I just don't remember it super well. Now we're starting to get into more politicized criticism from here forwards. I don't mean to say that like it's a dirty term, but it definitely interests me less. But these are books that one has to be exposed to, and they're certainly smart books, but they read literature in, let's say, a more axe grindy way. Good forms of this, I think, like the ones here on the shelf, are important reminders that books are always a product of their time and their history and their political circumstances and economic circumstances to an extent. I think that's the good form of this style of criticism. The bad form would be what I want to say maybe Harold Bloom once put it, how he once put it. He said that I think this is a Harold Bloom quote. It's either him or me. I don't know. But he said that this style of criticism reads great books only to find them guilty of something. So there is a sort of moralizing tinge to a lot of this criticism. But that being said, what do we have here? We have um, Eve Sedgwick's Epistemology of the Closet is the Bible of queer theory, if you will. A brilliant book, absolutely brilliant. It's one of these very post-structuralists, informed by Derrida, I simply mean by that, and other post-structuralist critics, works that tries to destabilize binaries like straight and queer. What's so brilliant about this book is how it shows the pervasiveness of queerness in the history of literature on the one hand, while also showing how queerness always kind of had to hide itself, disguise itself. In famous works of literature, she uses writers like Henry James and Oscar Wilde and Melville to make this case, and she makes it extremely well. It's a really smart book. The next two by Edward Said are the books that founded the field of post-colonial theory. Both of them are an attempt to show how the West sort of portrays the Orient, quote unquote, in very stereotypical, self-serving ways that kind of degrade the East, to elevate the West. He's a very smart literary critic. Not my style of criticism personally, but I still nevertheless learned a lot from these books. And he'll look at writers like Jane Austen, the Brontes. I mean, he has an emphasis on Victorian literature in his books, also modern works like E.M. Forster's Passage to India. And, a lot of what he's writing about is like the West-East encounter, when Westerners travel to the East and bring back their sense of things. The next one, Signifying Monkey, is a really fun read. That's Henry Louis Gates. Your average viewer would probably know him best from his PBS series. He's that professor who does those genealogical studies of, I forget the name of the show, but
Was it Roots?
no, it's not Roots, but it's a more modern show. It's probably worth a quick Google just to grab the title. Henry Louis Gates is his name.
Yeah.
He do you see it?
Finding Your Roots.
Bingo. Yeah, I knew you were close. He does these genealogical studies with sometimes celebrities, sometimes average Joes, that trace their roots, African American history, trying to go back as far as possible. This book is his famous study of the African American novel for the most part. And it's got all kinds of great folklore. There's a lot of stuff on the history in African mythology of Thoth figures, like trickster figures going back to the Egyptian writing god Thoth, who, as you know, is sitting here on my desk with me as we speak. And the main argument of that work is that the African American novel is much more rooted in vernacular traditions, oral traditions, than written traditions. And so, yeah, there's Thoth. He does a lot in this book on a variant form of Thoth, called the baboon Thoth. He was sometimes depicted as an ibis. He was other times portrayed as a baboon. Hence the title of the book, The Signifying Monkey, is this tradition in African folklore of like, I won't be able to summarize it super well, but like a trickster figure who uses, almost like in a modern day rap battle sense, uses verse and rhyme to mock somebody else. And he does some wonderful readings of Zora Neale Hurston in that book, especially uses her to make this distinction between what he calls speakerly texts and writerly texts, novels that are more coming from a written tradition versus ones that are really trying to preserve like living voice. It's a great, great book. Some of these next few we can move through a little more quickly. Jameson is the foremost Marxist literary critic. I think he passed away recently too. I hated this book back in grad school. I mean, I found it very axe grindy, and but he's a smart critic, no doubt. Um, Talking in that book about how all literature is ultimately political for him, and discussing the way the novel can be used to kind of reinforce social rigid class hierarchies, that sort of thing. Let's see, we have a study of Shakespeare's Henry IV plays. I'm a big fan of those because of the Falstaff character, this larger than life figure, bawdy, carnal, obese, every man that Shakespeare had run through several of his plays. The character was so popular in the English court that he even wrote a couple extra plays featuring Falstaff just to please the Queen, I believe is where that story goes. And Orson Welles famously portrayed him in a wonderful film called Chimes at Midnight. I really love that character in that film. It was an influence. I based a couple characters in my novel on Falstaff in very loose ways, but so that was why I read that book. The next two are John Milton, Milton's Grand Style, Christopher Ricks, one of the early 20th century accounts of Miltonic verse. It's really brilliant. And then you asked about Stanley Fish before. Yeah, it's a great book, Milton's Grand Style. These are two books that I read for Kevis Goodman's Milton class back in the day, about 20 years ago now. My God. Surprised by Sin is wonderful for anyone who's interested, as I am, in ideas about Adamic language or prelapsarian language. So that would mean the language Adam develops in the Garden of Eden, or language that Adam and Eve use before the fall. Prelapsarian just means before the fall versus postlapsarian language. So, I've talked a lot already about my interest in the origin of language and ideas of like perfect versus imperfect language. Fish does a reading of Milton in this regard, and goes into so much of the intellectual history from the Renaissance, all these ideas that people had about the particular language Adam spoke in the Garden of Eden, and whether or not his words for things were ultimately right. The biblical verse in question here is Genesis 2:19. This is the moment when Adam names the animals. And there's always been a question. The way the Bible verse is worded, it's a kind of spontaneous act. There's no verse that says like, and then God imparted into Adam the language, the faculty of language, and made sure that he knew all the words that were right to use for things. It's a much more improvisational act where Adam just kind of erupts into speech and just starts naming all of these animals that are passing him by. That's how it's depicted in the Bible. That's how Milton depicts it as well. But there's this sense that because Adam is so innocent, so pure, so perfect in his pre-fallen state, there's this kind of sense implied in both works that Adam's words for things must be right, because he's just so perfectly immersed in his world. And Fish just brilliantly shows in this book how Milton, at different points in Paradise Lost, will use the same words in different ways, in a kind of like either prelapsarian or postlapsarian sense. So that in a way, what he's trying to show is that Milton is depicting not just the fall of man, but the fall of language in Paradise Lost. Very cool book. I'm sorry I don't have more to say about reader reception theory. I mean, that's something I've always meant to study more, but just never had an occasion to. We have a couple other works here. We're almost done. Literary theory. So Ezra Pound, T.S. Eliot, just early essays of theirs. Eliot influential in what became known as the what is it called? God, the new criticism. This was a form of criticism popular in the mid 20th century that is essentially was American formalism. Um, studying works, ignoring the biography of the author, ignoring in large part the history in which they were written, but really just studying works technically, formally. T.S. Eliot was, one of the early influences on that school of literary criticism. He also has some brilliant essays in Milton in that collection. What else do we have? Zola's theoretical writings on the naturalist novel. So that title is Écrits sur le roman naturaliste, writings on the naturalist novel. Um, Sometimes I think when writers comment on their own works, it's a complete disaster and they would be better off just staying mum. Other times I feel the exact opposite, and it's like the work gets so much more interesting when you hear what the author thought they were doing. Zola would be an example of the latter. His comments on what he either called the naturalist novel or the experimental novel are super interesting to study. And then to wrap up here, we just have some sort of greatest hits of Cormac McCarthy criticism. About 10 years ago, as I mentioned, I thought I was going to write a book on him. I ended up deciding just to do an edited collection instead because I wanted to get to writing my own novel rather than continuing to write literary criticism. So I shelved that project, but I did collect a series of essays and write the introduction for a book on philosophical approaches to Cormac McCarthy. We have another monograph here from an old friend of mine, Pat O'Connor, another great philosophical study of themes in McCarthy's books. Let's see, what else do we have here?
I
The
just
two,
wanted to give a little quote about the last book, the Zola book, that sprang to mind. I got it from the AI here. It's Bart, and it's his famous Death of the Author, 1967.
Mhm.
Um, he argues the meaning of a text does not come from the author's intentions, but from the reader's interpretation. And the famous line is, "The birth of the reader must be at the cost of the death of the author."
Yeah. So, that idea, Foucault writes about this as well, Umberto Eco, there's lots of different literary critics. Of course, a lot of Derrida post-structuralist readings of literature spring from this as well. The idea going from like a classical hermeneutics to a more post-structuralist, postmodern style of reading literature is basically that we once thought works of literature had a single meaning, and it was the job of the critic to use the biography of the author and any other kind of materials that they could get their access on, along with reading the primary text to figure out what that single right interpretation was, to a more what would be the best term for it, like a more polyvalent, polysemic understanding of works of literature, that they are more ecstatic in that way, and that meaning they can handle multiple interpretations. I guess this is all sort of a post-Nietzschean idea too, ultimately, right? That there are no single truths or facts about things, but just a collection of possible interpretations. So that's a sort of simple arc one can trace across from 19th century styles of criticism to late 20th, is that we increasingly see works of literature as so complex that they can handle all sorts of readings, not just the one the author, quote unquote, intended. So to get back to McCarthy, anyone who's interested in Blood Meridian will need Sepich and Schimpf's guidebooks. They're super handy reference books to have when you're doing a close read of Blood Meridian. Sepich is that guy I mentioned who put together the amazing concordance of all of McCarthy's words across his corpus. Um, Diane Luce, Arnold, what is Edwin Arnold, I think is his name, early McCarthy critics, who were on to him all the way back in at least the 80s, going back to the 80s. There were just a couple people who heard about him, I suppose, through the Southern literature grapevine, and got on the McCarthy bandwagon very early. It's just a second copy of My Companion, and that's that whole shelf. There we go.
There's a recognizable name there.
There you go. Yeah, so can I tell the quick story of what
Yeah.
made me decide to put that collection together? It's funny, I opened my introduction in this collection retelling this story. So there's this wonderful tradition in continental philosophy. There's this conference that goes on in Italy every summer. It's called the Collegium Phenomenologicum. I can spell that if you'd like. I know you wanted
Yeah,
me to
please.
spell all the silver dollar words. Collegium Phenomenologicum. Uh, Collegium. The Phenomenological Collegium is all that really means. It was founded by some of the heavyweights of continental philosophy, like John Sallis. I mean, it's been going on for, I want to say, a full 40 years now. It's 3 weeks long. It's an intensive conference. So a conference doesn't even begin to describe it. It's like a continental philosophy boot camp where graduate students and professors come together in a small town in Italy called Città di Castello, and engage in a series of lecture courses and seminars over almost a month long. It's 3 full weeks. And I've participated in it 4 times over the years. I was there going back to, like, I want to say 2006 to about 2015. It's been a long time since I've been to one now, but I've done 4 of them. And they're an incredibly intense and, really convivial way to study philosophy. Every year has a different theme. Anyway, I was reading Blood Meridian in the hotel patio one day at one of these conferences, and so my copy was visible as various philosophers were coming and going, and people kept interrupting me and saying, like, "You too? Like, you're into McCarthy too? What do you know?" And we would strike up a conversation. And by about the third or the fourth time that this happened, I realized, wait a minute, there's like a book project here. Philosophers are really into McCarthy, which I hadn't realized until that moment. And so I just went up and, grabbed them by the arm and persuaded each of them to contribute an essay to this collection, which ended up becoming the book that you're seeing there in front of you.
It's
That was
always kind of, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that intersection between philosophy and literature, because it seems like you kind of identified something there that a lot of people maybe don't recognize initially.
Yeah, I mean, that has been my wheelhouse all the way going back to being an undergraduate at Villanova. As we talked about it before, and you asked why did I end up doing the PhD in English as opposed to philosophy, it was sort of a coin flip. Both fields have always been equally important to me. I mean, I'm really interested in, I think, like I've said about other practices here, I think there are strong and weak forms of doing interdisciplinary work. I think good interdisciplinarity respects both fields equally, and it requires really getting equally well versed in both. Whereas there are, like, bad forms of interdisciplinarity where, one field is really like at the mercy of the other. Um, and you see lots of philosophy and literature work that is like that, unfortunately, where it's about just, reading novels to just pull philosophical content out of the themes of the book. Um, you see that all the time with writers like Dostoevsky, for instance. It's a perfect example, like, check out how existentialist the themes of his books are. What I find a lot more productive and interesting is when philosophers really delve into the writing style and look at, like, how is the language itself doing philosophical work. So, we talked earlier about these projects I was doing, looking at the way McCarthy uses similes or uses compound words in interesting ways. I find that kind of interdisciplinary work a lot more interesting. That's the sort of readings that you'll see when people are trying to pull a philosophy out of James Joyce, or of philosophy out of Marcel Proust or, writers like that, where it's as much about the writing style and how there might be a philosophy to that style, and not just about the kind of themes that you would see on the back cover being summarized in like very general fashion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's also, I guess I would think of the different linguistic layers, all the way from maybe semantics, pragmatics,
Hmm.
down to phonemes and
Yeah,
orthography.
exactly. Semiotics somewhere at the bottom there. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. So should we use that to wrap up the literary theory section?
Yeah. Are we going to get to any semiotics books somewhere
Probably.
here?
I don't know if I have anything else besides the like Echo and Gerard Jeanette that I've mentioned around.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I've read a lot more than I've held on to over the years, but I think that's all I have around at this point. Okay. So here we go, medical humanities.
Should we
Um,
define it?
yes, we should. And then maybe I'll say a little bit more again about what made me come to it.
Yeah.
Some things economic and just practical, some things intellectual. So medical humanities, aka health humanities, it gets called both, though there's more and more interest in switching to health humanities, and I can say why in a second. Either term for the field, all it basically means is a an approach to the humanities, and that can mean philosophy, film, literature, art, history. I mean, all kinds of humanities apply, with an emphasis on either the practice of medicine or the experience of illness or disability, right? Um, how did I come to this field? As you can see, I didn't study it as a graduate student at Berkeley. I didn't actually come to it until the very end of my PhD. Um, I had always had this interest in speech pathology because of personal experiences with my dad's stroke and his struggles with recovering language after the stroke, and that always sort of stayed with me. Um, and so towards the end of the PhD, I had written this study of cradalism, ideas of perfect language, ideas of imperfect language kind of just became the natural flip side to this. And so I started researching into speech pathology. That led to a study of speech pathology in literature that I'll get into a few shelves down, which then turned into teaching about this subject, which then turned into teaching about medical ethics, which then spiraled into this career that I developed the last 10 years of being a professor where I was teaching medical humanities at Emory University in Atlanta. Um, all of the books that you're seeing here, therefore, are stuff that I read after the PhD when I was, admittedly, faking it till I made it, just kind of quickly trying to acquire expertise in this field that had become a late and new interest to me, and that suddenly I got hired at Emory, to teach, which was just an incredible opportunity. It's an amazing place to do anything medicine related because you have the CDC there, you have Centers for Disease Control, you have an incredible access to resources in Emory Medicine. So some of the world's leading doctors and medical researchers. They have an incredible neuroscience department. So, I learned a lot from colleagues like Andy Kazama, especially, and, really disagreed in interesting, productive ways, bringing my humanities approach to their more scientific approach to things. So with all of that said, let me start going through some of these readings. If someone wanted to do a kind of, I don't know, 2-year crash course in medical humanities, you could find far worse bookcases than this one to kind of work your way through. And these are also arranged in a pretty decent order for how to go about that if someone were interested in exploring this field in a lot of depth. Anyway, here we go. So we have Roy Porter's Long and Short History of Medicines. I forget the name of the first one. The photo's a little glary there. Can you try to zoom in a little bit more?
Yeah.
Forget what the longer one is called. There it is. The greatest benefit to mankind. I forget who coined that phrase, but it's a famous phrase applied to medicine. And then Roy Porter's shorter Blood and Guts History of Medicine. Those two, along with the early Hippocratic writings from ancient Greece and John McPhee's Heirs of General Practice, these are four fantastic books for learning about the history of medicine, good, bad, and ugly, learning about the life of small general practitioners in small towns throughout America with John McPhee, learning about the early origins of Hippocratic medicine and the Hippocratic Oath. Hippocrates is famously not only the founder of Western medicine in a lot of ways, but certainly the founder of Western medical ethics with his famous Hippocratic oaths that doctors still, swear to this very day. The next few books that we have can all be grouped under what's called phenomenology of the body. So if you want to scroll, I don't know if there's any more past it. Yeah, okay, you can stop there. Javi Carell's Illness, Kevin Aho's Body Matters, Drew Lader's The Distressed Body and the Absent Body, Iris Young's On Female Body Experience, Hans Gadamer's The Enigma of Health, Daniela Villenoy's Bodily Dimension in Thinking. All of those books there would represent my collection of what's called phenomenology of the body. So what the hell does that mean? We talked a little bit earlier about Edmund Husserl and Merleau-Ponty, Western philosophy's two most famous phenomenologists. These are philosophers who focused primarily on what's called the lived experience in consciousness, as opposed to rationalist philosophers who try to understand the world in purely objective terms. Phenomenologists bracket a lot of those things off. That's a famous phenomenological term. Bracket a lot of those rationalist suppositions off and just try to focus on what is undeniable about everyday experience and use that as their philosophical starting point.
I feel, therefore I am, in a sense.
Yeah. And then Merleau-Ponty makes that extremely embodied and physically situated, and so he rewrites the cogito as I can, therefore I am, as opposed to I think. Right? I see the world as a set of bodily possibilities for me to body forth into the world, if you will. And so a key distinction in all of these books that comes from Husserl and Merleau-Ponty is between what's called Körper and Leib, the two German terms, both referring to the body, but in utterly opposed ways. Körper, Korper, would be the physical, material, actual body insofar as it could be measured scientifically, studied medically, treated medically, right? Our body as a thing that we have, if you will, as opposed to Leib is that's Leib, I think. Yeah, Leib, I want to say. My German's pretty rusty. That would be the lived body, the body that you are, the body that you can kind of just forget and live in, and live through, right? The qualitative body. This is a hugely important distinction in medical humanities, because it's a way of fighting off something that'll come up a couple times in this conversation, fighting off scientific or medical reductionism, attempts to understand us as merely our bodies, and nothing more. Phenomenology of the body in particular, and medical humanities in general, really tries to resist that idea. And that comes probably because of its roots in trying to train more humane doctors. I mean, that's one of the most important practical applications of this field, is to remind doctors that they're not mechanics working on a car when they walk into a patient's room. and that they need to attend to the lived experience and the feelings that the patient is going through, and not just treat the body as like a broken down car.
I had an interesting experience related to that when I got a new doctor. And in our initial interaction, he listed off kind of what he could help me with and kind of different forms of health. And it was maybe four or five of them. And the last of it was like psychological health and even spiritual health. And I was kind of surprised to hear that.
So that's one of the great, and I'm heartened to hear that, because that's one of the most important interventions of my field. It's always a work in progress. I mean, I'll give you a quick thumbnail sketch of the history there. Medical training, especially the more reductive, colder, scientific form of medical training I was describing a second ago, comes from German medical training in the late 19th, early 20th century, especially an emphasis on hard scientific knowledge. So, anytime med school is chem and bio heavy at the expense of bedside manner, that's coming out of a German tradition of super specialization in the hard sciences. Now, we trash on that all the time in medical humanities for obvious reasons, but it was an important um, intervention in medicine in its own way too, because medicine was a notoriously sloppy art in the 19th century. And I forget which medical historian says this, but it's very true that you had better odds of surviving by not seeing a doctor pretty much until the 1960s or something than seeing a doctor, because medicine was so experimental, and medical knowledge was still so small until very recent in our history, that I understand why there was this push to the hard sciences, to objectivity and scientific rigor, but it tended to produce extremely harsh, cold, objective doctors who were completely distant from their patients' lived experience. And so medical humanities, I suppose, could be thought of as just a way to try to swing that pendulum back towards the middle. It's a young field. I mean, it's only really existed for the past 30, 40 years. It's really starting to come into its own now. And I was happy to like play some small role in that, through my decade or so of teaching at Emory. Where were we? So we discussed reductionism a little bit and phenomenology of the body. Let me skip ahead real quick. I'll give another related theme, and then I'll go back to Sontag, if that's all right. Just go one or two more books up. Perfect, right there. So another big emphasis, and maybe your own new doctors read some of this stuff as well, is on the importance of narrative and storytelling in coping with illness. This field, narrative medicine, is the subfield we would be talking about here. Was founded by people like Arthur Kleinman with his book The Illness Narratives, Arthur Frank with The Wounded Storyteller. Another big figure in this, though I don't have any of your books on my shelf, is Rita Sharon, who teaches at Columbia's narrative medicine program, and she's been another really important proponent of narrative medicine. It's an attempt to let patients tell their stories and sort of use that to lead the care that they receive, as opposed to, again, like I said, doctors just treating you as a physical object that needs to be manipulated, and treating you as a set of possible symptoms that need to be spotted and deciphered. Narrative medicine is a way of like kind of flipping that script and letting patients, the starting point of the doctor-patient encounter being letting the patient tell their own story. In contemporary medicine, this is one of these ideals that sometimes feels very unrealistic. There's a stat that the average doctor-patient encounter is 7 minutes long in a clinical visit. And, as we all know nowadays, 6 of those 7 minutes is the doctor turned 90 degrees typing and like glancing over at you, because they have so much responsibility to like track your data, make sure all of your claim codes are entered correctly. And so there's very, very little time for that kind of active listening that narrative medicine calls on doctors to do. But it's still an important reminder of the ways, the directions medicine should be heading, even if it's not really getting there very well at the moment.
You know, what made me think of his famous quote from President Reagan after his assassination attempt in 1981. He said to the surgeons as he was going into the operating room, "I hope you're all Republicans." And one of the surgeons replied, "Today, Mr. President, we're all Republicans."
Wow, I've never heard that before. That's amazing. So the next book that we'll look at right there in the middle, let me take a swig of coffee here because I'm going to spend probably the lion's share of time for this entire bookcase on this book.
There's also some good interviews with Charlie Rose and Susan Sontag for people that are unfamiliar, kind of get a feel.
Especially, I think one of them she did quite late when she was involved in visits to Bosnia during the conflicts there. I think there's a famous interview there where she appeared on Charlie Rose to talk about that.
Yeah, I just watched that one within the last month or so. It's
Yeah.
good.
So she's a real idol of mine. I think that this book, Illness is Metaphor, and then its follow-up sequel, AIDS and Its Metaphors, which she wrote around 1978 and I want to say 1988, respectively. There's about 10 years between them. They, for me, are the single most important work of medical humanities ever written. That they were always my Bible for understanding the field. And so the most time that we spent in my health humanities class, it was called Health 230 at Emory University, which was the one class that was required for all of our human health majors. The lion's share of the time in that class was spent teasing apart all of the subtle little arguments in this book. I've talked already so far about reductionism. That's one of the core themes in medical humanities. With this book, I would add two more, stigmatization and romanticization. So let me say a little bit about each. Stigmatization is when we, anytime we judge people for an illness that they have suffered or a disability that they have. This thought process goes back to ancient times and superstitions around illness and disability as being a punishment of the gods. And she refers to that as what does she call that? The classical view of illness as opposed to a modern view of illness. This is something that was what made her write the book in the first place. In 1977, I guess it was, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. And immediately she was struck by how much like sort of quiet shunning she was experiencing while she was ill from friends and family whom she would have never expected this from. It led her to write this book where she explored all of the ways in which we stigmatize the ill. And it leads to this absolutely brilliant analysis of all the kinds of like character assumptions that we make about someone for their physical conditions that they're suffering from. If you think of the way we stigmatize and make assumptions about people with obesity in this country, for instance, that's a great example. Well, we've lifted so much of the stigma of cancer, but we used to treat people with cancer in very similar ways. There were assumptions that so-and-so got cancer because they held their anger in, they didn't have good control of their emotions. I mean, there's all of these kind of folk etiologies, if you will, to do with pretty much every illness under the sun, where the logic is that character causes disease, which leads to stigma. Now, that's one half of this book, and it's fascinating and important, but I feel like largely thanks to this book, we've made a lot of progress in removing stigmatization from various illnesses. The other thing that she studies in this book is the exact flip side of that. It's what she calls romanticization. And that's when a disease or an illness becomes almost alluring, seductive, to where people desire almost to catch an illness or a disease because they think it will actually speak well of them, make them more interesting, make them more, provocative or something like that. The main historical example that she provides for this, of course, is tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was a kind of weird subculture in the late 1800s of thinking that if you contracted TB, that must mean that you had a very artistic personality. This is a real thing. It's not that people went around trying actively to catch it, of course, but there was this assumption that if you caught it, it spoke well of you, and it meant that you must be, living a certain kind of interesting life. Well, one of the most fun parts of teaching Health 230 for me was getting my students to reflect on what the modern day equivalent of that phenomenon was. And, even just having taught that class for 7 or 8 years, it was fascinating to watch, like, what's the newest cool disease that's people almost in a social contagion sense want to be associated with. You would see things obviously like in our discussions like anorexia, that's another condition that has a large element of social contagion to it, and where anorexic subcultures start to make all of these positive assumptions and associations about anorexics, that they're leading intense, interesting lives, that sort of thing. Um, Another main example, of course, nowadays was trauma. Trauma, I would argue, is the single most romanticized disease of our age. Everybody loves to brag about how triggered they are, how much trauma they've, undergone in their lives. It's a way of marking one's strength, in a sort of twisted way. It's a way of showing your scars that you've had, proving almost that you've had various intense experiences in your life that have formed you in interesting ways.
I think
So,
in Casanova, wasn't there the something about getting cut on the cheek or kind of showing that you were a dueler?
oh yeah, that's a great example. I don't remember that anecdote offhand, but
But in
it
that era, it was a thing to even get a fake scar.
like scar, yeah. And it reminds me, I would have my students write, the main essay they wrote in this class was an analysis of romanticization. And one of my favorite papers that I ever got on that was about how much young people love to come to class with a cast. Like, I broke my arm skateboarding, or I broke my leg playing football, that sort of thing, and all the rituals around friends signing your cast and so on and so forth. So yeah, another way of like showing our battle scars, if you will. Classic romanticization.
There's
Um,
even, some athletes that wear sort of compression sleeves and wrist protectors, and like it becomes cool
mhm.
to wear all of this stuff that kind of strengthens certain joints, or you have some kind of brace on your knee or something, like all these different things to kind of become a cyborg almost.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose that mainly wraps up the Sontag discussion. The only thing I'll add is, again, 10 years later, she wrote the follow-up volume on AIDS. And a term that I left out of the equation that's important to highlight here because it'll keep coming up is metaphorization. The underlying idea of her book, whether we're stigmatizing a disease or romanticizing it, the underlying idea is that we metaphorize illnesses, right? We metaphorize diseases. And all that simply means is that we transfer associations of them from the physical condition to our character. Um, the disease, whether it's in a work of literature or an everyday conversation, the disease will always symbolize something about the character of the person who has it. And that's just so fascinating to tease out in so many different ways, whether you're studying, like I said, works of literature or films, or the way diseases get talked about on, popular talk shows, podcasts, everyday conversation. All of the ways in which we think about and talk about illness in our bodies is shot through with metaphor all the time. And I would joke, especially I was teaching this through the pandemic, because I began teaching this book at Emory around 2017 or so, through to about 2024 when I retired from teaching. And um, I would joke that, somebody's gonna need to write the follow-up to this, COVID and its metaphors, because you saw all the same sorts of things. Not that COVID ever really got romanticized. I mean, the only example would be those, like, frat bro COVID parties that started popping up, around 2021 or so, where people were, as almost like a rite of initiation, trying to get their COVID out of the way, and just kinda lean into the disease. But what you did see on the flip side was just the classic textbook of stigmatization. Identify a people, in this case, it was, of course, China, um, victim blame them for the disease, and use it in various ways to judge their character and their ways of life. So, of course, all of the talk about, eating strange things like bats, things like that, all of those associations that were made. Sontag has a really good account of why we tend to operate on these xenophobic logics, to blame the other for diseases and use their lifestyles and ways of living as an explanation for why the disease happened.
Dr. Fauci was influential in early AIDS research, and then later played obviously a big role with COVID. So he's an interesting figure there.
Yeah. I don't know too much about his involvement in early AIDS research, but um, I'm drawing a blank on their names right now, which is shameful. But at Emory, I got to meet and work with two of the early directors of the AIDS task force, who were directors of the CDC at different points. And I can't believe I'm forgetting the one's name, because he was the dean of Emory Medicine for a long time. It might come to me later, but um, yeah, again, one of the most interesting places one could possibly work if you're in these fields, for sure.
There's a documentary um, called Dr. Tony Fauci, part of American Masters PBS, which is good for sort of a biographical, so it's like a 2 hour, and um, it's good for kind of learning about his early years, and he's got a fascinating history. He had actually a very classical education, um, and which informed some of his perspective on medicine.
Hmm.
Basically a uh, blanking on the word, but uh, I think of medical humanities as sort of the successor of, or an alternative to medical theology, and finding a new foundation for a lot of these ethical problems, without a traditional religious basis. And
Yeah.
so uh, I think, I don't know if the word will come to me, but yeah, that's a lot of these same problems kind of crop up, and uh, spiritual medicine or spiritual health. The issue there gets into part of the Reagan thing with, uh, do you have to have a physician who shares your spiritual or religious beliefs, or even political beliefs in Reagan's case, in order to feel comfortable or to get proper spiritual health or spiritual medical advice.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. I would tend to think of that more as a question for medical ethics, but it certainly bears on medical humanities as well, for sure. Why don't we keep scrolling, if that's all right? Um, yeah. Okay, here we've got a good batch of books. I'll just start put Gawande at the bottom, and let's see how much we can fit in here.
The word came to me that I missed with Fauci, which is he had a Jesuit formation. So he went through an elite Jesuit training starting at Regis High School, which was a top tier Jesuit high school. And then he went on a track at Cornell
Mhm.
and College of the Holy Cross. So he got a very kind of special type of medical training that's very heavy in the classics, that's somewhat unique to Holy Cross, which is obviously a Catholic Jesuit in Worcester, Mass.
Yep.
So that sort of training really emphasized what would be sort of the Catholic alternative to medical humanities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course, Jesuits have a well-deserved reputation for being great educators. James Joyce was trained by Jesuits.
Oh,
and
wow.
always raved about them. One of the few positive things he had to say about Catholicism was how much he appreciated being taught by Jesuits.
Mm.
So let's start with Gawande. You have Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's Death and Dying, which is the book that gave us the famous 5 stages of grief. It's a great read, but I don't have much more to say about it other than that. But let's fit a few more books on the screen for a second, if we can, from Gawande up to, if you can get that white one at the top to squeeze in there as well. Yeah, that's perfect. Paralysis down to Gawande. Let's see what we have here. So shorters from paralysis to fatigue, the somatizing disorders, illness as a way of life, better than well, overtreated, shyness, medical nemesis, medicine and culture, and to a lesser extent, I would say Gawande's Being Mortal as well. All of these books are excellent examples of another of the core themes of medical humanities, and that is what's called medicalization. And when I say medicalization, it's implied that I mean over medicalization, hyper medicalization, unnecessary medicalization. One of the main themes of my field is to critically question the way in modern life we turn everyday problems into medical disorders, right? So a perfect example would be something like ADHD. Another perfect example would be the title of that book in the middle, shyness, anxiety, mild forms of depression, all of the things that we have allowed big medicine and especially big pharma to change our perspective on, from thinking these are just everyday aspects of being human, challenges that need to be, faced on our own and with the support of the friends and partners and loved ones, from thinking of things in those terms to thinking of things as medically diagnosable and treatable conditions that require a medical intervention, if not medication, right? Medical humanities is constantly trying to pull us back from finding medical solutions to everyday life problems. And that can come in the form of reminding us that we're not reducible to our physical existence. We're not just mere bodies that need to be manipulated, but we're fully rounded human beings with, whether or not you believe in a soul, do you at least believe that we have a personality and a will and goals for our life and so on and so forth. And we're not just here as sites for medical intervention. And so, you can think about it along those lines, or you can also think about it in more Marxist terms, in just terms of critiques of medical capitalism, and just using medical humanities to remind people that, especially in America, medicine is a for-profit business. It always has. Unfortunately, it probably always will be. And so it's important to maintain a skepticism over, what our doctors tell us we need, what society at large is telling us we need, whether that's medical treatments or medications.
I'd
And
like to add something to that just in terms of the dialogue between the sort of human, which doesn't change particularly quickly, and the environment, which is changing very rapidly. And this connects with my study of the change of the DSM over time and conceptualization of psychological, psychiatric disorder, which gets into a lot of these kind of medicalization and secular versus religious conception of these types of problems. And I think, like, from a Freudian perspective, where you're looking at, is somebody well adjusted, um, and then questions of, well, should the individual always be adjusting to society or to the environment, or should you actually go and try to change society to make it more accepting of the individual and of difference? So there's, I think there's a lot of pressures from the way our society and world is moving in a very inhuman, post-human, technological direction where fewer and fewer people are able to, and it's almost unnatural to adapt to all of these changes. And so fewer and fewer people are able to, and but the idea of locating the problem in the individual and in the body or in the soul or in the person is itself a way of framing or maybe misframing the issue.
yeah. Along those lines, you would absolutely love Kevin Aho's book Body Matters, which I brought up earlier in the shelf, for as an example of phenomenology of the body. I mean, he covers things like depression and hurry sicknesses, as he calls them, that are brought on by our lifestyle, our ways of life, and he's constantly trying to remind us that. Again, we're not just mere byproducts of our biology, but also of our society, our environment, and in a more, maybe in more existentialist terms, of our what Heidegger would call our being in the world, right? That we realize we're finite beings who have free will and responsibility and are trying to figure out choices that we want to make and directions we want to steer the project of our lives in. And when we're faced with so many despairing possibilities in late 20th, early 21st century life, it stands to reason that we can't just cure things that ail us with a pill. We also have to engage in philosophical reflection. Um, and so he's a really great reminder of that. The other thing that your comments just reminded me of regarding there's a couple more books down. There he is, Body Matters.
Do you spell his last name?
AHO.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, he came and gave a lecture at Emory one time. Wonderful man. It was a pleasure to get to know him. He teaches in Florida. Brilliant in terms of bringing Heideggerian and Husserlian phenomenology together with medical questions. But the other thing that your comments reminded me of that'll, I'm sure, come up when we get to my trauma shelf is the proliferation of conditions in the DSM. The DSM is never going to get smaller. I can guarantee you that, and that's because it pays to increase the number of conditions that it identifies, the number of sub-conditions to those conditions, the number of like paths of treatment, so on and so forth. And again, in broad strokes, medical humanities as a field endeavors to remind us that medicine, A, doesn't always have our best interest at heart, and B, if we allow it to reduce us to just our mere physical being, it will certainly do that because there's profit in it. I'll just say in addition that this is one of the hardest things about teaching this field to young students today, is that I have to say, generationally speaking, there's quite a gap between the kinds of skepticism that I'm talking about regarding big medicine and big pharma, and the average student's attitudes towards that when they come into our program. At Emory, where I taught until recently, I would find a lot of blind faith in big pharma, even if they understood in traditional kind of like general democratic terms that we need to expand healthcare and these companies are for profit and they're gouging us financially, they would suddenly develop blinders when it came to the need for the medication itself. They were certainly, as a group, my students were always ready and willing to advocate for universal health care and better access to medical care. But it was a much harder uphill climb to get them to ever be critical of the need for medications, the need for medical treatment, things like that. And I think that's because as a generation, they've not only a little bit drunk the Kool-Aid of the positive value and only the positive value of pharmaceutical intervention, but they're also so terrified, generationally speaking, to stigmatize anybody. And anytime you want to say, hey, maybe you don't need that treatment, maybe you don't need that pill, maybe that's actually not going to help you, maybe the the side effects aren't worth the trade-off, right? It would just trigger this stigma response in them that it always sounded to them very judgy. And so a lot of the most contentious debates in my health humanities class were around this question of medicalization, for sure. We can keep scrolling now if you'd like.
Okay.
So, you can't have a medical humanities shelf without some medical curiosities. That's a great book on the history of um, obscure medical conditions and freakishness. Then I have a whole lot of Foucault. I won't try to summarize Foucault on the history of medicine right now. I'll just basically distinguish. You have his books on one, two, three at the beginning there, his books on the history of sexuality. In order, they're a fascinating read. They cover sexuality from ancient Greece to the Victorian period. You have Foucault's study of the birth of the medical clinic. That's, I think, one of his densest, hardest books to read. I always, even as a specialist in this field, I always felt a little bit outside, left on the outside, trying to figure out what his exact arguments were with that one. But certainly an interesting book. The next one, Madness and Civilization, is fantastic. This gets mentioned alongside Kesey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as kind of like the two Bibles of the anti-psychiatry movement. I suppose the third would be Thomas Saz. I never know how to pronounce his name.
That's right.
You brought him up earlier when we were talking about Kesey. Um, this is the Foucault's great genealogy of the madhouse, and it tells the story of what he calls the Great Confinement, quote unquote, how we went from seeing the mentally ill as, the village idiot or the town character that a community could kind of handle and cope with, to seeing the mentally ill as kind of dangerous and contagious and threatening to society at large, and therefore needing to be moved into institutions and confined. And so this came out right around the same time that Cuckoo's Nest came out, early 60s, I want to say, and was really seminal, especially in France, in terms of critiquing things like involuntary confinement in mental wards. The next three books are from his famous Collège de France lecture courses. So the College of France, Collège de France, is a publicly accessible university system where people get appointed to give public lectures that the general public often attend, and so it's quite an honor to give a lecture in the Collège de France. And these are lecture courses that were slowly translated and published only recently, and some of these only came out, I would say, maybe 10 years ago or so. And they're on a variety of medical humanities related subjects, abnormality, the power of psychiatry over our lives in the 19th century, especially. The third one I don't remember quite as well, but they're all super interesting. One funny anecdote related to them before we move on. Foucault did some interviews at some point, I want to say in the 1970s, with Noam Chomsky. Um, and I guess they had lots of green room conversations before and after these interviews were filmed. And there's one funny story that Noam Chomsky tells that he heard from Foucault himself during these interviews, I think it was. The French put a lot of priority on obscurity in their writing. They're notorious for this. Derrida, Foucault, all of these guys wrote incredibly dense and hard to understand books. But Chomsky swore that Foucault told him that he didn't want to write this way at all. He hated this about French culture, and he wished he could write clear books, but no one would read them in France if he did. And so the proof of that is his lecture courses are incredibly clear, easy to follow, fun reads in intellectual and social history. So if you're put off, as I oftentimes am, by Foucault's official published works, his lecture courses are a great alternative in that regard.
Hmm.
We can keep scrolling here. I see a couple books on sexuality and psychology. Let's stop with get a couple more on the screen. All of the hysteria books. Yeah, going to the end of the shelf there. So, hysteria is another wonderful phenomenon, fascinating condition that popped up in the late 19th century. Do you know much about it at all? Have you read about it before?
Yeah. I don't know if you want to talk about the etymology at all, but that's sort of
Yeah.
fun.
So it comes from the word for uterus in Greek, and that's because it was a condition entirely associated throughout its history with women and with female biology. It is a set of bizarre um, forms of behavior. We could loosely group them for the moment under the term of mental illness that women started to display in force in the late 19th century. And so that caused doctors like Charcot in France, Jean-Martin Charcot, it's Charcot, to create a ward dedicated specifically to the study of hysterics. If you go back to the classical period, it was believed to be caused by a wandering uterus. Medical knowledge was so scant in antiquity that people thought, experts believed that our bodily organs could actually drift and move throughout our body to different places. And so anytime that a woman behaved insanely, lashing out either verbally or physically, suffering seizures, displaying symptoms like catalepsy, etc.,
What's that?
that's when your body stiffens and you become like catatonic, essentially. Your body becomes rigid and you can't move, or the opposite if you just start gesticulating wildly. All of this umbrella of symptoms would fall under what was understood as hysteria.
Was fainting part of that, or was that something else?
That's are related for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
This could also just be associated with like feminine weakness, but they were also a sign of as compared to men, but they were also seen as a symptom of hysteria as well, for sure. So Charcot in his famous hospital Salpêtrière in the southeast corner of Paris, um, brought in all of these hysterical patients. They were all displaying various combinations of the symptoms I described. And Charcot would famously parade these women into his exhibition room, where in front of a full room of medical students and other experts, and sometimes members of the public, because this became a very popular public spectacle, he would induce hysterical symptoms into his patients using various weird devices that would press on their ovaries, and of course, using hypnosis to induce the symptoms. And then these women would perform their hysterical symptoms in front of these medical experts. Charcot would then bring them out of the hysteria and explain what the public had just witnessed. Obviously, these women were exhibiting these symptoms under a kind of pressure to please the Dr. Charcot. And so it's always asked whether a lot of this stuff was simulated or not. And of course, to a large extent, it was. But it became one of these things. We'll hear this said a lot of times in the history of medicine. It became the like quintessential disease of the age, right? It became this way of understanding um, initially female biology, then female psychology, and nowadays in books like Medical Muses and Elaine Showalter's The Female Malady, it became better understood in feminist terms as a kind of feminist rejection of patriarchal oppression, right? The idea is that these women were lashing out and essentially being turned insane by patriarchy and resisting it through their bodies, through a process. Here's another core concept of medical humanities, through a process known as somatization, somatization. That's when we translate psychic distress into physical symptoms, right?
Psychosomatic disorders related.
Exactly. And so, this is one of these just incredible moments of medical history, one of the most fascinating times. I mean, much like the 1950s and 60s with mental illness, with Kesey, in this period, you have really, frankly, bizarre symptoms being displayed by a lot of people, and you have a healthy sense of what's called social contagion, that people are noticing these symptoms being displayed by others and then emulating those symptoms, either because it's being romanticized or because they say, wait a second, this person's getting help for their distress. If I display this symptom too, I'll get help for my distress. That's what the guy below, Shorter, I think is his name. I think it's Edmund Shorter. I forget his first name, but that's what he described as the symptom pool. This idea that our symptoms for diseases aren't just biologically controlled, they're also socially mediated and culturally mediated. And so we will react to different forms of distress using different available symptoms. You know, otherwise, you're not going to use symptoms from another society that wouldn't be recognized in your own. Otherwise, you won't get the help you need for your distress.
You know, what this made me think of is the romanticization of autism and um, and even the relation between society changing, technology changing, where some of the features of autistic spectrum or autism spectrum disorder, as it's now
Mhm.
um, theorized, some of those features are now seen as an advantage or seen as working better with computers or working better with some of those modes of thought that are now more valuable because of
Mhm.
technological change.
Yeah, we call that, below we'll find a shelf or two below this. We'll find a section of books in the field of disability studies. And in disability studies, they call that the superpower theory of disability.
Mhm.
You're exactly right. As a classic example of romanticization, another one that gets reread in this way is OCD, into the like type A personality who's super organized, and always on top of things. It's another way of taking something and moving it from stigmatized to romanticized. Okay, we got some other great books here, but I'll try to move through them a little quicker. We
Could you
just
just say a few words about making monsters and like I connect some of this stuff with, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and like it's sort of to me the text of these sort of problems of technology, anxieties about technology, and and even the soul and the body.
Yeah. Well, zoom right in there. I was exactly the
Okay.
book to go to, but you might be thinking of, I think there's another book by that name. This one by Ethan Waters and Richard Offshee, Making Monsters, is about the phenomenon known as false memory syndrome. So this book actually probably belongs down in my trauma section, actually. This book is a shocking read. It's frankly, at times, a funny read. It has a lot to do with the two crazes that happened in especially the 1980s. There was the famous Satanism craze that swept the nation, where everybody was paranoid that people were being kidnapped and subjected to various satanic rituals. And the gateway drug back in the day for that was Dungeons and Dragons, of course. And
Is
then
that the one referred to as the Satanic Panic?
yes, bingo. So the Satanic Panic, which is even funnier because it rhymes, that, and half about the phenomenon of it's called either implanted memory syndrome or false memory syndrome. So there was a set of, to paraphrase this quickly, there was a set of psychologists, some acting in good faith and with good intentions, others, I think, a little more manipulative and exploitative, who became convinced that sexual abuse and sexual assault was incredibly common in society, not just a serious problem, but a pandemic problem. And they thought that these memories, I'll connect this to Freud on the next shelf in a second, because all of this thinking comes from Freud's early work on hysteria. They thought that these traumatic memories of childhood sexual abuse got buried, right? That the unconscious buries these things but to cope. Yeah, Richard Offshee and Ethan Waters. And so the job of the psychologist, the job of the psychiatrist was to help victims uncover these memories. The problem is when you are dealing with people in psychic distress, for whatever reason, and you are an authority figure, as a doctor, as a psychiatrist, you have a certain modicum of power over your patient to persuade, to suggest. And so what happened all too often, especially in the 1980s, is that some of these psychologists ended up implanting false memories in people. And it didn't get a lot of attention at the time, nowhere near as much as it should. But this was absolutely devastating to many, many families around that time, especially where you had people suddenly persuaded that their father had sexually abused them their entire life. In some cases, they were able to prove that this definitively didn't happen. And that led some clinicians to worry that in a lot of cases, memories were being implanted. This is a real minefield of a topic because anytime one brings up false memory syndrome, it sounds like one's being dismissive of the prevalence of sexual abuse and sexual assault in our society. And of course, that's a real danger too. But Ethan Waters and Offshee present a really compelling case and provide a lot of data to show that in so many cases, it became, again, an issue of social contagion where people came to believe because others had been abused, I must have been abused too. And then, in classic, I guess, conspiracy theory terms, that turned into something akin to what we nowadays are undergoing with the Epstein files and Pizzagate and other of these conspiracy theories and so on and so forth.
Hmm.
All right, so yeah, to segue into Freud a little bit here, we have a couple books of poetry about medicine that are nice. That's a great history of the bubonic plague in Europe. Real cheerful reading that one. So everything I've been describing goes back to Freud's early work on hysteria. He has that book, it should be one book up from what we can see on the screen right now. That early study, bingo, that he did with Joseph Breuer called Studies on Hysteria. And there's an early influential essay called The Etiology of Hysteria, which was a lecture he gave, I believe, in Vienna in the 1890s. These two books come from the time he spent as a research assistant with Professor Charcot, Dr. Charcot in Paris in, I think, 1880s. And in this early work on hysteria, Freud became convinced, as you see in a way that had ramifications a century later, Freud became convinced that sexual abuse was incredibly common, not at all rare, but practically the norm, and that people, young men and women, young boys and girls would repress those memories that then needed to be unearthed for them to achieve a kind of psychic catharsis that allowed them to get over their traumas. And so, you have a history with hysteria the womb theory, the uterine theory, that it was a biological condition. With Charcot, you have that it's a psychogenic condition that's hereditary in families, but Charcot believed that men could become hysterics as well as women. He didn't think it was biological in that regard. And then with Freud, you get what you call a traumatogenic account of hysteria, that it's a condition that is caused by trauma and is therefore only curable by a psychoanalysis that digs down into the unconscious and unpacks the trauma and kind of allows it to be released from the unconscious and then not have this power over the hysterical patient. Again, Freud, whatever one thinks of him, his theories are fascinating, and they held a lot of sway over 20th century understandings of variety of psychosomatic symptoms. I won't summarize all of Freud here because I have pretty much all of his main works. But in terms of the stuff that I've researched on and taught, his accounts of hysteria are the most important. Oliver Sacks, he's a quick, fun stopping point here. Why don't we pause there for a second? A popular American late 20th century medical writer. His books are a mixture of personal anecdotes from his career as a neurologist, I believe was his specialty, and various famous cases throughout medical history that illustrate some weird, bizarre aspect of our biology. The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat and Anthropologist on Mars are both books that are full of, again, bizarre, unusual conditions that produce very unusual symptoms. And they're both a lot of fun to read. These are the kind of books that I would take on vacations with me. They make like great train and plane reading.
One of the key ideas from just memory and the stuff that I teach on training your memory to, retain what you read, retain what you learn, is this concept that memories are recreated when you try to access. And it's not, we have this metaphor of like, well, you're just going into sort of the library of your mind and pulling something out, or comes like eyewitness testimony is an example of this, where we think we're just kind of going into the tape archive of the surveillance information from our eyes, and really we're recreating, and there's a lot of the context we're currently in affects what we think we're retrieving. And there's sort of a recreation process that happens each time we try to retrieve something. And for some reason, I was just thinking of that as you were, maybe it was the mistook his wife for a hat one. I forget the details there, but that kind of like creating memories, or just trying to remember what happened in terms of episodic memory is particularly kind of vulnerable to that, it seems.
Yeah, well, it's perfectly relevant to making monsters and the false memory syndrome craze of the 80s and 90s, and you know, uh, it's also a classic example of unreliable narration, right? Our own memories are unreliable narrators all the time, so that's an important reminder.
Where I find this can sometimes be annoying is like if you're in an argument with somebody and you sort of differ in terms of remembering what the other person said, and that sort of like memory of what somebody said is colored by the context of the current state of the disagreement or conversation.
Yeah. There's this ad I see all the time on Sundays during football games. I forget which company it's for, but it'll be two people arguing, and one of them pulls out a red challenge flag and throws it up, and the challenge flag allows them to go back and replay whatever conversation they're having and see whose memory is more correct than the other. I mean, that very idea for a commercial shows that this is something that weighs on us all, that we're always like positive of our memories, that our memories must be right, and yet at the same time there's this little sneaking suspicion that maybe we tweak things a little bit. We could probably start scrolling a little bit here. See a variety of the kinds of stuff here. Why don't we stop right there? Get one more book on the screen, please.
Okay.
Yeah, bingo. Um, So, there's a lot of stuff here early on. God's Hotel, a wonderful memoir about a hospital for the indigent in San Francisco. Randy Schilt's classic early book about the AIDS epidemic, and the band played on. That's conjuring to mind the two names I couldn't think of earlier. James Curran and Harold Jaffe. They came to my health humanities class. There were two former directors of the CDC who had been integral in the early fight against AIDS, and they came for a discussion of this book and the film version of it, that where they were portrayed by, I think one of them was portrayed in the film by Matthew Modine. I forget. There's a bunch of great people in the cast of that film. And it was just a riveting conversation where they would show clips of the movie portraying themselves and then say, well, it was sort of like that, but not exactly like that. And so, here's what you need to know. The kind of thing that you could only do at Emory University. Then we're moving into my genetics section here. You have Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennant's two, I keep using the word Bible today, but these are two of the Bibles of what's called genetic reductionism. I've already talked a bit about what reductionism means. In a narrower sense, when you talk about genetic reductionism, you are understanding human being as primarily a function of our genetic makeup. So if you hear a phrase like "you are your genes," right? What does that actually mean? It means that your behavior is determined by your genes, your traits, your habits, your tastes, your wants, your likes, not just your eye color and whether or not you're bald, but everything about you is thought to be determined by your genes. That's genetic reductionism. And if it's supposed to exercise power over our behavior, then you would call that genetic determinism. Um, Dawkins believes this to his core, so does Daniel Dennett. And the two books that follow them, Gould's The Mismeasure of Man, and R.C. Richard Lewontin's Biology of Ideology, and The DNA Mystique to a lesser extent as well. Those three books are the three main critiques of genetic reductionism. I used to teach biology of ideology in my health humanities class, and it's fascinating and persuasive in its critique of the reductionism, but it also is interesting for the Marxist slant that it takes on all of these issues. Lewontin believed that ideas like biological determinism, genetic reductionism, are super helpful anytime we want to reinforce class hierarchies, any sort of social hierarchies, because they send us all the message that our place in life is determined by biology and it's therefore natural and not to be questioned, right? There are just naturally superior people, there are naturally inferior people. And the ideology, as Lewontin would say, of biological determinism is that societies form the way they do for natural reasons, and that those forces are too powerful for us to ever resist or change, and so we should just kind of accept them as they are, and just not even bother with critiquing the status quo, but accept that there are just naturally superior people who are meant to be rich and powerful, and then there's the rest of us who are just meant to be plebes, basically, due to our lesser genetic makeup. And guys like guys like Dennett, and Richard Dawkins and E.O. Wilson, the figure in the middle there, who's the founder of sociobiology, have made these scientific accounts from like scientific attempts in that regard to legitimize hierarchies, whereas Gould and Lewontin in particular try to critique that and say that this is a misuse of science to legitimate inequality, essentially.
I think I saw some books on eugenics around here somewhere.
Yeah, that would be another case in point.
Okay.
You need to know, if you do what I do, you need to know the ugly history of eugenics, but I wouldn't say I call myself an expert on it, but it's important history for sure.
Mhm.
Um, Scroll, actually, you don't even need to move, actually. All the other relevant books are here. Then if you look at Brainwashed, Neuronal Man, Blaming the Brain, Raymond Tallis's Aping Mankind, and Libet's Mind Time. These are not in ideal order, but there's a similar breakdown here, just with what I would call neural reductionism this time. So instead of saying you are your genes, anytime you hear somebody saying you are your brain, in other words, making the argument that your neural structures and your neural chemistry are what cause your behaviors, your wants, your likes, so on and so forth, then you're in the domain of neural reductionism. Chaucer, a French guy, it's got a weird name, I'm never sure how to say it. Libet, those would be two pro neuroreductionism types. We talked about Robert Sapolsky, I think, earlier when we were when this
Yes.
came up. He's another classic neuroreductionist. David Eagleman at Stanford as well is another classic neuroreductionist. I have two copies of Raymond Tallis's Aping Mankind, and I know we talked about this already when we were in my philosophy bookcase. But Raymond Tallis is the world's foremost critic of neuroreductionism, just to remind everybody. And he is really worried about as I am with him, about the consequences of what happens to us if we internalize this idea that we don't have free will because our brain calls the shots, and so we should just kind of accept the way things are. What Tallis and Lewontin ultimately have in common is a worry about what they would call political quietism. Quietism is just when you accept something at face value and decide that there's no way for you to change or improve a situation, and so you just passively accept it and resign yourself to it. They both argue in different ways that biological determinism, whether it's genetically informed or neurologically informed, leads us to just accept status quos and not try to improve or change society. And
Yeah,
so,
I think, I've always thought that there's really a quadrant there, and there tends to be uh this idea that that it's sort of predetermined that you have to group people into either people who believe uh that things are determined and therefore quietistic and supporting hierarchies based off of that, or you believe in sort of free will, but then you also believe in more kind of equality and egalitarianism, and I think that's better thought of as as quadrants where somebody can believe things are predetermined but still support egalitarian policy, and vice versa. And this made me think of Charles Murray and his bell curve book, which was very controversial and talked about IQ, talked about race and IQ in one of its chapters. But really, what I think is particularly relevant to AI, where more and more intellectual tasks are going to be able to be done by AI, and it's creating this cognitive elite. And it's one of the pressures, I was getting at earlier with whether autism or OCD or just certain people who are more mathematically inclined and can communicate and think through computer type stuff better. And that, he really talked about the cognitive elite in that book and how there's more and more inequality connected to somebody's intellectual abilities. Um, and so I think that, he would be somebody who I don't understand fully his policy prescriptions, but I'm pretty sure they lean more in a conservative, laissez-faire approach. But there certainly are people who believe that a lot of things are predetermined, but also would support more egalitarian policies. So I think it's sometimes dangerous to conflate the belief in predetermined, because there are people who approach it from the exact opposite direction and say, well, because it's predetermined, and it's sort of a Rawlsian veil of ignorance, because it's predetermined, therefore it should be purely sort of egalitarian, and because it's predetermined, nobody deserves their success, and so therefore there should be a lot of redistribution.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of what you're saying jives with Lewontin's Marxist critique, especially. You should check that book out.
Could
Um,
you could you say which one that is again?
it's Biology as Ideology. It's that
Okay.
slim purple book. That along with the Susan Sontag were kind of the two core texts of my health humanities class. So the majority of the time we spent was on those two plus Raymond Tallis's Aping Mankind. I mean, you can pretty much teach a whole class just with those three books in conversation with each other. We can keep scrolling now. Um, History of the treatment of breast cancer, Unnatural History. Desai is a friend. Davil Desai, burning out on the COVID front lines. He is also a client of my wife's now. He wrote that memoir about what it was like to be in the trenches, to use a medical metaphor.
What is MCF here?
I think that's his publisher, Macmillan or McFarland. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, probably with the F. It's probably McFarland. Um, Yeah, Davil Desai, a wonderful doctor in the Atlanta area, who wrote this really touching memoir about just how challenging and heartbreaking it was in the very early days of treating the pandemic, because he was running an acute care ward at a Atlanta hospital. Then we get into depression. Um, Melancholy and depression is a wonderful history, like intellectual history, going all the way back to Galen and Hippocrates, the full history of our understanding of what today we would call depression, but what in the Renaissance and prior to that was referred to using humoral theory as melancholia. Crazy Like Us, Ethan Waters, the same guy who co-wrote Making Monsters, is a brilliant book about the way American senses, with a heavy emphasis on the DSM here, of medicalization get, you know, transported around the world and misapplied. It has an absolutely brilliant chapter on a bunch of well-meaning doctors who flew to Southeast Asia after the big tsunami and tried to help people using Western clinical understandings of trauma from natural disaster. And it was just a complete disaster because their Western understanding of how trauma works simply didn't transplant well to Eastern ways of understanding the self and traumatic experience. One book here that I would really highlight, they're all great in their different ways, but that one in the middle, Mad in America, probably more than any other book informs my skepticism towards big pharma and everything I was saying on the shelf above to do with pharmaceutical interventions into emotional problems and depression and anxiety in particular. This guy backs his arguments up with a ton of data about the I don't want to go so far as to call it the SSRI hoax, but that's practically what he argues, is that the SSRI theory is still completely unproven and unpersuasive, and he shows how studies were manipulated in really painstaking detail to make to normalize, I guess is the best word for it, the taking of SSRIs for the treatment of depression and anxiety. A really, really important book. And we can jump down to the next shelf now, if that's all right. These are all about depression.
Does he have a different theory of what's causing depression, or is it more just about treatment?
Um, I mean, it's kind of a negative argument about what isn't causing it, from what I remember.
Okay.
I don't know if he puts many positive arguments forward about it. This is really more of a critique of big pharma and its methods of disseminating information and its manipulation of studies to get the results it wants, basically.
We're now on shelf 3. Maybe you could say a bit about just the overall theme here.
Yeah. So down the bottom, you just have a handful of medical ethics books. That's a hat one always has to wear when you work in medical humanities. And as I said, I got my start teaching bioethics at in Chicago before I moved to Atlanta. But While I was at Emory, I always every year taught a basic bioethics class, traditional bioethics class, and used that Munson textbook.
Could you help me understand how medical ethics is a part of medical humanities, but there's other like major branches? What are those other major areas?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I hadn't, I guess I don't, medical ethics certainly precedes medical humanities, but I tend to think of medical ethics as I personally tend to think of medical ethics as a very applied domain within medical humanities. I'm sure lots of other people would disagree, but um, medical ethics is a more bread and butter, like brass tacks kind of discipline where you're looking at specific situations that tend to crop up in doctor-patient encounters, in research ethics, things like that, and you're applying philosophical, ethical theories, whether it's the main ones tend to be Aristotle's ethical theories, Kant's ethical theories, or utilitarian ethical theories. There are some other theories that crop up as well from time to time, but those were always what I called the big three in my class. And you're using the principles of either Kantian ethics or utilitarian ethics to come up with the right decision or action in a certain medical situation. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to teach, knowing that you're having a hopefully positive influence on young medical students to be future doctors of America. And it was an easy class to teach in a lot of ways too, because you just sort of sit back, present an ethical dilemma, and then tease out all the implications of the situation and debate what the right solution is. I think my creative writing background always kind of kicked in that class as well, because I would put a lot of information, like emphasis on the scene and the situation, and like try to put yourself in the heads of all of these different characters in these short little medical cases that you read all the time in a class like this. And so for me, there was a lot of what I used to call moral imagination that I was trying to instill in my students, getting them to imagine themselves in a situation and try to figure out how they would act and why, and then justify it using the ethical theories. I see another book there by an old friend, Research Methods in Health Humanities. I can't help but highlight Craig Klugman, who was a professor I worked with at DePaul University, who taught me out so much about the history of health and medical humanities. Great guy, great scholar. And then here we go with the evil hours, we move into the trauma section. Why don't you just do a slow scroll? The rest of this entire shelf is trauma studies, and while you're scrolling, I'll talk about the indirect path I took to this field. In a little bit, we'll finally get into my work in speech pathology. And when I was writing my book on speech disorders, one of the chapters in it was on my two favorite poets from the First World War, Wilfred Owen and Siegfried Sassoon, who both developed stutters because of their experience of trench warfare and the shell shock that they got from the war. And that just sort of snowballed for me into a wider interest in the history of warfare, the history of combat trauma from warfare. I think initially I felt a kind of responsibility. I was at an event one time for veterans in Chicago, and it hit me that I knew all about the ins and outs of combat in World War I, while I was completely ignorant about the two most recent wars that had happened in our history, Iraq and Afghanistan, and what soldiers today, or back then anyway, were going through. And that led me to start reading more widely in the history of warfare, the history of combat and combat trauma. One thing I learned doing so is that every war is fought in different ways, and the different ways that wars are fought can produce different kinds of combat trauma. The what they called the shell shock of World War I is a very different phenomenon from what was called battle fatigue in World War II, what eventually became known as post-traumatic stress disorder in modern times. And so I kept doing this research, going further and further, and gradually that morphed into just a kind of interest in trauma per se. that led to a class, a notorious class at Emory that I offered one semester, and it was so popular, despite the dark subject matter, which caught me off guard, that I kept offering it annually the entire time I was at Emory. This class was called War and Trauma, Health 334. Certainly not for the faint of heart. We got into incredibly dark subject matter. And initially, that class was entirely focused on the history of combat. I gradually, as if you want to go down a shelf for a second, we could show a few more books related to trauma. Actually, sorry, no, they're on that shelf as well. Down there at the beginning, Trauma and Recovery by Judith Herman, one of the masterpieces of the field. Ruth Lay's Trauma, Susan Brown Miller's Against Our Will, Susan Bryson's Aftermath. I started to, Is Rape a Crime by Michelle Bowdler. I started to look at the history of trauma from sexual assault as well and work that into the class. And those tended to be the two main topics that we talked about because, as Judith Herman herself famously puts it, the two paradigmatic forms of trauma for young and men, women, respectively, are warfare and rape. It's a really provocative quote by her that was something we would debate and discuss on the first day of that class. And so gradually the class started to have a bit more of a gender balance in that regard, where, again, we looked at trauma as it stems from this paradigmatic experience of young manhood, aka combat or warfare, and the traumas that can come from other things like sexual violence. Why don't we go back through again and let's talk about a few highlights.
I was a
Susan,
little bit curious about this first one, Evil Hours.
yeah, that's a strange book. It's just another history of PTSD. I don't know it as well as some of the others.
Okay.
It's got an unusual writing style about it that makes it kind of like almost lyrical at times. It's a fascinating read, but it is just essentially an overview of the history of trauma. Judith Herman's Trauma and Recovery is probably the most important single book in the field. She takes the tack that trauma is most importantly understood as a political phenomenon. She does a lot of what she calls consciousness raising about the history of not just trauma per se, but the recognition or lack thereof of trauma in our history. So a lot of the best aspects of this book are like the fight to get the trauma of women and young people and people of color more openly recognized in society. She is also has some role to play in the false memory and implanted memory syndrome that I was talking about earlier. She seems to have been one of these medical thinkers who believe that sexual violence was very, very widespread in her time, back in talking about the 70s, 80s. It's a brilliant book, brilliant book. Susan Brown Miller's Against Our Will is a feminist manifesto against sexual assault. We would read a little bit of that in my class. It's a very provocative book. Classic second wave feminism.
Did you get into microaggressions at all?
Yeah, at the very end. Maybe I'll talk about that when we wrap up.
Okay.
Rape of Nanking is about a historical atrocity. Such dark subject matter. This story, one of the worst war atrocities ever committed, that the author, Irish Chang, committed suicide shortly after publishing this book. Just the act of researching it took such a toll on her. It's a really terrible story. Is Rape a Crime by Michelle Bowdler. She's a friend. I got to know her after I read her book, and I reached out to her, and she very graciously guest spoke in my class a couple times. And it's a memoir about her own sexual assault and just the nightmare, Kafkaesque bureaucratic nightmare of trying to get the perpetrator prosecuted, to where she finally, at one point in this long ordeal that she went through, raised her hands essentially and said, wait a second, the way everybody's talking about this, the way this is being handled is making me wonder If Rape is Even a Crime. And that's where her title came from. Abraham Gardner, I think he's the one who coined the term PTSD. Ben Shepherd, he wrote that. He's a World War II era doctor who treated combat veterans. War of Nerves is an outstanding history of all the different understandings from World War I to the present of combat trauma. Let's see. You have so many great books here. Jonathan Shea is a crucial figure. He coined the term moral injury. That's an interesting aspect to bring up about this real quick. So, anytime someone, particularly soldiers, are put in situations where they have to commit an act that violates their own moral code, they can be traumatized as much as the victim of whatever act they're perpetrating. And that gets referred to in trauma theory as moral injury. The psychic effects, traumatic oftentimes, of finding yourself violating your own moral compass and committing a deed you would have never thought yourself capable of. Jonathan Shea saw this in many of the Vietnam era vets that he was treating in the Boston area. And as you can tell from the titles, he used the framework of Homer to understand what these soldiers were undergoing, both in terms of going off to war like Achilles and trying to return and readjust to American life like Odysseus. And so those two books make a wonderful companion set for reflecting on all sorts of aspects related to combat trauma, but in particular moral injury.
Did you ever look at the Abu Ghraib case?
It would come up, yeah. And it's a textbook example of moral injury. I haven't looked at it enough to follow the lives of any of the soldiers implicated in it. I have to be honest, but I can imagine they're suffering certain symptoms of moral injury for sure. We can keep scrolling. The Great War in Modern Memory, Paul Fussell. Oh, I skipped by him when we were on the literary criticism shelf. Shame on me below. Paul Fussell is an British-American literary critic, and he wrote the single best book on poetic meter. Somehow my eyes must have glazed over it when we were on that bookcase. My favorite book on poetry probably ever written. And this is one of
What's the title?
Poetic Meter and Poetic Rhythm or something. It's just 2 shelves below if you want to.
Yeah, I'll switch over.
Yeah, that's quite an oversight on my part. It's slender, so it's next to Nabokov. Poetic Meter and Poetic Form. If any of your viewers want to learn more about poetic meter, which I know we've talked about a fair bit, there is no better book than this book by Paul Fussell for learning about the history of how meter is used in poetry. He also wrote, if you want to jump back, The Great Study of World War I Poetry, The Great War in Modern Memory. It's a witty, brilliant study of how poets used poetry to cope with warfare. In particular, Siegfried Sassoon and Wilfred Owen, they're 2 of the main poets he deals with in that book. All of these, every single book on this shelf is amazing. Dispatches is Vietnam era reporting on the war. War by Sebastian Junger is about an embedded reporter in Afghanistan and Iraq, and everything that he learned by being embedded with a platoon, about the nature of warfare, very philosophical reflections, similar to Gray's The Warriors, just a couple books above it. Tyler Boudreau and Brian Turner are 2 Iraq-Afghanistan era writers. Tyler Boudreau wrote, in my opinion, the best essay ever written on moral injury. I used to teach that in my class as well. Brian Turner's another Iraq poet. I think he came up when we were going through my poetry shelf.
Could you talk a few words about Demon Camp? and My
Uh,
Life as a Foreign Country, those two.
Yeah. So My Life as a Foreign Country is a war memoir, in the tradition of, if you can jump back real quick, in the tradition of Robert Graves's Goodbye to All That. Yeah, right there at the bottom. Robert Graves kind of founded this genre of the war memoir, talking about what you did in the war and what the war did to you, if you will, and that's about his experiences in World War One. Brian Turner wrote the great memoir of fighting in Iraq. And, the one thing I talked at the outset of this section about how different types of warfare produce different types of symptoms. The main takeaway for me of My Life as a Foreign Country is how fighting a counterinsurgency war, which is very different from traditional warfare where two sides meet equally in a battlefield. They fight, somebody wins, somebody loses, and then both sides pull back to their camps to a place of relative safety. In a modern counterinsurgency warfare, there is almost no front and no rear in that regard. And so it produces extreme forms of hypervigilance where the threat is sort of everywhere and nowhere. And Brian Turner's really good at articulating that, how every civilian is suspiciously, potentially a threat. Every physical object could be hiding an IED, those sorts of things. And he's really great at explaining the toll that takes on a soldier's psychology, the like constant wear and tear of being paranoid about your environment that often to that extent.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great book. You asked about Demon Camp as well. I don't remember that one as well, but I want to say that is about um it's set in Georgia, and it's about I think it's got like a Pentecostal angle to it where it's about churches. Do you want to do a quick Google
Yeah, I'll
summary?
pull it up with the AI is giving me some stuff right now.
It really sticks
Immersive
out from all the others.
American veterans of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars struggle with PTSD, search for meaning, healing, and narrative after the war. Comes from a controversial program called Demon Camp, a kind of evangelical style retreat for veterans, private quasi therapeutic retreat run by Christian spiritual warfare language, self help motivational speaking, informal trauma processing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's an interesting book.
PTSD is framed not just psychologically, but spiritually as demons that must be confronted or expelled.
Yeah, yeah.
And that gets into, secular versus religious etiology and, different paradigms of understanding symptoms.
hmm Um, Thank you for your service. I used to refer that in my class as the five emptiest words in the English language. It's a great study of the effects of warfare in Iraq and Afghanistan on soldiers, made into an excellent film adaptation as well. And um, this has become, in our very rah-rah militarist times, like the pat phrase that everybody thinks they are supposed to say to soldiers. But it can be, what I learned from discussing my work with veterans so much over the years is that these words can feel really alienating to a soldier, a veteran, when they hear it, because it's more of a conversation killer than a conversation starter. And so a lot of them, when they hear this phrase, tend to think there's nothing more to be said. You're really just kind of putting me on a pedestal rather than wondering or caring about what my my military service was like. So I was always very critical of that phrase in my class based on the reporting I heard back from veterans about how that rung in their ears. Carl Molantes is a great Vietnam combat vet, essayist, and novelist. That's his memoir about his time in Vietnam. On Killing is a study of, I saw you zoom in on that title at one point, a study of how the military learned to increase the kill rate, the lethality in their soldiers over time. It's a little known fact about warfare. We tend to think that we are a belligerent species because we engage in warfare so constantly. But one thing you learn when you get into warfare studies is that soldiers are actually quite reluctant to pull the trigger. So there were all these studies done where in the Civil War, for instance, men were notorious for lifting their muskets up in the air and firing it because they were required to fire it, but were terrified that they might take another human life. In ethical and religious, spiritual terms. And so this book gets into how the military, American military, um, through what's his name, the psychologist Skinner, through B.F. Skinner style conditioning, train soldiers to take kill shots more and more reflexively, automatically over time. The military has put a ton of investment and research into this question of how do you make sure that your soldiers are willing and able to kill. And so this book is a really disturbing study of exactly what its subtitle says it is, the psychological cost of learning to kill. We can zoom back out. Home from the war, Vietnam era, GIs and Frauleins is a lot to do with a subject near and dear to my heart because my father would have known some of those Frauleins in his time as a soldier in Munich back in the 50s. It's about American German fraternization between American soldiers and German women during the war. There's a lot of great stories in there. Ernst Junger's masterpiece From the German Perspective of World War I, amazing book. And that Invisible Wounds of War there on the end is the big Rand Corporation study of PTSD in combat. It was a massive study. I don't know what it cost to fund it, but it took years to conduct. And it looked at all of the, ongoing effects of PTSD for soldiers after warfare. It's one of the biggest studies of its kind ever done.
Wow.
That's essentially a book full of facts, figures, data, tables, and so on. And we can hop down to the next shelf here. I see one book out of place. The influenza should probably be above in the plague history. But Susan Sontag's work on photography, that also bears on photography and how we deal with trauma in imagery. I have a few books on historical trauma here. Hannah Arendt's classic about the Nuremberg trials, a couple books about the Holocaust, John Hersey's Hiroshima, absolutely incredible book about the after effects of the atomic bombing. Okay, you can stop there. This is kind of the end of the trauma section here. Another big topic that started to figure more and more prominently in my trauma class at Emory was mass shootings and school shootings, which obviously any college classroom, as well as any high school classroom in America, is kind of always operating under the specter of that possibility, right? And this is the great study of what kicked this whole mess off with Columbine. A wonderful portrait of what the Columbine shooting did to the entire community. So Dave Cullen gets not only into the perpetrators and their families and the victims and their families, but also people who were, indirectly affected at the perimeter of the tragedy. It's an outstanding book. And then that last one is just about the Irish conflicts in Belfast and otherwise.
Have you ever looked into the yeah, I've heard this come up recently with the most recent conflict with Iran and the effects of air campaigns on the people being bombed and kind of the psychological, I mean, the blitz with London and the sort of, we talked about Churchill earlier. Um, have you ever looked into that side of things? And
I mean, I guess the closest concept to it that I've worked with would be what I mentioned earlier, hypervigilance. I mean, there's an interesting phenomenon with trauma studies that one learns right out of the gate is that you can never predict. You can have two people standing shoulder to shoulder during a traumatic event, and you can never predict whether one or both or neither will have lingering PTSD symptoms. The Columbine book is a great example for that, where, some people who were right next to someone who was shot to death managed to cope fairly well. And, somebody who was just in another room and not directly affected to the same extent is completely debilitated. And that's one of the big mysteries to do with trauma that historically has been used, again, hearkening back to what I was saying earlier about stigmatization, used to judge people's character in really harmful ways, where if someone is seen as over affected by an event or under affected by an event, we tend to make lots of judgments about them because of that. So, with something like the Blitz, you would get quite a wide variety of effects from that. I've talked to a couple people. There was a professor at Villanova when I was, about 20 that I met, who had lived through the Blitz in London. Forget his name. I haven't spoken to him in 30 years, but him just kind of having a stiff upper lip about the whole thing and seeming like, yeah, it was a very rough childhood experience, but it didn't define me or stay with me my entire life. Whereas other people might have, dealt with a variety of insomnia symptoms, jumpiness, what have you, who underwent the same exact sensory experience, but it just hits people differently. So we can group the next batch of books here. There's a few more. Boom. A few more still. Yeah. Go to From Distracted Mind down to Anxious Generation. Bingo. So this batch here is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I taught a little bit about it at Emory, but not a lot. It's more just a subject that concerns me and obsesses me, and that subject is technology addiction. These are some of the very best books that have been written on this subject. Jonathan Haidt, an NYU psychologist, has been really the most prominent and important voice raising awareness about the terrible effects of giving young people access to social media and to smartphones from too young of an age. Jean Twenge, her great study iGen, has tracked the psychological impact on young people in terms of their self-esteem, especially, and their overall happiness of being exposed to social media at a young age. You have a few other books in here on how technology is designed to manipulate our brains. I know I was insisting I'm an anti-neural reductionist earlier, but enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so on this subject, I tend to lean a little bit harder into the neural accounts of what websites like Instagram and Facebook do to our dopamine levels, our cortisol levels. Larry Rosen, those two books at the top, is a neuroscientist in California who's done incredible studies of how social media is rigged to affect us biologically and get us addicted. Every single one of these books is eye-opening and disturbing in that regard. And, this is just something I worry a lot about on an interpersonal level and also as a professor. And I'll say this is one of the reasons that I retired from teaching as early as I did, is that I was seeing the pervasiveness of technology addiction in my students, seeing what a challenge it was to therefore be able to structure classes in ways that they would learn from. And I think it's really going to get only worse and worse, I have to admit, this problem going into the future. It's what social media and smartphones has done to the human attention span makes me worry about the future of higher education even being possible, if I'm being honest.
It's funny. There was an interview I would put into AI, and I haven't been able to find a source for this, but in one of his recent interviews, he talked about how he considered, I guess, in college going in a religious or some type of theology type direction with his career,
Mhm.
and then later kind of went more in the science direction and all. I don't know. I can't find it. I thought it was a really interesting revelation because I see him as kind of, he is at the very forefront of tackling these issues and even getting laws passed. Like in Australia, they're sort of the first major country or one of the first to really put
Mhm.
strict regulations on these companies. And some people think they're going to, in history, be seen as sort of like the cigarette companies and
Oh, for sure.
selling, the candy cigarettes and the flavored cigarettes and all that kind of stuff that we now look on today in horror.
No question, but the question is who's going to be paying attention enough? Cigarettes didn't erode our attention span, they just rotted our lungs. And I worry like who's going to even have the attention span to remember what Jonathan Haidt did in the future. This to me is an even more nefarious problem than what we had with cigarettes. And for me in that regard, Jonathan Haidt is a saint two ways in my book for his work on technology and also for everything he's been doing to fight, let's just say, cancel culture in higher ed as well. He's one of the founders of what's called the Heterodox Academy, where he's tried to restore viewpoint diversity in higher education, and I really admire his work on both fronts kind of equally.
And that's probably part of why he's been successful is because he's been able to bring together a coalition of people concerned about these issues. And maybe more controversially, but I think um, uh, what's his name, Kennedy. He's brought together a lot of kind of unlikely bedfellows in his
Robert,
um,
Robert George.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Make America Healthy Again, and his criticisms of a variety of different things, and people disagree about the solutions, but there's starting to be more of a consensus on some of those problems.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just say as a kind of PSA, I mean, for anyone who who has a young kid or is about to have a kid, gifting them uh, Jonathan Haidt's first book there, The Anxious Generation, is probably the best thing you could do for them because it advocates in really compelling ways, basically, for what I'll call an Amish childhood, where you hide devices from your kids as long as humanly possible. And everybody fears like, oh, that'll make the kid get bullied and that'll make the kid get stigmatized. But all one needs to know about this is what guys like Zuckerberg and what's his name, Steve Jobs, did with their own children. What's the old saying? Don't get high on your own supply. And Steve Jobs notoriously made sure that his own children were not allowed to use iPads, iPhones, etc. at a young age. And that kind of tells you all you need to know about these devices and how they've been designed. Um,
I
you
have a
know,
little bit of a different perspective on that in the sense that I think if you look at the old internet with whether it's the bulletin boards or sort of
the-
HTML websites, there wasn't as much concern about addiction because the content itself and the way it was organized didn't tap into those addictions.
yeah,
And so I'm a little bit skeptical of these ideas of, well, it's the technology itself as opposed to the content. I mean, you have books that appeal to sort of higher motives and then base motives. And you could say, well, the book itself as a technology is a problem, or you could say it's the content within that book. And so um, I think it's important to carefully parse what exactly it is.
yeah,
If that computer isn't connected to the internet, then that solves quite a bit of those issues. And I remember using the computer as a child and didn't have really social media and was doing all kinds of educational stuff with it. And I think, you know, the pendulum can swing too far in the other direction.
For sure. I take your point there. I'm just looking up a name. I'm forgetting the guy's last name. But I would, I guess, I would take a little bit of a Marshall McLuhan tack on this and say that the medium is the message. When you think about some of the ways these devices are designed, with continuous scroll to keep you going, and even YouTube, where these videos will end up having its um, ongoing play loop to keep you on the device. I mean, these are all very intentional design decisions that were made, in back rooms where the end goal was to keep us as addicted as possible. So another person who I think is relevant to this conversation, who isn't on the shelf, is Tristan Harris, that famous um,
Yeah.
Goo- Google employee who came out with a manifesto and became another critic of technology, like Jonathan Haidt. The stuff that he's been doing in recent years in this regard is really good, and I would draw your attention to an appearance he did on 60 Minutes that I used to use in my health humanities class. It's called Brain Hacking is the name of the episode, where they go behind the scenes. Larry Rosen has a cameo in that as well. They go behind the scenes and look at how these companies use psychology and neuropsychology to make sure that their devices are as sleek and appealing and are manipulating our dopamine and cortisol levels in just the right combination to keep us constantly coming back for more. Yeah. Why don't we scroll past? No pun intended. um, so what else do we have on this shelf? I think we'll start to move. Here's some books on drug addiction. And then I don't have too much to say about them, but there's some classics. And then this section here we could pause on. Quite a lot, actually, right to there. That's perfect. So this is my disability studies, disability theory section. I started, as I mentioned, when I made the shift to medical humanities early on. I started teaching medical ethics, and I started teaching a class on disability studies. And these are all some of the very best books in that field if one's looking to introduce themselves to the field. I won't say a whole lot about each and every book by any means. Um, I'll just say in summary that disability studies and disability theory are like a lot of other post-structuralist forms of theory. Their primary goal is to destabilize binaries, like between the able-bodied individual and the disabled individual. See that more in terms of a continuum. You hear the distinction made in disability theory all the time between what they'll call the medical model of disability and the social model. The medical model is a sense that disability is really like lodged in the individual disabled person's body, whereas the social model talks about how different built environments can be disabling. If someone in a wheelchair is less disabled by a building that has proper ramp access, things like that, than they are by a building that's just built with disabling stairs. So they try to shift the focus from the body to the environment. And of course, with some of these books like The Disability History or No Pity, there's an activist sense of working to increase disability rights and disability representation. A few of these books are studies of how disability gets portrayed in pop culture. Narrative prosthesis would be a good example of that, or Extraordinary Bodies. I think the smartest philosopher in this bunch here, I would have to say, is Tobin Siebers. Those two books in the middle, Disability Theory and Disability Aesthetics, are both utterly brilliant. I never got to meet him, but he's an incredibly sharp thinker. And, I've taken jabs a couple times at literary criticism that's more politically minded and axe grindy, and Siebers is definitely that, but he's so damn smart that he's definitely changed my attitude in that regard. So yeah, this is a great bunch of books here, and Leonard Davis. Um, Leonard Davis, 2 books from Leonard Davis, and Steicher's History of Disability is outstanding as well. Let me just call it there in terms of disability studies, and now I see already we're moving into disfluency studies. That is my little subfield. It's come up already a couple points in the conversation, and I've already just recently described how I got into the area. Got so preoccupied with the question of language disorder, language breakdown, that sort of thing, mainly with conditions like stuttering, Tourette's syndrome, aphasia, mutism, lisping as well. I, at the end of my dissertation, decided that I wanted to write a book on this subject. Maybe I could show the book now, if that's all right. Um, People can feel free to judge the book by its cover. In this case, I absolutely love the cover. The design team at Bloomsbury Press, who published my book, and I collaborated to come up with this. And the gimmick was to take, obviously, a phrenology head, one of these old school phrenology heads, and use it essentially as the table of contents of my book. Can you see that? Is it centered pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah, looks great.
So you can see all the topics that I get into in my book just got plugged into various chunks of the brain there. And then, of course, the gimmick, the twist here is that rather than a speaking phrenology head, it's an unspeaking phrenology head, because so much of this book is about struggling to find the words for things rather than taking fluency for granted. I'll give like a super quick overview, if that's all right, chapter by chapter. So the subtitle is on speech disorders in modern literature.
Do you want to show the table of contents?
Yeah, I can. Here, I'll scroll up a little bit. I hope that's slow and clear enough. And then there should be a page 2. Yeah. One more chapter in the back. So yeah, long story short, I went back. You can hop back into the
Okay.
Gulf if you don't mind. And I went back to the 1860s with this book and the dawn of what's called aphasiology, which is represented by the work of that aphasiologist, neurologist Paul Broca there, that French book that, as usual, is flipped the wrong way. That beige book, do you see it? Écrit sur l'aphasie, Writings on Aphasia, 1861 to 1869. Paul Broca is a fascinating figure in French medical history and in the history of neuroscience. He's one of the most important figures, period. And he was the first person who discovered that language was probably localized in certain parts of the brain. And he did this in reverse by studying people who had brain impairments that had affected their language centers and therefore lost the ability to speak. He did a series of really like earth-shattering case studies in the 1860s that proved that language was probably, like I said, cerebrally localized in an area that bears his name to this day. It's called Broca's area. It's in the frontotemporal lobe in the left hemisphere. My book begins by saying, what do these new insights about language do to the way writers understand what it means to have language, to use language, etc., and how do they therefore deal with language loss in their usually novels and also plays and other forms, but primarily novels. And the historical genealogy that I trace begins with the neuroscientific understanding of language that is born in the 1860s, moves forward into the Freudian period where you get more psychogenic understandings of speech pathology, influenced by Freud's account of the human mind. That history is best told there in that book, Knotted Tongues by Benson Bobrick, which is a brilliant history of stuttering. And then in the 1980s, 90s, 2000s, you get a kind of shift back to more neural understandings of how speech disorders are caused and so on and so forth. So my book looks basically at begins with a study of the neurolinguistic turn, how that informs writers like Zola and Proust and how they portray language loss. Then I have a chapter on the impact of World War I on this subject. And so if you could go down a shelf, actually.
Mhm.
Next picture, those two battered tomes at the bottom. The second chapter of my book is about the aphasiologist Henry Head, who did this huge 2-volume study of all of the language issues that were caused by soldiers who suffered traumatic brain injuries in World War I. There are dozens of case studies in this book. It's a really incredible project. Guys who were hit with sniper fire but managed to survive. Some guys who just had shell shock, no physical injury to their brain, but their speech was impaired. Guys who were hit with shell fragments and survived. He looks at as many cases as he can get his hands on, and he tracked these soldiers for years, even after the war, to see how much progress or lack thereof they had made with their language loss. Um, that's his biography about him, medicine and modernism after. And where the hell is my copy of Jacina's other book? Can you scroll a little bit? There's one other book that's important here. There it is, Lost Words. Um, Lost Words is the best history ever written of the field of aphasiology that covers all of these topics I'm talking about, from Henry Head back to Paul Broca, and are kind of developing ideas over time of how language can be lost due to brain trauma. You can just scroll, just stay in the shelf, please, but I'll just summarize my book quickly and then get into some of the titles. Um, then I looked at the way stuttering and sexuality often get linked in books like Kesey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Billy Budd, excuse me, some others. There was this association that was often made between stuttering and impotence, and it was thought that either sexual weakness or sexual repression could lead someone to have a stutter. Ooh, excuse me, I've been talking for hours here. I have another chapter on stuttering as a political metaphor for resistance and violence. I talked about that a little bit already, so I won't say much more. And then I have a chapter on Tourette's speech in a great little novel that also came up a while ago, Jonathan Latham's Motherless Brooklyn. Let's see here. So that's what my monograph is about. There it is again. What do we have here? We have some early speech therapy manuals by Bogue and West, two of the most important American speech pathologists. Why don't you scroll in the other direction again, back up? Oh, that one O'Neill there. Remember at some point, hours and hours ago, you asked me where, before, in the days before the internet, how the hell does someone do research about a topic like this? Books like that are imperative. Speech and speech disorders, and it covers about 2,000 years of Western history and references to conditions going back to Aristotle. I think there's even a reference in there to stuttering in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I mean, the range of references that book collects for you is incredible.
Remember
Around,
what the reason was for writing this?
I have no idea. That book's from at least the 80s, maybe earlier. Around it, what you're seeing are a lot of either pathographies or autopathographies. The Man Who Lost His Language is a beautiful portrait written by a wife about her husband's language loss. You have a couple in a row there, autobiographies from aphasics, and those are always interesting to read, for the ways in which their language will be unusual, almost sometimes defamiliarized. So every autopathography defamiliarizes language in its own weird way. So Helen Wolf's book is great for that. Diving Bell and the Butterfly. All of those are fantastic illness memoirs about the struggle to recover speech after a stroke. Very poignant. Howard Kushner's Cursing Brain is the best book ever written on Tourette's syndrome. He actually is the person who hired me to come work at Emory. So I obviously owe him a debt of gratitude. Stutter by Mark Shell is part memoir, part cultural history by a Harvard professor about growing up with a severe stutter. We have an edited collection that I did there. That's obviously a thing I've done a couple times over the years. If I'm really interested in the subject, I'll try to write a monograph on it on the one hand, and then do an edited collection that brings some different people together as well to write about the subject. A couple interesting theoretical works on stuttering there by Rosen and Connor. And yeah, then we're starting to move into linguistics, sociolinguistics. You can stop right there. And that's the last stuff before we get to literary theory. So, I think I alluded to it at one point or another. I was teaching a class when I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do in this field that I was half creating, half kind of pulling from other fields. I taught a general class on non-standard language called Talking Normal. It was a class I taught at Berkeley. I think I taught it the year I was at Caltech too. I taught it in Australia. I taught it at DePaul University, and I taught it once more at Emory, and then I kind of retired it. But it was a class where we looked at all sorts of epiphenomenon of linguistic breakdown. So just clinical speech disorders, um, like stuttering, aphasia, mutism, lisping, all of that stuff. We looked at how they're portrayed, how they're understood, how they're stigmatized. And then we looked at related topics in sociolinguistics. So what you call low prestige dialects like African American vernacular English, any kind of form of talking that could be stigmatized was in that class. Tourette's, et cetera, et cetera. So it was just a fun opportunity to kind of reflect on what language is, on why people judge some forms of language higher than others, that sort of thing. So that's what some of these books here are for. Do You Speak American is the great book companion to a PBS series from the 80s where they went around the country and looked at all of the various American dialects and explored all the attitudes that we have about language, whether positive or negative. And then last but not least, it seems a weird book to end on for this bookcase, but Frank Luntz there, I'm sure you noticed, who came up earlier. He's the great nemesis of George Lakoff. Luntz is the Republican word guru pollster who would help the Republicans craft language to win their policy issues or for legislation they were trying to get passed. And that's his explanation about how his understanding of language works and the kind of work he did for the Republican Party in coining terms. It's one of the smartest books ever written on effective political messaging that you could read. Okay, we made it.
So that is the first bookcase in the basement, and now we're going to move on to the next one here.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're now in bookcase 2 here, and would you like to say a few words just about what we got going on here?
Yeah, so it's a major gear shift compared to everything else we've been discussing so far. It's mostly been high culture, literature, philosophy, linguistics, medical humanities, of course. And now suddenly we're going to shift gears to the history of finance, markets, trading, day trading, a field that's known as technical analysis, which is the study of price charts to predict price movements. There's a lot of history of financial folly in these shelves. And if you want to keep scrolling for a second, I'll just give a little quick backstory on why I developed this unusual interest, at least for myself personally, that caused many of my friends at the time that I developed the interest to think I was either losing my mind or having a midlife crisis, and probably a little bit of both. I first got interested in markets during COVID. Like most people in those early days, March, April, May of 2020, I suddenly found myself shifting from being an in-person professor to teaching from home, and suddenly having my social life removed from me like everybody else, and having therefore a lot more personal time on my hands to fill. And so I think on the one hand, I was simply looking for a new hobby, a new interest to explore and take advantage of the extra time I had. And one day I was reading an article on the market crash from COVID, and right there in the end of March of 2020. And I'd never really had an interest in markets before that. I wouldn't have even before that been able to tell you exactly what a stock was. I mean, I knew it was some part of a company or something, but I was completely ignorant on all of this stuff. And as you can see from this bookcase, I over the past 6 years now have developed quite a strong passion and interest in it. Um, if you want, we can start going through the shelves a little bit now. And this interest has gotten strong enough that I've even experimented with trading and with day trading. And there's a lot I find enjoyable and exciting about it. And I'm kind of at this point in my life in the process of deciding if it's something I want to keep pursuing or not. Because the one thing I'll say is, as fascinating as and exciting as it is, it can also be very all-consuming, and so it's a job that's hard to juggle when you're trying to do other things like write fiction. So that's sort of where I'm at with it at this point in my life. Um, let's just start going through the books then, if that's all right.
Yeah.
That first one is a fun read. It was written in, I think, the 1840s, 1850s. It's quite old. I think his first name is Charles McKay, if I'm not mistaken. And it's one of the first, if not the first book of what's called crowd theory. As you can see from the title, it's about the madness of crowds, or let's call it herd mentality. And it covers everything from like early financial bubbles, like the famous tulip mania in Holland in the, I think, 1600s, to the Salem witch trials, any sort of mass delusion or mass craze that led people to all throw their money in the same direction is covered in this book. It comes up constantly in finance books, even modern finance books written in the last 5, 10 years. This book comes up so often that finally I said, okay, I guess I better go back and check it out. And the reason it comes up is because in finance, and in trading of stocks especially, there's a mistake that people can make in thinking that stock picking is about picking the best company and being right. Whereas what actually ends up mattering more than that is making sure that you pick the stock that everybody else is going to pick. And so being right, quote unquote, doesn't always mean that it's going to be the best company, it's going to have the best products, it's going to have the best inventions. It can mean it's going to be the sexiest looking company that everybody else is going to get behind. And so, one thing that you hear from traders and money managers all the time is the importance of understanding groupthink and getting in early on groupthink and trading it, taking advantage of it. If something's going to be a fad, for instance, we're going through this AI bubble in the stock market at the moment, then identifying that early and kind of taking advantage of herd mentality is one way to be very successful in markets. John Maynard Keynes, of course, called this the beauty contest theory. Have you heard this term before?
Yeah.
Yeah, that he said trading stocks is like participating in a beauty contest, judging a beauty contest, but your job isn't to pick the most beautiful woman in the contest. Your job is to guess who most other people will pick as the most beautiful woman. And if you can do that, if you can tell which companies are going to look sexy to the general public, you can make a whole lot of money that way. All right, these are all over the place thematically, so let's scroll through and see what we can come up with. Intellectual history from Neil Ferguson. It's a great history of the origins and development of money. Buffetology is about Warren Buffett's strategies of trading. So some of these books here in this area would fall under the category of what's called swing trading, like slower trading, where you hold on to something for a longer stretch of time. That can be for months, if not years. Buffett is a famous buy and holder who's held on to good companies for decades now, and um, Peter Lynch and Buffett both are guys who practice also what's called fundamental analysis. They dig into the earnings statements and study companies, the ins and outs of companies before they make their decisions on whether to invest or not. Darvis is a very cool book. He was a guy, I think he was like a dancer, and he traveled the world in the early 20th century, on steamships as a traveling performer, and would telegraph his trades to his broker. And he developed a technique known as Darvis boxes, where he could tell when a company was due to make a big jump in price. And that 2 million that he made in the very crass title there was quite a lot of money in the times that he's describing. And so this is sort of a autobiography of how he managed to make a fortune in the stock market while actually being nowhere near New York City at the time, and just reading news reports and guessing on price movement based on that. We have a couple books after that on trading psychology. We'll see a lot of those as we go. Some books on commodities like gold. George Soros's very cryptic Alchemy of Finance. I wish he could have found me. I might have been able to help him write a better, clearer book. Because that book is, while interesting because of who he is and all the legend around him, is terribly, terribly written and very hard to understand. Then we have some books on candlestick charting. I'll say more about that in a second, and I have a few pictures to show related to that. Those two in the middle there are interesting. The World for Sale and The Secret Club That Runs the World. So those are two books about commodity trading in particular. That could be anything from gold to oil to commodities like grain and orange juice and 100 other things. These two books are about the absolutely massive corporations that run the commodities markets around the world. Glencore is a famous one, Cargill, Vitol. And these are two expose style works that get into all the ways that these very, very powerful companies manipulate geopolitics to land big contracts and make sure that they can control the supply of whatever commodities they're providing. Really interesting books. That Mandelbrot is cool too, Misbehavior of Markets. That one, I think mathematically is a little above my head, if I'm being honest, but Mandelbrot is Benoit Mandelbrot is a famous mathematician, and the book is about his ideas on risk and volatility. He would kind of fall into the black swan camp of market commentators, if you will, by which I mean he thinks that volatility in markets is more the norm than the average person would assume, and that these black swan, like extremely unlikely doomsday events, are often actually bound to happen from time to time. I'm forgetting the name of the guy who wrote Black Swan, but
Nassim Taleb.
Taleb, thank you. But not unlike Taleb, he would have a lot to say about the possibility of these extremely adverse events in markets. And so this book is an attempt to show how certain kinds of mathematical theories like fractal geometry can explain market behavior better than some of these classic models like the rational agent theory, which dominated market thinking for many, many years, which assumed that markets are fundamentally stable because they consist of a set of rational actors, human beings, participants who make logical decisions rooted in self-interest, That's one dominant paradigm of understanding how markets work, and guys like Taleb and Mandelbrot and Robert Schiller, who appear here somewhere, are others who, in the other camp, who believe that markets move much more according to base emotions, panic, narratives that take hold of the market, either to drive them up or drive them down. I have quite a lot of books. You see the Kindle Burger there, Metz's Black Monday, Chancellor's Hindmost. There'll be many more as we scroll through that are all books about financial panics. And I have to say, in a kind of can't look away from a car wreck sort of, these histories of financial, I realize it's a terrible thing to say on my part, but these histories of financial calamities and financial folly, I just find really entertaining reads. um and it's weird, it's uncanny how these things just kind of cyclically repeat. Some of these books go back to ancient times, um and in the process prove that there are just some sort of innate aspects of human psychology that move markets. Let's see. We have, again, a mix of stuff. Commodities. Yeah, let's move on to the next shelf. So 3 books on the oil market there. Jurgen Clayton and Wallace Stegner, who you may recall is a famous American novelist. And yet he was commissioned to go to Arabia and write the history of the Arabian oil markets. That's just like a beautifully written, weird side project of his that as soon as I saw he had written it, of course, I snatched up right away. The other 2 books tell the history of the oil markets and geopolitics, and how the demand for oil, of course, drives wars and many, many other things besides. Jurgen's The Prize is incredible. I mean, it goes all the way back to the origins of the oil market, which actually were right near me here, just a little bit upstate in Pennsylvania. A guy named Edwin Drake was the first person ever to strike oil and figure out how to monetize it. He basically gave birth to the early kerosene market, which of course was used for lighting oil in the 19th century. And this book just tells the history from Edwin Drake and his very first oil rig through the days of wildcatting, when men would roam the country trying to guess where oil could be struck, all the way to the present. And basically from Edwin Drake to OPEC. It's an incredible work of history. Let's see. At some point I'll stop and I'll explain what technical analysis is. Let's save that for later. The Fund is probably the single funniest book in this entire bookcase. A biography, certainly unauthorized, of Ray Dalio and his running of Bridgewater, that makes him look almost like some kind of Jonestown-esque cult leader. It's hilarious and insane, some of the things that he got up to.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good book, and I personally think it was a little bit. I think there's a backstory to where maybe this guy actually applied to work there and was rejected or something, but um,
Rings a bell, yeah.
so I thought it was a little bit of um, like intending to mostly be critical, and so I don't necessarily think it's a balanced betrayal of the inner workings. And I think Dalio's done a lot of innovative stuff, both with there's definitely a trade-off with wanting to measure everything and wanting to record everything, and sort of have a almost a rationalist kind of paradise or utopia of everything being analyzed, everything being discussed, and encouraging disagreement. Um,
And what does he call it? Radical honesty, I think, is the
Radical honesty.
policy. Yeah. Yeah, no, you have a point there, and I can't pretend that I've dug into seeing how fair or not Copeland's portrayal is, but just in terms of some of the behind the scenes stuff that he gives you access to, it was a pretty hilarious read, I have to say. Throughout here, you'll see a couple portraits, biographies of Fed chairs. Volcker is, of course, the guy who, under Reagan, crushed the inflation of the 70s. And he's known in financial history as like one of the great, stubborn guys who, had the what do you call it, the strength of his convictions to stick with something until the bitter end, by essentially raising the federal funds interest rate to mafia levels until it finally crushed inflation once and for all. Keynes Hayek is a wonderful book of intellectual history that's about the friendship and rivalry and many debates over the years between John Maynard Keynes and Hayek, who represent two poles of economic thinking. Hayek is more a hero to the libertarians. He was someone who believed in leaving markets total freedom to correct themselves and adjust themselves, and he thought that any kinds of governmental intervention into markets would cause more trouble than it cured. Whereas John Maynard Keynes is obviously in the opposite camp, and he had a theory that business cycles can be regulated and moderated, because they tend to operate in slopes where they have peaks and deep valleys, high times and depressions. And Keynes thought that by manipulating funding for certain things that you could make those peaks and valleys a little bit smaller, if you will, by lowering taxes when you needed and increasing government spending, and then alternately by increasing taxes when you need to bring things back in line. He thought that you could ensure relative moderate prosperity over time and avoid things like the Great Depression ever happening again. We have a few more books of trading psychology. One thing that you learn when you're trading yourself, is that the name of the game is not just technical know-how, but it's also self-mastery, controlling your emotions, so that you can make a good, quick, objective decision. And so there's a lot of books on that subject in here. Trading in the Zone is one of the most famous. There's one below that I like a little better, so when we get to that, I'll say more. Here is a good area to pause and maybe explain what technical analysis is. Al Brooks is probably the most famous technical analyst. He's a regular on YouTube, teaches courses, has written many extremely dense books on the reading of stock charts. So again, just to start over and re-explain this concept, when you're trading stocks, you can trade according to fundamental analysis, where you're looking at the earnings projections for a particular company. You're looking at its prospects, its strengths, its weaknesses as a company, and then you make your trading decision based on that, on whether or not you think it's priced fairly and likely to increase in price over time. Technical analysis ignores all of that, at least in its purest form, and just looks at how chart patterns show you what a stock is likely to do or not. Can we jump to a couple of those
Yes.
screenshots, and I'll explain what I mean by that. All right, so we were talking about technical analysis, and I mentioned what are called candlestick charts earlier. So this is an example of a candlestick chart. Those green and red bars that you're seeing represent examples of price going up and down. Green means the candle started at the bottom and closed higher, so price went up. Red means that price started at the top of the candle and closed at the bottom. What Timothy is scrolling through here is the last year of oil futures prices. So if you zoom back out again, you can see, not so surprisingly, that we were enjoying for an entire year a very low and quite stable range of prices in the oil markets between, say, about $55 and $75 a barrel. And then in March, all hell broke loose with the conflict in Iran. And so what you see immediately is that, if you want to zoom in on that right-hand side a little bit, what you see immediately not only is the higher prices jumping upwards of 70 all the way to 110, 120, but you see much higher volatility. These are candles that represent the a single day's price movement. That spike that you see, the one big red stick, yeah, look at that. That was the height of the volatility in recent oil trading. And so what that candle means is that price started around 100, if you want to move your mouse down to there, up 100 right there. That's the start of the candle. Price shot all the way up to 120. That's what that wick is at the top of a candle. And then price closed that day all the way down at 90, looks like less than 90, about 85 or so. For oil markets, that's incredibly unusual and only tends to happen at times of geopolitical turmoil. Um, this is a nice, just simple example, if you can zoom out again,
Yep.
how price charts look over the long haul. And another thing that technical traders will use are what's called moving averages to get a sense of whether a price is a little above or a little below its average. That white line there that runs in a curve across price is the 200-day moving average of price. That's one of the most popular baselines that technical traders will use to decide if a price is trending up or trending down, is whether or not it's above or below its 200-day moving average. Why don't we move on to the next photo?
I think we should just, I don't know if you explained this, but I didn't remember it. Just how for green versus red, the
Yeah.
open and the close are different. So if it's,
So you see those wicks at the top and the bottom. The wicks will show you the high and low of that day. And that could happen at any time in the day. You can't tell that from the wicks. But what you can tell, if the candle is red, and these are just personal settings of mine, different traders use different colors. But if the candle is red, that means the top of the body right there was the open of the day, right? And the bottom of the body was the close of the day. And if you're looking at a green candle, that's reversed. If it's green, then the low part of the body, if you want to pick another candle, that's the open of that day. Exactly. And the green close of the body at the top is the close of the day. So just at a glance, this technique allows you to immediately know four things: the open, the close, the high, and the low of price action that day. This technique of candlestick charting, at some point here when we're going back through the shelves in a couple minutes, was brought to the West by a man named Steve Nyson, who took this technique of candlestick charting from Japanese rice traders. This goes back several centuries in Japan, and it was just a shorthand that Japanese merchants would use when they were trading rice in commodities markets in Japan. And Steve Nyson in the 70s, 80s, maybe a little bit later, maybe more 80s, 90s, I want to say, saw how this could be adapted to stock trading and introduced candlesticks to Western stock markets. Before that, people would primarily, when they were drawing charts, just use line graphs that just moved, in a zigzaggy fashion. But candlestick charting is a great way, if you want to zoom in again, on the right-hand side there. I mean, the more facility one gets with reading candlesticks, the more fascinating they become. And any good technical trader will tell you that what you're really looking at right now is a kind of Rorschach diagram of human emotion. So, I mean, you can even just see in that red menacing candle, you can see how crazy oil trading was that day, with people pushing prices dramatically higher and then pushing them dramatically back. And that's all of that emotion and all of that roller coaster ride that was that day of trading is encoded in just the length of the wick, the color of the candle, the huge bar of almost, it looks like $40 worth of price movement over the course of the day. So each and every one of these candles, if you know how to read them, tells a story of where battle lines were drawn over the course of the day and who won and who lost the price battle. We haven't gotten to my chess book collection yet, but I think part of the appeal of technical analysis for me is that it reminds me a lot of chess, the game of chess, in terms of pattern recognition and such. So these are some of the insights you can pull out of a chart just even at a glance.
And we were talking about narratology earlier and the fabula versus
Choose it.
the suit.
Sujet, I
So
think. Yeah.
it's not my best word, but understanding the ups and downs of a plot and then deciding where to start your telling of that plot. You could start the telling back here, and then your story would be really boring for the first, 60 minutes of a 90-minute movie. Or you could start in media res right in March.
Right at the
And
breakout. Yep.
so if you watch a movie or read a book about, the Great Depression and the early crashes, they're not going to start out here. They're going to start with a sort of movie trailer style thing right in this zone, and then do a flashback and then start back here. So understanding just emotion within storytelling, and really, I think a lot of the value is also applying this kind of analysis to other forms of value. Like we talked about different investing in different fields within academia, investing in research projects, research taste, deciding where you're going to invest your time, energy, and resources, and understanding how the value of things goes up and down over time. These kind of tools from the financial market can also be used for modeling other types of value.
Absolutely. Let's skip to another photo. So this is just for anyone who's curious and has never heard of technical analysis before. This is another strategy that day traders especially will use to trade. You see that blue line there is what's called a trend line. And you see how price keeps very neatly bouncing off the trend line from, if I can see the time there, right, from about 9 o'clock in the morning to 9:30, comes back again. If you could zoom in around 9:50, where that number 3 is. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. So you see price moving up, moving down, predictably trending downwards in this case. From the price on the right-hand side, I'm assuming this is a gold chart I grabbed from Gold Futures a few months ago. And price keeps bouncing off against this trend line. Now, this is a chart where I've drawn that trend line in advance, and then I'm waiting for a moment where price will return to that trend line. I'm looking for a reaction. And when price bounces off of that trend line, I know that there is institutional support to keep pushing price lower. And so that's the kind of example of something where a day trader would immediately see an opportunity and say, if I sell gold right there, price will go down, and then I can buy the gold back at a lower price and make the difference. That's what's called shorting. So, these are the kinds of patterns that traders are looking for, where, price diagonally, in this case, hugs a trend line. Can we jump ahead to the next photo now? I'm happy to go back if you have questions. Actually, one more photo forward. This is another example of a price pattern. This would be called a double top, and this is definitely gold as well, though many months ago based on the price. You see price get kicked down on the left-hand side quite dramatically from the 3,400 range, travel along, bounce down into this gully that it creates. And then as price starts to work its way back up, you notice that it's headed on a kind of collision course with 3434 again. This is what in technical analysis is referred to as a double top pattern. This U that you're seeing formed where price returns to a level where there was a very strong reaction, in this case at 4:45 in the morning, and then at 9:15 price comes back to that same level, and lo and behold, price rejects that level again quite violently and strongly. Traders will sit there lying in wait. They'll have their orders already entered, ready to go at that price level, and that's what produces that swift sell-off where they're selling as soon as price gets to that. Price goes down, then you buy back what you sold for cheaper, you pocket the difference. So these are some of the sorts of things that day traders who are invested in technical analysis specifically. There's some of the strategies they're using to profit in the markets. This last weird looking chart is just another technique that's popular with some traders of using the Fibonacci number system to create different price levels. These are called Fibonacci levels, all those lines that follow the Fibonacci sequence of numbers. Don't ask me to explain that very quickly, but it's a popular mathematical series that repeats at this 23%, 38, 50, 61, 78, 100 to infinity. And so you notice how price kind of neatly reacts to these levels throughout. This is not mysticism, though I know it sounds like it. It's more like a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy where if enough traders are slapping the same Fibonacci levels on their charts and trusting it and trading accordingly, then it will produce these reactions and movements in price that conform to Fibonacci levels. But I realize that to an outsider, it can completely look like astrology or something, and technical analysis very often gets mocked for that very reason. But it's a really interesting kind of game of reading patterns and predicting accordingly. We can hop out of the photos now if you'd like, and back to the shelves.
Okay.
So yeah, Al Brooks, Bob Volman, two absolute geniuses of technical analysis. The next guy, Mark Minervini, is also a brilliant trader, more of a swing trader who combines fundamental approaches with technical approaches, but to hold companies, to hold stocks for, more like weeks to months. That's what defines swing trading as opposed to day trading, where you're trading in and out of a stock, sometimes within an hour, sometimes within a matter of minutes. There are a variety of styles and that usually are differentiated according to the time horizon, how long you're going to hold the position, and then before you sell it off. I know you had an interest in crypto. Have you read Zeke Fo's book? It's I would say similarly funny to the fund, a kind of expose of some of the follies of the crypto market. That was a quite entertaining read.
I think there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know this book, so I don't want to say anything about it specifically, but I think there's a lot of, because it's an unregulated market, there are a lot of scams and a lot of fly-by-night individuals, and it makes for a lot of sensational stories to focus on that aspect of crypto. And I don't think that's necessarily good representation of the projects that are going to last for the long term and doing more serious work, working with financial institutions, banks, et cetera. And so you could even say the vast majority of projects are scams or are doomed to failure, but that doesn't represent what's likely the future of crypto. And so I think you don't necessarily get a accurate picture from a lot of these, especially popular stories about crypto, and so I wouldn't necessarily put a huge amount of stock in these kind of books that are focused on finding failures, because there's a lot of people who sort of use that as a reason to not take it seriously or not look at the work that is being done. We talked about German medical, that school of thought of being very scientific about medicine to clean up a lot of the previous problems. And I would say crypto is moving out of that Wild West era.
Yeah.
And, you could read tons of books about how a snake oil salesman and other fake medical treatments, and then predict that there was never going to be pharmaceutical breakthroughs because of, look at all these scams.
Yeah.
And that would be the opposite of the proper prediction of that field.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very apt analogy. The phrase Wild West is exactly what was running through my head in describing this book. Um, Again, for me, the few books throughout this bookcase that are like this um, are more than anything just entertaining exposés into financial folly, and this would definitely fall into that case. They're a great read, but it doesn't even, this one, from what I recall of it, doesn't even try to be any kind of overarching view of crypto markets. It's just an expose into some of the wild excesses that it's become known for.
There's
Next book.
actually an interesting history, just very briefly, of
Uh,
JFK's father, JPK, who made a lot of money in the Wild West era of finance. Actually shorted the market before
mhm,
the Great Depression and made a lot of money from that. A lot of insider schemes were legal at the time, and so um, he then became the commissioner of the SEC under FDR. And because he knew the system so well and all the problems with it, he was able to really clean it up
mm,
and got high marks pretty much across the board for doing that. And so I think, if you look at the crypto situation, there's some interesting parallels.
mm. Yeah. So where are we here? The next book is a history of interest. I think you would find it interesting if you haven't checked
Yeah,
it out
that
before.
that looks really interesting.
Because it's a financial history that succeeds in being less dry than it sounds like it would have to be. It's quite entertaining read, and it delves into a lot of the like cultural and religious history and prohibitions against interest in, AKA usury in Christianity. So it managed to be simultaneously like a fascinating financial history and cultural history at the same time.
There's a
Really.
lot of conflation of interest and usury, and they're not actually identical
Mhm,
concepts. So, the idea of fair price of uh, time or a fair amount of interest versus above and beyond what would be considered fair, especially for the risk being taken.
mhm,
So, I think the pricing of time and also the pricing of risk with insurance, both really interesting. They seem like boring fields, but they're actually taking very complex concepts and turning it into a number. And the process of doing that uh, actually takes a really um, broad understanding of just reality to
yeah.
be able to price risk and turn it into a number. And you've had some books earlier on thinking about risk,
Mm.
and it's one of those things that all your decisions ultimately come down to an element of risk.
Yeah, and I think the term usury and especially as an adjective, usurious, always had that connotation of excessive interest, price gouging, essentially. Um, but from the way this book tells the story and the history of Christianity, that distinction wasn't always made, and any charging of interest was associated with usury. But I take your point there. Um,
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think it's a very my understanding of it is a very complex history, and there are predatory types of financial instruments, predatory loans, payday loans.
yeah.
So it's even how whole societies you know take on debt or invest in the future and do things proactively,
Mhm.
that can also be thought of as inflation. So there's a lot of, interest is is more complicated than just, a simple number. It can be even technical debt, piling up, dishes that need to be washed. That's a form of sort of debt. So it's a very rich topic.
Yeah. Okay, so next up, um, two books on futures markets. Both of these, The New Gatsby's and The Futures, I love because they go behind the scenes and they really delve into some of the like bold personality types that you get when with high stakes commodity trading. So again, here a lot of stories of like huge successes and huge devastating losses. and the kind of personality required to withstand either one. There's a lot of books in this collection that are essentially character studies in that regard. And again, and therefore, I suppose I appreciate them and enjoyed them as much as I do because of the creative writer in me just getting a sense of these incredible personalities and the um the fearlessness that's required of high stakes trading.
There's a
Uh,
couple of interesting parallels. One is the kind of trauma stuff you talked about earlier, and
mhm.
I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that. But one of the practices I got into was journaling my decision making and journaling my investment theses, because that topic I brought up earlier of we have this tendency to misremember the past and misremember it in a way that makes us feel good about ourselves in the present.
Yeah.
And one of the pernicious ways that affects you when you're making investment decisions is you'll invest based on a certain understanding of reality in the future. Then things will change over time, and you won't necessarily update your investment decision or be willing to make a new decision based on the new information you have now, and that can lead to all kinds of like sunk cost fallacies and other kind of fallacies. And so if you don't write that stuff down and and really give a detailed account of I believe these things, I'm doing this for this reason, and even I'll change if things go in this direction or that direction, or these key things change, then I need to update my decision, make a new decision, buy, sell, whatever, change my position. So like that type of rigorous thinking, that's part of what I like about Dalio's approach. And I think there's a lot to be learned there, but like keeping track and not allowing your brain to sort of um, airbrush airbrush history and rationalize decisions.
Um, on that point, um, if we could jump down to the bottom shelf,
Yeah.
these aren't in the perfectly convenient order I need to connect. Um, no, I don't see it. Maybe it's there. There it is. Dead center right now. So if you could zoom in, the single best book written on what you're describing is there in the middle on that shelf. Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogarth. It is part memoir, part self-help, like motivational book for young, up and coming traders. And it is, I think, the single smartest book on trading psychology. He is a Danish trader, quite an entertaining personality. If you ever catch one of his videos on YouTube, very in your face style of let's say, trading stoicism, I think would be how I would describe it. And as you can tell from the title, for Hogarth, the number one hallmark of any good trader is that they know how to cut their losses as quickly as possible, unflinchingly, without any sense of shame, embarrassment. Um, Lots of traders say this. Many of these books that are practical trading guides stress this theme that we've been scrolling through here. But I think nobody's better at like getting that through to you than Hogarth. Be a successful trader, you absolutely have to see your quick exits as wins, even if you take a small loss. And so, the number one, like the single most important golden rule of trading is never move your stop loss. And so a guy like Hogarth would make it very clear to you that when you go into a trade, you always have to know your exit price, if it's going to be a win, or your exit price if it's going to be a loss. And when I've experimented with trading myself over the last few years, therefore I've taken to executing what are called bracket orders, where whether you're going long or short, um, you have an entry order, and then immediately two other orders will pop up above and below, and that'll be your stop loss or your sell, exit. And those are executed simultaneously so that it's not even a debate or a discussion. You can't rationalize with yourself, oh, well, if I lower my stop loss a little bit, maybe this trade will work out, maybe I'll get lucky, that sort of thing. Hogarth is someone who makes it very clear that the only way to survive at the trading game is to never take your losses personally, not make them about your ego, but instead to just make them about capital management and to know that if, the situation turns against you, then that was just a trade that wasn't going to work out. But to protect yourself by minimizing that loss, keeping it as small as possible, and then through what's called R to R, risk to reward ratio, making sure that you know that your wins are multiples of your average loss, and therefore even with like a 50-50, like a 50% win rate on your trades, you will be profitable.
And I've
Yeah.
heard stuff from hedge funds where they talk about, success is like being right 55% of the time instead of 50. And like that's a huge success.
Mhm.
And it's all about risk management and portfolio management and the actual mark of a really, and I think that Ray Dalio may even talk about this, where it's you actually only need a fairly small advantage of being,
Yeah.
in terms of prediction above random chance.
Yeah.
And it's about accumulating a lot of those little things.
So there's a few books, if we can just hop around a little bit
Yeah.
more fluidly. There's a few books that speak to this. Um, so first, let's go to Al Brooks again. I brought him up earlier, and then we'll go down to the bottom to that Annie Duke book.
Where's
Uh,
Al Brooks? I'm not, there's a lot here.
we don't even need to go to his books for me to make the
Okay.
point. So Al Brooks describes what he calls the trader's equation. And he says, the first important step when you're figuring out your trading style is to understand that your outcome as a trader is going to be your win rate times your R to R, right? It's not just your win rate, and you need to make sure you win 55% of the time. You can have a win rate of 20% and be wildly profitable if your R to R is 10 to 1. So that would mean, say, you on a given trade, you make $10 every time you have a winning trade, and you lose $1 every time you have a losing trade. Well, then over the course of 10 trades, as long as you I'm just doing this math off the cuff, so I assume I'm not misdoing it, but as long as you have a 20% win rate, even in that case, as long as you have a 10% win rate, you would break even. If you have a 20% win rate where you're right on 2 out of 10 trades, you would be profitable. So it really varies on what kind of style you're trading. You can have trades where you're right 7 out of 10 times, but the R to R ratio is equal, right?
I'd like
Uh,
to just give the math on that. So like if you're betting a dollar 10 times and your
mm,
upside is $10, then you win twice, you win a $10 bill twice. So you're
mhm.
up $20 and then you lose those other $8 bills. So you're still ending up with $20 out of the original 10 you started with. So you've doubled your money, even though you won only, you could even think of it as the carnival and you shoot a basketball 10 times. You get $10 each time you make a hoop. You lose the dollar if you don't make the hoop. You've made, as long as you can, uh, you know, shoot two in the hoop, you're winning. And it's almost like basketball where these threes, you know, became more valuable than field goals. So,
Mm.
but go ahead.
Yeah, and it's kind of an elastic thing I've learned with markets where you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. You can have a high win rate, and then you might have equal R to R, or you can have a low win rate and you'll have a positive R to R. And what traders need to do, whether they're swing trading or day trading, whatever style it may be, they need to make sure that their trader's equation puts them in this zone of what's called positive expectancy, right? And so you'll even see graph charts that go like this, and it'll be a possible win rate crossed with on one axis with R to R on the other. And if you're, a 55% win rate and 1.1 R to R, you're on the positive side of expectancy, right? So you should be profitable as long as your edge holds up over time. Can we go down to that bottom shelf? I'll connect this real quick to Annie Duke is one of the coolest books on this entire shelf. Thinking in Bets. She's a former, I think, I don't know much about the poker circuit, but she won that World Series of Poker one year, whatever it's called. Um, She is a coach for traders and for professional gamblers. And this is one of the smartest books you can read on determining, like, the holy grail in trading is having edge, right? All you hear is talk about edge. Do I have an edge? And what does it consist of? Your edge could be technical, your edge could be fundamental, your edge could be macro, that your edge could be that you have a smart knowledge of geopolitics and how they affect markets. Your edge can be many, many things, but knowing your edge is important because it's the only way to be certain that you aren't just gambling. And, this is, I think, like essentially a coin flip. This is a thing that many people misunderstand about trading is they think that it's just another form of gambling. And there's a certain amount of truth to that because it involves risk taking, of course. But as long as you're trading with edge, that means that over the long haul, you'll know that you have the large of law numbers on your side. And that just means that if you know you have a weighted coin that 60% of the time is going to turn up heads, then the more bets you make, the safer you are, right, over time, because you know that eventually your results will average out and that positive expectancy will kick in. And so Annie Duke, and there was a book we scrolled by earlier on one of the upper shelves called The Success Equation. These are two of the smartest books in terms of figuring out where one falls. It should be on the top shelf if you want to go to that real quick. There it is at the top. The Success Equation by Malbusin. I'm not sure how you say his name. These are two books about figuring out, like, disentangling the difference between skill and luck. Really, really smart books, both of them in their different ways. And
Harvard Business Review Press.
yeah, I assume that's quite reputable. Annie Duke and Mabison especially, they talk about all sorts of games of chance, everything from poker to trading to professional sports. And Mauboussin especially will remind traders that what they need to figure out is how much of their approach depends on luck, things that are entirely out of your control, and how much depends on skill. And as long as there is some element of skill, then you're not just gambling. You're engaged in a risk-controlled behavior. But what you need to know is where you fall on that skill versus luck continuum. And if there's a healthy amount of luck in what you're doing, then again, the most important thing is to find ways to increase the, like, frequency of bets you're placing, because over time that will even out and your skill will show through. And so, like, he's brilliant on analogizing this to, like, professional baseball hitters, for instance, who are wrong 7 out of 10 times in their bets, but when their bets pay off, they pay off big. And how many home runs in the history of baseball have been hit more by dumb luck, almost closing your eyes and swinging blind and just getting lucky, compared to actual skill. Similarly, traders will try to figure out, like, how much of this is just complete randomness of the markets that's out of my control, and how much of this is my actual skill, my edge. And as long as you're sure you have some edge, then the luck part of the equation over time is thought to be something, like I said, that will even out.
I
Can we
think
go
with
to
edge,
the
it's
bottom
not just
real
if
quick?
it's skill, it's how does your skill stack up to other players. So if you're in the bottom half of that bell curve, then you're going to be the loser. And even if there is skill involved, you're still not skilled enough. And, you're sort of battling against other day traders. And if they're better at day trading than you are, even if there's a skill component to it, you're still going to lose that skill battle and still lose money.
I mean, that's true to an extent, but on the one hand, but I think on the other hand, we don't want to confuse trading with something with a finite number of players, like a game of poker, where there are 5 people around the table, and if they're better at poker than me, then I will lose. Day trading is a different kind of animal in the sense that there are thousands, if not millions, of participants who are playing different games at the same time. And so it's not as simple as you show me your cards, I'll show you mine, and one of us will be right and the other will be wrong. You can be making a trade where you want to go long for 5 minutes, and you're successful because someone who wants to go long for the next year and is a much bigger fish than you is pushing price in the same direction as you, and they might be a better trader than you, but they're actually helping you out indirectly. I always think that trading is like playing football on a field where 5 other games are being played at the same time. And so, you might be running across the field with your football and being successful, but then you get hit in the head with a baseball because someone's playing a different game on the same field. And heaven knows, like, what can go wrong over the course of a single trade. And it requires what's the right word here? It introduces all kinds of randomness as a result, but it's not as simple as saying, like, my idea is either right or wrong, and I'm competing against like a specific opponent, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So can we go to just the bottom shelf for a second? One other key book here, to fill in, I think, that's related to this. Um, Actually, it's just above. I can see it above the red one. So another economic theory here that's pretty fascinating. Robert Mankiel's Random Walk Down Wall Street. Um, there's a whole other school of thought in this, which is that markets are too complex on the one hand for any person to ever figure out with consistency. That's what's called the random walk theory. Advanced academic term for this, excuse me, would be the efficient market hypothesis, EMH. This is a theoretical paradigm for understanding markets. So it's sort of meant literally in a sense, but it's also meant to just be a theoretical understanding of markets at the same time that isn't meant to be taken completely literally. It comes out of Chicago, and economists like Eugene Fama is the most famous proponent of EMH. And it basically argues that markets are de facto right. The pricing of stocks, commodities, whatever it may be, is always right because the price reflects all the available information by all involved parties at any given time. And so anytime price moves, it's because information and the outlook on the information has changed. And even if price jumps up and down wildly, like in that graph chart I was showing of the oil markets a few minutes ago, from the perspective of EMH, that price must be right because it's reflecting constantly updating information. Guys who are in this camp don't believe that one can ever, quote unquote, beat the market over the long term, because they think it's simply too random and too dependent on too many different parties and too much constantly changing information for anyone to be consistently successful at predicting stock movements. And so these guys tend to advocate like much more conservative approaches, just investing in ETFs and leaving them alone, that sort of thing, as opposed to trying to guess which companies will do better than others over the long term. That just reminded me, something you said just reminded me of this book a moment ago. So we're jumping up and down a lot more than we have in the past. I don't know if you want me to.
No, it's good. I think, the theoretical problem in any domain of understanding and modeling how much of this is by chance and how much of it is skill, that in and of itself is a bit of a that's a tough problem to determine how much is luck versus skill. And people don't necessarily always agree on that fundamental concept. So even if they do agree on the theory that of understanding, okay, this chunk is random or chance and this other chunk is skill, they may not necessarily agree on the percentages there or what is in fact makes up the skill, um, that makes up the skill component of that balance.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, we've covered all the main themes in here that I wanted to touch on. I mean, the only other things I'm thinking of, well, one would be remiss if one didn't at least bring up the Market Wizards series. There are 5 of them in here, I think, by Jack Schwager. You see those 3 in the middle. Um, He's written 5 so far. I think there's another one coming out next year that I'm very excited to, read. These are interviews of, all-time great traders, so it's almost like a kind of trading hall of fame from hedge funds to, more technical traders, more fundamental traders, when he's been doing these Jack Schwager's been doing these interviews for, decades now, and they're just again, a kind of I mean, the egos and the personalities and all the, all the human drama behind the scenes, is what comes through best in the Schwager interviews. So I really didn't think. I mean, as anyone who's listening by now knows, I'm much more of a high culture person in general, and I would have never thought I would find this field as interesting as I did when I picked up my very first book about the stock market in April 2020 or so. But there's so many fascinating personalities and just so much courage and fearlessness required to be a high stakes trader that these just make riveting reading.
I
Fun.
think this one in particular, Jim Simons, is a really interesting story, and
Yeah.
he sort of revolutionized the mathematics of trading and basically hired all these math professors
Mhm.
and academics to create a hedge fund and made a lot of money
Yeah.
and is sort of maybe an example of one of the most kind of scholarly
Yeah.
approaches to investing and playing the markets.
Yeah. I mean, again, with this one, I will say a great biography, fascinating reading. Um, Zuckerman, I think, did the best he could because of how secretive Jim Simons's secret sauce has to remain, of course, in just trying to figure out um, what style of trading Jim Simons uses, but to just piggyback off of what you already said about him, he's a lifelong mathematician. Um, the math research that he did in his career before he turned to the stock market is completely over my head, but he was someone who managed by bringing in really, really smart people in everything from engineering to astrophysics to string theory, managed to bring these incredible teams together, and they were effectively able to crack the code of what's called high frequency trading. So they were essentially building computers that traded for them incredibly fast and with thousands and thousands and thousands of trades made per day. So just constantly going in and out of the markets based on just tiny signs that no other hedge fund was built to find. I mean, the thing that sticks with me most of all about this book is how thorough he was historically, that he would go back to data about like cotton prices from over a century ago. And he made sure that he fed his computers all the data he could get a hold of. There was no such thing as bad data. He just wanted to get his computers to learn as much about price movements as possible. And in that sense, his work is like one of the ultimate validations of technical analysis because his success, it's probably the single most successful fund of all time.
Yeah.
It's made billions and billions of dollars, hand over fist, and it proves that it proves technical analysis' most fundamental supposition, which is that price movements reflect human nature, and human nature hasn't changed. And so, if these patterns that you can find in charts are as true today as they were, a century ago. Yeah, fascinating, dude. A lot of good stuff in here. I read a book on how petroleum is drilled at one point. I mean, I really kind of lost my mind with some of this reading.
This
Uh,
everything is predictable and looks interesting.
that's about the Bayes theorem. So when statistical outcomes have layers to them where something is 50% likely if X happens before it. So figuring out just, how percentages of probability shrink the more conditions you introduce into the equation. A cool little book of intellectual history, kind of, not super technical, more of a popular read, but it's a good book. There's Steve Nison's original Japanese candlestick charting techniques. That is the book, as I said, that introduced candlestick charting to the West. Books on volume and trading, moving averages, a lot of technical
This one
analysis.
looks cool. Key economic indicators.
Yeah, that's that. I think that would be very up your alley. It looks at various macro factors. I don't have as much experience with that, but it's a pretty thorough uh look at all of the main economic reports that come out in any given annual cycle, and giving you strategies on how to trade off of them. A couple more books by Al Brooks. Murphy is probably the single best technical analysis book ever written. I have studied that very carefully. Um, if I can show, I have to mention
Yeah.
this, I have a notebook of technical analysis that comes from reading Murphy, in which I've drawn all of these charts, and how price action moves in relation to volume and all this stuff. All of these um,
Wow.
hand-drawn charts over the years from studying Murphy, especially. Here's some common price action patterns. So this was when I was studying technical analysis very, very carefully, again, almost as though it was chess. So there's a lot of arcane knowledge here in that notebook, drawn from Murphy.
This publisher we've seen here and also with the seminal candlestick
Oh,
book,
yeah, good eye there. I'm not sure who that is offhand, but
NYIF.
yeah, I'm not sure. Good eye on your part, though. Robert Schiller, Princeton economist, brilliant. Um, he would fall more into that camp that thinks, that critiques rational agent theory, and thinks that the markets are driven much more by emotions and narratives and panic, than by um, rational actors making logical decisions based on self-interest and all the available information. Schiller critiques that idea quite effectively, and it's a funny read. Again, another history of financial folly. The phrase, of course, comes from that famous quote from Alan Greenspan, when he was talking about the dot-com bubble before anyone dared to call it a dot-com bubble, and he just, in passing, in a um, press conference, referred to the markets showing slight signs of irrational exuberance, and at the mere phrase, markets immediately crashed, which tells you how much power the Fed chair has in any given moment.
So this stands for New York Institute of Finance.
Okay, I need to look them up. That Ben Bernanke is a very good book. Whatever one thinks of him and how he handled the GFC, that is an incredible glimpse into all that went into the decision making behind the bailout. It is written very much as an apologia to justify the decisions he made, no doubt about it. But the other thing I found so fascinating of that book was the chapters dedicated to how the Fed, how much attention the Fed pays to messaging, to every press release, every rate announcement, everything, and the way they really minutely parse their own wording to make sure it won't accidentally destabilize markets because they've chosen a word that sounds a little harsh or a little too
Who was
easy.
the novelist who you said every word they chose was perfect?
Oh God. I mean, Flaubert is the one who's,
Yeah.
I don't know who I said that about in passing, but Flaubert is the one who strove for that more than any other novelist, for sure. So yeah, it was really interesting to see how much weight is placed on every letter, every comma in a Fed press statement, because so much is at stake. Of course, we can't skip by Michael Lewis. Possibly the single most shocking read in all of these books was, for me, was The Big Short. I think there's no book in this house in which I wrote WTF in the margins more than in that book. I just couldn't believe what was allowed to happen and how asleep at the wheel everybody was. Michael Lewis is such an entertaining nonfiction writer. And that book, a couple above there, The Undoing Project, is his biography of the man just above him there, Daniel Kahneman. It's his biography of the collaboration between Daniel Kahneman, the psychologist, and Amos Tversky. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right.
I think
Um,
so.
but these two, Kahneman especially, these are guys. I bought this book because, again, like I said about Charles Mackay earlier, Kahneman is one of these books that just one of these authors who just comes up in all of these other trading books in this bookcase. He was just mentioned so many times that I said, okay, I better see what this guy's about. So I picked up his famous masterpiece here. It is, of course, a study of what he calls heuristics. It's these cognitive shortcuts that we rely on to preserve our brain power, essentially, for evolutionary reasons that cause us to be subject to all kinds of bad assumptions, prejudices, biases. And so this is one of these books that makes for very uncomfortable reading, where you just realize, again, thinking back to what we've been saying about memory all conversation long, this book similarly reminds us just how fallible we are, cognitively speaking, and how reliant we are on stereotyping and biases to just make the decisions that we make in our day-to-day lives go by a little quicker and not be so mentally taxing.
And
Um,
I think I think it's The Big Short, but the idea of rating agencies and like trusting certain authorities to rate things accurately. And if there's like one pillar of this edifice that is
yeah,
crumbling, it can have all these reverberations and second and third order consequences. And so some of these people who like really study the minutia of sometimes a house of cards and realize that, hey, everything's reliant on this particular authority or institution, and if they're actually not doing things how they should be and everybody's just trusting them to do things the right way, then the entire thing could crash.
yeah. Yeah, no, you're exactly right, and that is the book in which the rating agencies, my takeaway was that they end up the real villain of the story because they were the ones who were most asleep at the wheel. If
Mhm.
they had just done their job, the rest of the system should have taken care of itself. But when the rating agencies were so compromised by conflict of interest, it allowed all of these problems to fester. Um,
And even the great inflation in academia kind of mirrors that.
Interesting. Say more.
Well, there's been just news recently about Harvard and how they're kind of they want to reduce the amount of A's they're given out. And
Oh,
it's a
yeah.
similar kind of thing where if you're going to an institution and you want to get good grades, then you're going to put pressure on professors, and parents are going to put pressure for their kids to get better grades, and they're going to shop for the university that will grade more favorably. And
Yeah.
so you just see a huge, huge rise in A's and B's given out over the last few decades.
You were trying to trigger me there. You succeeded because grade inflation, which is the term for what you're describing, was another of the reasons that I decided to bow out of academia a little earlier than I guess I would have originally planned. In all the elite schools, it's an utter nightmare. And we were used to this in graduate school that there were only two grades. You either got an A or an A minus, because if you got into grad school, you're probably self-motivated and working hard towards your final project and didn't need grades to motivate you. So the A minus was the little bit of a light slap on the wrist of you got to work a little harder. When that started to take hold in undergrad, where I found it caused all kinds of headaches to even think about giving a student a B plus, and knowing that you didn't have full institutional support in that regard because they always want to keep the customers happy. It definitely made higher education seem uh, like its days were numbered. Let's just put it that way. It's a huge, huge problem at elite schools. All right, let's keep scrolling. Some more financial folly, how markets fail, more portraits of Fed chairs. That book, Maestro, a biography of Alan Greenspan, is a great read. The next book is more recent, Lords of Easy Money, and I really respected that book a lot. So, one of the things, speaking of pandering and grade inflation, one of the things, I'm no economist, I'm no financial expert, but I have read quite a lot and learned quite a lot. And one thing that has me worried is the the recent history of overly accommodative Fed policy, they call it. So I mean, pretty much since Greenspan, the Fed has done its best to keep rates excessively low, interest rates, and the average person tends to think that's a good thing. But when you read other books like The Price of Time, or you read this book here, Lords of Easy Money, you realize the dangers of the Fed keeping interest rates much too low for too long, and also the dangers of that people I think are more aware of, the dangers of printing money to bail out of every regular crisis. So this is essentially Keynesian economics on steroids is what we're witnessing, where governments are only interventionists to bail things out, but then don't tighten their belts when things are good. So they skip the second half of the cycle and just do the bottom half. And, so any look at the Fed's balance sheet, I mean, it just shoots straight upward into the many, many, many trillions now of dollars of debt that it has created and needs to slowly shed itself of. This book, Lords of Easy Money, tells the history of why the Fed is actually despite all of its so-called autonomy and separateness from government, is profoundly political and compromised. And if you really want to read a good expose on the way the Fed is not the same Fed of the days of Volcker, when the Fed kind of ruled monetary policy with an iron fist and did the necessary but hard thing, you can't do better than that book there. It's a fascinating read. Den of Thieves is great on insider trading. Michael Milken, the heyday of that in the 80s. Again, like a lot of books in here on corruption, financial folly. Sorry, but I can't get enough of this stuff. A couple more Market Wizards books. The Great Crash by John Kenneth Galbraith is the best book I've ever come across on the advent of the Great Depression. That is a wonderful read. I think he wrote that, I want to say all the way back in the 50s or 60s. That's a bit older. And he's got a beautiful writing style. I think he was English.
There's a new book by Andrew Ross Sorkin called 1929, published last year. And it's got some kind of cool approach to it. It's sort of like, I don't remember all the details, but Andrew Ross Sorkin is, I think, a host on MSNBC or some major.
CNBC. He's on CNBC.
CNBC. Okay. So it's amazing he even had the time to write that thing, but he found a huge number of parallels from our time in 1929 and was so inspired, he wrote like an almost 600-page book on it.
I mean, from what I know from living with a publishing insider, I guarantee you, named or unnamed, he has a great ghostwriter helping him with that. But because he is so damn busy, that's not a knock. I'm just saying, with a guy like that, I guarantee you there's a team behind the scenes helping him put any 600-page book together. But thank you for reminding me. I've been meaning to check that one out.
I also looked up, there's 3 Michael Lewis books that have been turned into films. The Big Short, Moneyball, and The Blind Side is not really money related as much, but and I guess the other 2 ones, Fifth Risk and Flash Boys, have been optioned, but there's no movie yet.
And could we just go back quickly to the bottom shelf of the stocks? There are a couple here before we wrap up that are worth a mention. Again, a portrait of the con artist, Bernie Madoff. A couple books, Dark Pools and the Quants, are about the new, more mathematically inclined and computerized styles of trading, for anyone who's interested in that. .con is the great history of the .com bubble. I learned a lot from that book. And I think about that book constantly as I'm watching what to me I believe is ultimately going to be another bubble, the AI bubble, unfold in real time. I've been thinking about this .com book constantly. The Mind in the Market you would find quite interesting. This is a more philosophical survey of the way major intellectual figures in the West have thought about capitalism. So everybody from Marx, of course, to Voltaire, people like that are included in this book. If we can keep scrolling, I'll just mention a couple others quickly. There we go. The Boom is the great history of fracking. Secret World of Oil is another insider's look at all the backroom dealings that go on with major commodity corporations. But the one book here that I want to single out is The Complete Turtle Trader by Michael Covell. I'm forgetting the name of the trader. I can Google it in about 2 seconds. But there was a famous trader in not in San Francisco, in Chicago, named Richard Dennis. And he and a colleague of his, William Eckhart, decided one day that they wanted to just figure out whether what made someone a good trader was innate or could be learned. And so, and if this reminds you of the plot of the great 80s comedy Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, that's not a coincidence because the movie is loosely based on this story. So these two guys had a gentleman's bet. The one thought trading was innate, the other thought it was learned. And so they put out an advertisement to bring people in who had no trading experience whatsoever, but were just curious. And they taught them their house method of trading. So they had a certain style of trading that they used in their firm. And they subjected these project candidates, I think there were about a dozen of them in the first class of turtles, to several weeks of intensive trading, and then they just let them loose with real money and watched the results unfold. And this book is just a wonderful little history of one of these thought experiments and how it played out, where several of the traders, I mean, kind of a majority actually, ended up being fairly successful. And so the conclusion they drew at the end was that trading is as much, if not more, learned than innate. Just a fun little experiment in trading history there.
Yeah, I'm sort of the way I think about that kind of stuff is that I think as computers enter certain markets, it becomes more and more difficult to outcompete them. And so I'm sort of, I think there's certain markets where there's a lot less competition because there aren't computers necessarily involved as much. And so to me, a big part of all of this is like the other players involved and what percentage of those are computers versus humans. And I think in the book on Jim Simons, they talk about how like back then we had an edge because we had computers, other people didn't, or theirs were not as sophisticated. We lost the edge over time. And so there's all these relative aspects of just because something worked in the past when the competition was weaker or non-existent doesn't mean it's going to work now when it is very fierce or computers completely dominate a lot of aspects. So it's really important to choose your market wisely and understand the competitive dynamics of whatever kind of game you're getting involved in.
Absolutely. I mean, I've experienced that myself, watching you start to develop what you think is an edge tied to a particular company or commodity. And then, because you haven't been trading for 100 years, suddenly you get thrown a curveball as conditions change, and you can't tell if that's like a temporary anomaly or if your edge has essentially evaporated and you need to go back to the drawing board. And that can be one of the scariest, most frustrating parts of being a trader. I do think a little fish can survive. Um, so again, I would just push back a little bit on the idea that the more sophisticated trading gets, the less room there is for the average day trader. Because what you have to think is, as long as there are as long as there are big whales moving the markets, you just need to be on the side of the whale that wins in any given day. As long as you can pick the right, it's almost like being on the sidelines and betting horses. And I said trading wasn't gambling earlier, but now I'm using a gambling analogy. But you don't need to be one of the horses yourself. You just need to bet on the right horse in any given day. So, there will always be room for the little fish to kind of swim alongside the whales and just, nibble their little bit of the pie on any given day. But I do wonder, as computerized trading and high frequency trading becomes more and more the norm, it does make me wonder what's going to happen on a small scale to price action. Is it going to become like more jerky, more volatile, like within those main moves? Um, is it going to be harder to therefore to predict what price is trying to do? I mean, that is something that I think over time is probably gonna change in ways we can't predict.
Okay, so we're now here with the third bookcase in the basement, and we've got a really interesting mask here. So maybe we could start talking about the mask and then jump into the first set of shelves.
Okay, so yeah, that guy over there on the wall is what's known as a plague mask. Uh, Highly associated with Venice, which is like the great city of masks. These were worn by plague doctors during the bubonic plague in Europe. The way they work, the reason they have a long nose is because doctors at that time believed in the miasma theory of disease. They thought the disease was something that came from breathing foul air. So they were a little off, but not entirely off. And so they would fill the nose essentially with different herbs and other things. So it was almost like a potpourri that they would jam into this thing that they thought cleaned the air before it reached them. I have no idea offhand how effective or not it was for prevention compared to an N95, the gold standard today. But I ordered that mask. It was one of my many morbid ways of coping with the COVID pandemic and with going into social distancing for that year 2020. I ordered a couple of those masks from Venice just to kind of gear up for what was to come. So that's where I got that one. And this bookcase that we're now going to look at was a gift from a friend, a pastor in Georgia, a wonderful carpenter by the name of Ronnie Roach, who made this for me and my wife when we were still living in Georgia. This is my just catch-all nonfiction shelf. No more finance talk, I promise. This is got travel writing, chess books, a lot of American history, some theology, but I don't mean that in the strict sense. I mean more histories of the Amish and the Quakers, a lot of stuff to do with Pennsylvania history as well as Native American history here. And then as you get towards the bottom, I see a lot of what's called the New Journalism, famous nonfiction masters like Hunter S. Thompson and Gay Talese and some of the other writers influenced by them. I see a lot of books on class, social class, sports writing, some humor, and then last but not least, film criticism, specifically film noir, which is my favorite period of film history. So we'll be a little bit all over the place here in this bookcase. And if you want to go up to the top real quick, that demonic maniac that you see there is me in first grade. Um, just wanted to prove at some point in here that I once had hair on the top of my head. And that's got to be first grade, where you're about 5 years old. So that's got to be taken about 1981 at the local Catholic school here in Delco. Anyway, here we go. I alluded to Stoicism at a couple points when we were going through the finance shelf. This book, it's a nice little overview, a bit self-helpy, a bit pop. Um, pop philosophy, but it's a nice little introduction to Stoicism, which I've been trying to learn more about.
It's like that's a teach yourself book.
Yeah, and it's decent. It's decent, but it is a little self-helpy. I see a
What do you
couple.
think about self-help? Like, do you criticize it or
I suppose I criticize it by omission. I almost never read any. What's the difference between like a good book of Stoic philosophy and self-help? I suppose the difference is how pandering it is or not, um, how generic the advice is or not, and how willing it is to like confront harsh realities or not. And so a book like this was, leaned a little more self-help compared to, say, reading Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, which at the end of the day is also a self-help book, right? Um,
we talked earlier about the location of problems in the individual versus in the society
mhm,
and in the medical context. And part of what sort of changed my understanding of self-help was understanding its use in international relations as um, a nation helping itself versus getting help from outside. And I think the idea of locating problems in the individual and then helping them sort of cope or deal or overcome those challenges is one approach to solving a problem. And like with psychotherapy and pharmaceuticals, those are approaches. But then there's also the idea of, well, is the problem structural or with the systems, or is it with located in the individual? And that whole issue of where do you locate problems, and is it a problem of the self improperly adapting or adjusting in Freudian terms to society, or does the society itself fundamentally have some broken institutions or broken structures or patterns that
right.
themselves need to be fixed?
That's super interesting. I've never really thought of it in terms of that dichotomy. Yeah, I don't know the origins even of the self-help movement, and uh, it goes back to in America to Dale Carnegie and books like that, right? But you could probably go back to like Emerson's essay Self-Reliance, things like that. And like I said, probably throughout the history of philosophy, you can find forms of advice-driven self-helpy works that address some problem in the human condition, but I've never thought of it as the difference between identifying problems in the world at large versus fixing yourself. That's a really interesting point. All right, so let's just do Bill Bryson, probably my favorite travel writer. All of these books have accompanied me. There's a few more above them if you want to zoom out a little bit. All of these have accompanied me. There you go. Stop there, please. Have accompanied me over the years on trips. I always seem to grab one of his when I'm traveling. That first one, In a Sunburned Country, I read on the uh, 20-hour or so flight when I was moving to Australia. And anyone who's read it will know that it begins with about a 50-page essay on all the things in Australia that can kill you. So when I landed in Sydney Airport, I almost wanted to turn around and come right back. There's no funnier, more charming travel writer than Bill Bryson. So every one of these has an association with me. With a particular time and place in my life, reading A Walk in the Woods when I was doing stretches of the Appalachian Trail. I've never hiked it through like he did for that book, but that's a book I read while hiking. Notes from a Small Island is his great book about England, where he moved and has lived for many, many years. I remember reading about a hotel in that book while I was sitting in the very hotel he was describing, and he's this great passage about the lounge area, this old reading room in the Lake District where Wordsworth used to live, and I was visiting the Wordsworth archives there, and so part business, part pleasure, and getting that uncanny experience of reading about the very room you're sitting in and looking around, and it sounded like he was right there. I mean, describing the same sorts of people is quite funny. Everything of his is wonderful. The Lost Continent on a U.S. road trip. That's a fantastic introduction to flyover country, as they call it. He's just a lovely writer that I can't recommend highly enough. And then he wrote a couple useful, as you see there, reference guides at the book, a kind of history of the home that moves room by room. It's a very clever book. That's a great book to have in your house if you're a writer. You can just like flip to a room and learn about the history of utensils or appliances or whatever he's talking about in any given chapter. And then he did that popular science, I guess you would file the last one under a short history of nearly everything. Devil in Massachusetts, I read when I was in Salem last fall, Salem, Massachusetts, because when in Rome, right? So I was up there on a visit while my wife was on a business trip, and I reread the Crucible because I was in Salem for the very first time, and in the preface learned that this was the book that Arthur Miller relied on when he was writing his play. So I grabbed a copy of that, and it's a wonderful history of the Salem witch trials. The next book is a great biography of Alexander Humboldt. That was given to me by the president of the Humboldt Foundation, Humboldt Institute, I think it's called, when I was in Germany, and I met him at a dinner, and I just picked his brain so relentlessly about Alexander von Humboldt that he just went into his office and grabbed me a copy, probably just to shut me up. But it's a wonderful biography about all of his travels and scientific research. He was a kind of German Darwin, essentially, a brilliant scientist.
And I think the play you're referring to is The Crucible, 1953,
Yeah.
Arthur Miller.
That next book is fascinating. Do you see that spineless book? Any guesses as to what it is? Why would a
Some
book
witchcraft book.
Why would a book be spineless? Close. That is the Alcoholics Anonymous manual. Anybody who joins Alcoholics Anonymous is issued a copy of this book, at least was back in the day. And I picked this up, I think, in one of those book boxes in my town near me here. And I think the history behind the lack of a spine was, again, to avoid stigma or embarrassment. So the cover is printed on the front, but without any differentiating color. It's just kind of embossed into the front of the book. So you can see basically what the book is, but it's meant, the very book itself performs the anonymity that AA is known for. Then we have another dictionary of baby names for when I need a good name for a character. The Strunken White. No writer's house is complete without a copy of the Bible of correct prescriptivist writing style. I think I got that when I was in 12th grade English or something. And then there's a couple German books from when I was reading German a little more than I have bothered to do these days. That is Freud's Civilization and Its Discontents, one of my favorite books of his, and then Nietzsche's Genealogy of Morals. I was teaching both of them in a class, so I just grabbed a couple German copies for when I wanted to check what exactly was being said. Next up, we have my humble little chess collection. So I've been an avid chess player since my teens. Never bothered to get a very high, professional rating, but became like low master level, I would say, like, your 1800s, 1900s, probably at my very best level of chess, which is very, very far from grandmaster, but definitely not what your average chess player would call a potser. That's someone who just makes bad moves. I used to play in a chess club here in Delaware County at the local comic book shop called Comic Universe, and the owner would close the shop at 7 p.m. or something. We'd push all the comic shelves, set up tables, and play chess till 2 o'clock in the morning. So I have a lot of fond memories from these books of those days. You have some chess theory. Aaron Nimzovich's My System is probably the most important innovation in chess theory from the early 20th century. Some of these are about defense, some of these are about attack. Um, the one book here that I would like to single out, if I could show it real quickly, is the Reinfeld there in the middle. When you're learning chess, again, it's all much like day trading, it's all about pattern recognition. And so you can buy these books that just have multiple chess puzzles per page. This is Reinfeld's 1001 Ways to Checkmate. And it's just page after page, 6 chess puzzles per page, over and over, all the way through. As you can see, every single page is just that's the answer key at the end. All the way through, just nothing but chess puzzles. So after college, I worked in an office in a terribly boring job for a company known as TransUnion. They do credit reporting. They're one of the big credit reporting agencies. I was bored out of my mind, so I would keep the Reinfeld in the top shelf of my desk, and whenever my manager wasn't around, I'd just open the drawer with the Reinfeld and do a few chess puzzles just to maintain my sanity. All right, we can keep going. Now we're going to move in. There's the book I wanted to read from. Now we're going to move into quite a lot of books about early American history from the 18th century, from the founding of America. You can pause right there. As a lot of these books will have to do with Pennsylvania in particular. Some of these books will have to do, as I said, with white Indian relations and the various Indian wars, as they were called, in the 1700s. I developed an interest in this stuff in a kind of roundabout way when I was writing my novel. There's a character in my novel who's a former history professor. I think I alluded to him already, but he is supposed to be a specialist in Pennsylvania history, and so he has all these books in his room about the Amish and the Quakers, and the when Pennsylvania was kind of the frontier of the country, early life in those days. And as part of writing that character, I just started buying some of these books to do my research on this character, and just became increasingly interested. I suppose part of it is because for almost 25 years. Yeah, 20, no, not almost. For about 25 years, I moved away from home, and it's only in the past year and change that I finally got to move back. And so maybe there was a little bit of nostalgia at work there as well. The very first book, Letters from an American Farmer, I think is one of the most beautiful books written about America ever. And I can show the cover. It's whenever you're ready. It's not super well known anymore. This is a beat up old Penguin paperback of it. It's by a Frenchman who moved to the States before they were the States. And
Could you show the image a little more? Because it's getting cut off at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like a kind of love letter written as a series of letters from an American farmer about early colonial America, what life was like at the time. There's several chapters about relations with the Indians. There's lots of material in here about the struggles of starting a new life in this country when, people had to begin with clearing the land of trees before they could farm, and, all the difficulties of living in the frontier, all the dangers from snowstorms to scalpings. Lots of beautiful descriptions in here. There's a chapter where he documents his visit to the Bartram family in Philadelphia. There were these pair of really important early American botanists who lived in the Philadelphia area, and he spends some time with them at their farm, learning from them about the flora of America. And this guy was really, with that early optimism about the American project, was really interested in what he thought was the kind of new social experiment of free life that was possible in America. for people. And so he wrote this one description that I thought I'd quote from, if that's all right, that I really love. This is from the letter that is titled "What is an American?" It's about a page, not quite a page long. In this great American asylum, the poor of Europe have by some means met together, and in consequence of various causes. To what purpose should they ask one another what countrymen they are? Alas, 2/3 of them had no country. Can a wretch who wanders about, who works and starves, whose life is a continual scene of sore affliction or pinching penury, can that man call England or any other kingdom his country? A country that had no bread for him, whose fields procured him no harvest, who met with nothing but the frowns of the rich, the severity of the laws, with jails and punishments, who owned not a single foot of the extensive surface of this planet? No. Urged by a variety of motives, here they came. Everything has tended to regenerate them. New laws, a new mode of living, a new social system. Here they are become men. In Europe they were as so many useless plants, wanting vegetative mold and refreshing showers. They withered and were mowed down by want, hunger, and war. But now, by the power of transplantation, like all other plants, they have taken root and flourished. Formerly they were not numbered in any civil lists of their country, except in those of the poor. Here they rank as citizens. By what invisible power hath this surprising metamorphosis been performed? By that of the laws and that of their industry. The laws, the indulgent laws, protect them as they arrive, stamping on them the symbol of adoption. They receive ample rewards for their labors. These accumulated rewards procure them lands. Those lands confer on them the title of freemen, and to that title every benefit is affixed which men can possibly require. This is the great operation daily performed by our laws. Whence proceed these laws? From our government. Whence that government? It is designed from the original genius and strong desire of the people, ratified and confirmed by the crown. This is the great chain which links us all. And he goes on and on from there with similar eloquence. This is such a beautiful book. It's not as well known today as I think it deserves to be. And it reminds me quite a lot of one of my other all-time favorite books, Thoreau's Walden, for its beautiful natural description, as well as its, like I said, optimism about freedom in American life. It's a really, really beautiful book. As I've mentioned at a couple points, here's a good area to demonstrate that. I'm toying with the idea, after I finish my current book, of writing a historical novel set around this time, 1760s or so, at the height of the conflicts with the Indians in Pennsylvania. It's shortly after, I suppose, the French Indian War, around that time period. And so I've been starting to collect, and as you can see, take a lot of notes from all the stickies in these books on everyday life in early America, to borrow that title. So these few books here that you're seeing, as various as their land, the Americans, everyday life in colonial America, Dark History of Penn's Woods by a local author here in Philadelphia. All of those books there are attempts to figure out, for me, how to write about a time period in which I haven't lived, without access to a time machine. We can keep moving. Here we're in the American religion section. So a couple books on Amish culture. I live about an hour east of Amish country here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I get out there a lot, and I don't know, I'm just sort of fascinated by the Amish, and always have been. I mean, as you could tell when we were discussing technology, I have a pretty strong Luddite streak in me, so that's a large part of my respect for the Amish, is how their wisdom in holding off on embracing certain things as long as humanly possible. Um, some stuff on the Quakers. That Solberg book would interest you. That's like a history of what they call Sabbatarianism. So all the ways that all the customs and rituals and requirements we have for how to observe the Sabbath. Um, Super interesting book. The Quaker City is a novel set in Philadelphia that I haven't gotten to yet. So yeah, Quakerism. Then we have a few books on the French and Indian War. And if we could stop here real quick, these last two are biographies of Robert Rogers. He's one of the most fascinating figures in military history and in American history. I believe he was a Scot who came over in the 1700s and for a time worked for the British Army, but in a kind of paramilitary way against the rebels, and was um, essentially the person who brought guerrilla warfare to the colonies. He learned a lot about warfare from the Indians, and so unlike your average British general who just wanted to line guys up in a field like he was playing Risk and let them shoot each other until one side gave up, Rogers was someone who embraced camouflage and all kinds of diversionary tactics and the things you would associate with modern warfare. He's amazingly well portrayed in that AMC series about the spies who were so integral in the Revolutionary War. Have you ever seen the show Turn?
I don't think so.
It's fantastic. I really loved it. And then I forget the actor's name who plays Robert Rogers, but he has a big role in the series. So anyone who's curious about him should check that out. We can keep going whenever you're ready.
The White Devil.
Both of those are about Robert Rogers. Yeah, both great reads. We can hop to the next shelf. This next batch, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Our Savage Neighbors, Breaking the Backcountry, Into the American Woods, and The First Frontier. All four excellent. All four about that period in American history when the frontier essentially meant like modern day Pittsburgh. It didn't mean Texas. It was much further east than that. And so this is all about the first attempts to settle the frontier, again, not very far from the coast at that point. We hadn't ventured very far inland yet. And this is about all the different people who were involved in those early days of frontier exploration. I started reading these ones in particular. I think this grew more out of my interest in Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, which is one of the great books about the settling of the West and all the brutality that came with that. And through reading different stuff, um, gradually came to learn that if you just go a century back from the period McCarthy's describing, you get extremely comparable events and experiences. Just like I said, rather than set in the Southwest, these were happening in modern day Virginia, modern day Western Pennsylvania, Ohio, etc. So this is just a really interesting time in American history, in my opinion. The next few books are about 1, 2, 3, right there, 4, 5, perfect. These are all about the Indian Wars in Pennsylvania, in particular, Peaceable Kingdom Lost and Massacre of the Conestogas, are about this one particularly heinous event in American history, which is usually referred to as the Paxton Boys Massacre. There were all of these conflicts, retaliations, and attacks and counterattacks that were going on in central Pennsylvania around the area of what's now modern day Harrisburg, which is pretty much plumb center of the state, just on the southern side. And finally, some of these frontiersmen who were your classic, like rowdy Scots-Irish types, I think stereotypically known. Um, they became kind of fed up with what they saw as the lack of support from highly Quaker Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which, of course, being Quaker, was pacifist and wanted to maintain friendly relations with the Indians, but wasn't really prepared to do much when Indians became belligerent to support these frontier people. And so the Paxton Boys are a gang of vigilantes that formed and decided to take matters into their own hands. Unfortunately, they picked the least deserving target in the area, a set of Conestoga Indians who were entirely peaceful and had integrated into the local society, and they mercilessly butchered them, men, women, and children. And essentially, that was the last of the Conestogas that they killed. This produced like wild reactions, especially in Philadelphia. Um, Ben Franklin himself denounced this, and that book, the Paxton Papers, you see there, is a collection of all the original documents, mostly pamphlets, along with some satirical works that were written and important letters by influential Pennsylvanians in reaction to this Paxton massacre. It's such a weird moment in American history that it's what I'm thinking about writing a novel about, where the Paxton Boys committed this brutal massacre, and then rode to Philadelphia and prepared to storm the city. And Ben Franklin himself had to organize cannons and organize a quick militia to get ready to defend the city against fellow Pennsylvanians. The guys waited outside the city until a group came out and eventually negotiated terms with them to back off. But it was this weird moment where Pennsylvania kind of turned on itself. And I've always thought, I don't know if other American historians who are experts on this have said this before, but I've always thought this was kind of the first seed of the American Revolution, because it was one of these moments where Americans realized, like, we're here on our own, and the people east of us don't entirely have our backs, and so we have to sort of figure out our own solutions to things. So yeah, it's a really less not super well known, but really fascinating moment in American history. Parkman is an early American historian talking about some of these same matters. I think it's William Parkman, I forget. And then, of course, Cooper, the great American historical novelist, wrote The Last of the Mohicans, among other things. That next book is actually really fascinating. If you could zoom in, that Penguin edition there. Women's Indian Captivity Narratives. This is almost a genre unto itself. And as I've been doing a little work looking ahead to writing this possible future book, I've done a fair amount of archival research, especially here in Philly at the Historical Society of Pennsylvania. They have lots of resources on this topic, to where I've learned this is almost like a genre of writing unto itself, what they call captivity narratives. These are stories where Indians, because they were undergoing essentially extinction from white settler violence, as well as, of course, the terrible impact of diseases on their populations, they would make raids where they wouldn't just massacre white colonial settlers, they would also kidnap lots of them in order to, like, replenish the stock of people. And so their intention wasn't always to butcher people, but quite the contrary. It was to integrate some of them into Indian society, women, so that they could give birth to future Indian children, sometimes men as well. But mostly women were kidnapped, and they were given husbands. And in many cases, although obviously you can't put a positive spin on kidnapping, they were treated fairly civilly, considering, because in a lot of cases it was intended that they would just become members of the community in the long haul. And so these are all stories written, for the most part, firsthand by women who had been kidnapped, possibly spent anywhere from a few months to many years before they escaped. And they told their stories in ways that were incredibly captivating, no pun intended. So um, these pamphlets, as they would have been published back in the 1800s, were incredibly popular reading. People just ate these stories up because they were so dramatic. Now we're moving more just into strictly Indian history in general. A great book on the trickster figure in Indian mythology. That's a really interesting book. Some biographies, Chief Joseph. Of course, the next two are quite canonical histories of, the struggles of Indians. Empire of the Summer Moon is a Comanche history, I want to say. Once They Moved Like the Wind. I haven't read these in forever, so I'm going to mix up who's who. Oh God, what's that one about? You see, I've read quite a few of these over the years. Could we just look up Once They Move Like the Wind? I read this when I was in Texas, in the West Texas, hunting down. Is it Cochise? Is that one about Cochise?
Cochise, Geronimo, and the Apache Wars.
Yeah. So again, some of this reading again came out of my interest in Cormac McCarthy. Some I just had always been interested in, but I read that book when I was doing a hiking trip through Cochise country in West Texas. Great read. We can keep going. There's going to be a lot more of these, I think. So the Indian ones, I think, continue on the other side. These aren't as well arranged as they should be. But that one there is beautiful. The People of the Blue Water and the Grand Canyon Reader. Those two I read for a nonfiction piece I wrote many years ago when I was traveling through the Grand Canyon area, doing a hiking trip with a buddy. That we had picked a bunch of sites from Blood Meridian and decided to visit the Havasu Reservation, which is deep down in the Grand Canyon. And so I wrote a travel essay called Pack Horse Purgatory about life down in the canyon for the couple hundred people who still live to this day in that reservation. It's one of the most beautiful parts of the world. It's a nice history. Okay, here we just have some general Americana. Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson. That American Sphinx is a fantastic biography of Jefferson. I read that after a visit to Monticello. And then a bunch of books on Ben Franklin. If I do end up eventually writing this historical novel, Ben Franklin will be a character in it. And I guess this is just, you see all the books on him. Also, it's just my way of being proud of the original Philadelphian. I haven't read that Adams or that next Jefferson yet. And then we're back to Indian reading here. Worcester's The Apaches is incredible. Great history of the Apaches. And then 2 books above it, My Confession. That's a nice old edition of that. That's hard to find nowadays. It's a bit of a collector's item. So that book is the basis for Blood Meridian. It's the only known reference to the main characters in Blood Meridian. 2 guys by the name of John Joel Glanton and Judge Holden, which McCarthy heard about by reading this history by Samuel Chamberlain of his time traveling through the Southwest. And for a while, he was part of John Glanton's scalp hunting gang, and gives just a couple little anecdotes about the Glanton gang and about Judge Holden, the most bizarre member of that gang. And so Cormac McCarthy took that and used it as the basis for these characters he created in Blood Meridian. Some more travel writing. Paul Theroux, father of Louis Theroux, if anyone knows his documentaries. I mentioned Paul Theroux earlier when we were in the American fiction shelf. He wrote one of my favorite novels called Mosquito Coast. And then speaking of fathers and sons, Samuel Fussell is Paul Fussell, the literary critic's son. And this is his book, a really funny, weird autobiography about his life as a bodybuilder, in which at a couple moments Paul Fussell figures as the genteel, highbrow father of a professional bodybuilder who's you get the impression slightly mortified at this profession his son is choosing to go into. But that's just an incredible book about body culture, bodybuilding, what these really intense professional gyms can be like, all the things you have to do for diet and everything. It's a really fun read. And what do we have next? Okay, so Hunter S. Thompson, doesn't need any explanation. Um, this would be my, I guess, my new journalism section. So just meaning books where the author writes in a more journalistically, but in a more personal style. All of these books, I think, would fall under the heading of the new journalism, less so maybe Helter Skelter, but all books about various niched American subcultures where the writer immerses themselves in the world and thereby compromises their objectivity a little bit in the interest of telling a better story, gaining more access. Hunter Thompson embedding himself with the Hells Angels. Gay Talese is an incredible writer, one of my favorites. The Voyeur's Motel is about, this is a true story about, which was made into a Netflix documentary about a man who for decades rigged of out of the way motel he owned so that he could surreptitiously watch people in their rooms. So for years he snuck views of people having sex in their motel rooms, doing whatever people do in motel rooms, and I guess he kind of sexually got off on this, obviously. And he wrote Gay Talese a letter confessing all of this to him and asking him if he wanted to interview him and maybe write about it. I suppose by that point the statute of limitations was up to where he felt safe confessing to this crime that had gone on for decades. And so Gay Talese went and met the man to figure out if his story checked out or not, and wrote this incredible, creepy book about that.
There was an article in the New Yorker several years ago telling, I think, this story because I recognize all the features of it, but I didn't know it was ever turned into a book. Or maybe I'm misremembering a piece of it, but
I forget if the documentary preceded the book or not, but Gay Talese he doesn't narrate the whole thing, but he's interviewed in it at length. So he was definitely involved in the documentary as well. And both are worth checking out for sure. His book at the top there, Thy Neighbor's Wife, is one of my favorite nonfiction books, period. It's a history of American sexuality, sexual prudery and the sexual liberation of the 1960s, especially. And what's so great about it, he spends a lot of time in this book with Hugh Hefner and telling the history of Playboy magazine. What everyone thinks of Hugh Hefner nowadays, the one thing that's undeniable after you've read this book is that Hugh Hefner played a really crucial role in overcoming censorship laws, at a time when obscenity laws could still result in criminal prosecution. He went to bat for free speech in that regard. And so this book ends up being as much a history of speech codes and free speech law as it does about sexuality in that regard. It's a really amazing read.
So just the article that in the New Yorker I looked up, it's April 4th, 2016, Gay Talese, The Voyeur's Motel in the New Yorker.
Old now? Wow. Yeah. The book right after that one, Among the Thugs, is another of my all-time favorite nonfiction reads. Bill Buford, who I want to say ran the Paris Review literary magazine for a long time, I think. He's another journalist in this new journalism school who embedded himself with skinheads in England who were various soccer fans of different teams, and he wrote the great history of soccer hooliganism and gets into all of the excesses of that, the violence, the drinking, the racism. He explores all of those subjects in really fascinating ways. It's again a not very well known nonfiction book, but one I love quite a bit. Let's see. All of these are amazing. Generation of Vipers is probably worth a quick comment. Philip Wiley wrote this rant back in the 1950s, I want to say. It's a kind of a condemnation of American society in general for its consumerism. He saw America as getting incredibly soft at that time. But the main thing that it's known for nowadays is its critique of um, what should we call it? His term for it is momism, by which he meant like any kind of overprotective, infantilizing forms of mothering. And he was really critical of the way that was making young American boys in particular, but Americans in general, overly soft. So I think this book tends to get filed under the kind of post-war backlash to changing gender roles in American society. It's a pretty fascinating read and almost like a unknown precursor to like manosphere culture today and men's rights movements and things like that. Very interesting and very funny ranting style book.
How
Um,
much of it links it to politics?
It's been a long time since I've read it, so I don't remember offhand, but it I know it has chapters on politics in it in particular. I found out about it when I was researching the related to Ken Kesey and whose Cuckoo's Nest is also a similar condemnation of overly infantilizing mothers. And I was doing some research about that character, Billy Bibbit in Cuckoo's Nest, who's a stutterer who has a very domineering, very infantilizing mother. And I was looking at some of the Freudian theories as to why young men can stutter for that very reason. And somehow, I don't know, through one reference or another, I was led to Philip Wiley. So he gets quoted a couple times in my book, Disfluencies. That's how I came to know it. John McPhee, very always niche topics in nonfiction. He's fascinating. Joan Didion, of course, the title essay in that is like the quintessential portrait of San Francisco Bay Area, like Haight Ashbury district hippie culture in the 1960s. That's a mind-blowing book. Um, yeah, these are all great. If we can scroll up a little bit, we'll get into like the classes from Veblen upwards. There you go. You can stop there. So, I've always been someone who's more interested in discussions of class than race or gender, and thinks that we'd all be better served focusing on material issues than identity issues. And so I suppose this chunk of books here reflects that. You have the classic Thorsten Veblen, of course, or Aaron Reich's great study of American, low-wage work. Um, Deer hunting and white trash are great portraits of small-town America. Paul Fussell wrote another fascinating study of class. Um, and then that last one is one of my favorites. This is another book that I keep around for my writing more than my theorizing. Studs Terkel Working is just a series of portraits, interviews he did essentially with American employees from all stripes, from diner waitresses to airline pilots. He just went around and interviewed Americans and who worked in all different kinds of jobs and really gets to know each and every one of them. So each chapter in this book almost works like its own little short story. I mean, he has a great eye for detail, and he narrates these interviews. They're not just transcripts or something. So it's just like essentially a collection of short stories about American workers. It's really brilliant. Couple Chicago reads from my time there. Everybody loves Devil in the White City, but I actually prefer the second book, Gangs of Chicago, despite the salacious title, is a brilliant history of the early days of Chicago. It gets into Capone and all of that stuff, of course, but kind of tells the whole history of the city pretty well at the same time. These last few books, this is the section, just a couple of them, to do with free speech culture, identity politics, and academia, and how those three topics can interact sometimes in, uh, let's say, ineffective ways. Trouble with Diversity is a pretty controversial book. I don't know how well known it is offhand, but its primary thesis is that the diversity industry, like what we would nowadays refer to as DEI, isn't a um, isn't a leftist project at all, but is actually a quite conservative project that wants to use the visible representation of minorities as a way to distract from class consciousness and class-based concerns. And so he, who often collaborates with Adolph Reed, who has made similar arguments, just tries to show how the diversity industry is really effective in masking actual inequality for everyday Americans by, again, putting a positive spin on things, whether it's corporate culture or university culture, departmental faculties at universities. Hey, look how diverse we are. See, we have fixed the problem. But if the diverse people you're bringing in are all upper class, upper middle class, and you haven't introduced any actual class diversity, then you're obviously, again, like I said, masking inequality in ways that he finds problematic. So, again, a bit of a hot take read, but really eye opening and really brilliant class analysis. Kindly Inquisitors is one of the best books I've ever read on free speech. Um, its, I guess, main topic is the whole speech is violence argument. He tries to trace where that came from. Um, it shows how how out of control our ideas about offensive speech have gotten. And the thing that I found most mind blowing about it, when I read it, was it showed me that the things we think are so contemporary, like wokeness and cancel culture, actually have a bit of a longer history in America than I realized, going back all the way to the 60s and 70s. He puts together all of these examples in this book that are the kinds of things you would think you would only read about in the 2010s or later. People losing their jobs because of a very small offhand comment that shouldn't have been such a big deal, that sort of thing. So this is a book that's great if you're interested in where wokeness comes from and concerned about its excesses. This is a great book for figuring out where some of that stuff originated from. And the last two books are the top one, Academia, was given to me as a gift um, when I was living in Australia. It's the best book I've ever read about how higher education has become insanely bureaucratic at like Kafkaesque levels, paperwork, rules, regulations, et cetera, et cetera. It's about Aussie academia in particular, which is the most um, out of control form of academic bureaucracy I've ever heard of, and I experienced it firsthand for 3 years when I lived down there. Um, maybe not a book for everybody, but a very funny read, like insight into what goes on in academia when bureaucrats infiltrate the system. And then lastly, Excellent Sheep is a book about elite universities in America and how they tend to produce nowadays like really anxious, grade focused, and therefore very conformist students rather than, in a more traditional classical way, um, opening young minds and letting them go wherever they want. It shows how does a really good job of showing how universities just kind of train conformity into students because of fear that they'll miss out on the great opportunity. And of course, so much of this is driven, as you brought up earlier, by increasing tuition costs and things like that, turning academia into this really cutthroat enterprise where all students can worry about is making sure they have straight A's and always do the right thing.
But it's also connected to the massive increase in the amount of people getting degrees, where it used to be much more of an elite thing to even go to college and not a normal thing everybody should be doing. And so you have a lot more competition for intellectual jobs. And we're starting to see with the growth of AI that the job market, especially for recent graduates, is uh, particularly bad.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of new issues now just in terms of what's going to happen there.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this term? I don't remember offhand who coined it, but it's called elite overproduction. You heard this before?
Yeah, I'm blanking, but I'll Google it.
Yeah, I mean, it just describes societies like ours that produce more rarefied, overtrained, overspecialized people than the society can actually sustain. And
Peter Turchin.
Urchin, right? Okay. And so, I mean, I watched this unfold firsthand as a graduate student from 2000 to into the GFC. You saw this happening in real time where suddenly graduate departments across the country realized, holy hell, there aren't going to be jobs for any of these people if we continue to admit this many graduate students. And so departments suddenly had to tighten their belts and offer fewer spots for PhD students to enter their programs just out of a sense of basic responsibility, because you can't have someone do a 6 or 7 or 8-year degree if there's absolutely no shot on the other end, that they're gonna have a job waiting for them. Um, and, this, of course, happens in lots of industries, not just academia, but, there is where you, I think, really notice it most easily. All right. Why don't we move on to the next shelf?
And that's sort of going back to inflation, as we talked about, sort of shows how inflation can apply to degrees or credentials.
Mhm. Um, so here again, very eclectic, couple botany books. Do you recognize, does that line, "The car that brought you here still runs," ring a bell?
No.
That's from that poem I read by Richard Hugo several hours ago. That's just a nice travel book. If you recall, when we were talking about him, I mentioned how he would travel around Montana and the Dakotas and not whatnot, and visit small towns and write poems about them. And this is just
Oh,
a,
yeah.
a book of photography of locations where he wrote his poems. So it's a bit like part travelogue, part photography book about him. If you want to scroll up, there's a little section here, sports history. You can stop right there. That's perfect. With a heavy slant towards the Philadelphia Eagles. So I worked a lot of sports history into my novel. It's set in a nursing home, so there's a lot of television in my novel, period. And I wanted to mix in as many old stories, historical stuff from the history of Philadelphia sports as I could into the book, just for fun and to pander to my audience shamelessly, I guess. So all of these books here, um, with the exception of a couple, are local sports lore, basically. The two by Giamatti towards the top, Take Time for Paradise and A Great Inglorious Game, were written by the father of the actor Paul Giamatti. Was it Bart Giamatti? I think is A. Bartlett Giamatti, right? I forget what the A stands for. He's an interesting character. He was at one point in his life the commissioner of professional baseball. Before that, he was a professor of Renaissance literature. Expert in Milton, among other things, from what I recall. And as you can maybe tell already from the titles, he had an interest in bucolic and eclogical traditions of poetry. And so those two books are these beautiful meditations on the meaning of baseball and how, baseball takes us back to more Arcadian, idyllic, pastoral times. Two really, really interesting little books. The next one is the U.S. Army Survival Manual. Um, I also included some of that in my novel. There's a scene where the two characters are reading from that, and so that's why I have one of those around. Then we have a little section of comedy here. I've always been curious about the history of vaudeville, so there's a couple books around the house about that. Some David Sedaris, Woody Allen, George Carlin. This is all, again, stuff from to read when I'm traveling, always funny. And then lastly, to wrap up this bookcase, we have my film noir section. So this stuff, which should run all the way to the end of the shelf, these are all books that I read in the fall of 2000 for a seminar on American film noir taught by a wonderful professor named Julia Bader at Berkeley. She's a very intense professor, ambitious reading list, because this was actually an undergraduate class that I sat in on with her, despite being a grad student. So we would read tons and tons of film criticism, as you see in this class, and we did a double feature every Monday night where we would go to the screening room and watch two film noirs in a row, 3-4 hours it would take, and then the Tuesday was the discussion day where we'd meet for a few hours and discuss the movies in relation to these readings. And I just fell in love with the period so much that I've taught my own version of a noir class over the years many times. These are all great pieces of film criticism in their way, but the only book I'll highlight in this section is that one in the middle, A Panorama of American Film Noir. So the backstory, real briefly, on film noir is that it's American crime films, usually directed, by oftentimes European directors, many of them expats who fled Europe because of the Nazis. And during World War II, there was a ban, of course, across Europe on American films. And so there was a 5-year period or so where French moviegoers saw no American films. And then they got to see a batch of them all at once after the war ended. And these two film critics, Borde and Chaumeton, were just blown away. It was like opening a time capsule that had been closed for 5 years. And so they were in this unique position where they could really notice a change that had happened. American cinema had gone dark. The tone had changed, the themes had changed. Sometimes the bad guy got away with it, that sort of thing. And the visual style was extremely dark in general. And so they wrote this initial study where they coined the term film noir. That's why it just means dark cinema. And that's why, as one critic once put it, the Americans created it and the Europeans invented it. They say about film noir because American filmmakers, many of whom were European, don't get me wrong, but American filmmakers produced these films, but it took European critics to notice and kind of connect them and say, wait, there's this really cool thing going on in American cinema. So anybody who's interested in film noir, this batch here is about as good as you could get for a starter kit for film noir criticism, for sure.
Nice.
Yep. All right, so that's the end of that bookcase. I just have one small one left. Home stretch.
Got a bit more film noir here.
Yeah. I mean, the iconography is so great. I suppose we could start with those. So if you want to zoom in on those two right there, that film noir at the top is Alan Silver's Encyclopedia of Noir. So that's a collection of summaries of about, I don't know, a couple hundred of the main film noirs that were produced from its heyday from its onset in about 1939 through its heyday to about 1958. You usually will hear it said that, like, the first film noir comes around the time of the Maltese Falcon. Many people think of that as the first film noir, around 1939 or so, I believe. And then you see the genre start to become self-parody almost by 1958 when Orson Welles directs Touch of Evil, when all of the things to do with film noir by that point become highly stereotypical and parodiable, satirizable, whatever you want to call it. The other one is just a gorgeous edition of film noir posters by Eddie Mueller. Eddie Mueller's most well known as one of the hosts on Turner Classic Movies. His nickname is the Czar of Noir. He's one of the foremost experts on film noir, if not the foremost expert. And he does a series on Saturday nights on TCM called Noir Alley. Every Saturday night, I never miss it, where what's so great about that series is he shows all the canonical classics, of course, but he puts a lot of priority on making sure that noir buffs get exposed to lesser known, really obscure films that are super hard to find outside of the archives that he has access to. So yeah, he's just a treasure, that guy. Just below it, you would find this one really fascinating. So you remember what I had to say about Gerard Genet's narrative discourse and how important it was for narratology and understanding novels structurally speaking. David Bordwell's narration in the fiction film does the same thing for cinema. And it's all about Fabula and Shuzit. So you would absolutely love this book. Around that, what else do we have? Why don't you scroll down to the bottom and I can just run through. It's kind of rapid fire, I suppose. Flemish painters. I spent a year in Belgium. I got really obsessed with the Flemish masters, so that's what that is. I personally collect, and I think some of it will end up in the B-roll, old Art Nouveau posters. Because of the year I spent in Belgium, I got really into Art Nouveau, the architecture, the art. And so this is the definitive collection of Belgian and French Art Nouveau posters, the masters of the poster. I've also been obsessed with absinthe culture. Not much of a drinker personally, but I find all of the lore around absinthe from the late 19th century so fascinating. And all my favorite writers, Wilde, Baudelaire, Verlaine, Arthur Rimbaud, all these French poets, all thought of absinthe as one of their primary sources of inspiration, so much so that absinthe got the nickname the Green Fairy or the Green Muse, because it was thought to induce artistic inspiration in people who drank enough of it over time. The next two books are visual stuff related to Morrissey and the Smiths. We looked at my Morrissey collage early on, which is over one of my bookcases. Morrissey's known to, as a singer, as someone who puts a lot of attention and emphasis on his album covers and designs them all himself. And so that book, Peepholism, is a study by his collaborator on all his album covers for the Smiths in his early career, that tells all the stories of how they came up with the different cover designs and color choices and whatnot. It's a fun read if you're a Smiths fan. Zoe Strauss is a Philadelphia photographer, street photographer, incredible. Ouija's the famous New York City photographer, street photographer, most well known for getting to crime scenes, even when not police did. I mean, he had a knack for filming murders before the police ever even got a chance to film them themselves, photograph them themselves. There's a Weathered Synoptic Gospels. I assume you've come across those over the years, these books that lay the four Gospels alongside each other so you can compare them. A few art books here. Norman Lindsay is a painter and engraver from Australia that I really love. He did, what do you call them? Copper etchings, I think they're called, in the early 1900s. And he's just a really eccentric character. You Have Seen Their Faces is the Erskine Caldwell equivalent of Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, if you recall that James Agee photography essay collection about Southern poverty that I described many hours ago. Erskine Caldwell did a similar book where he went around and documented the lives of Southern sharecroppers, and then that photographer took their portraits as well.
What about this absolute bourgeoisie?
That is, Absolute Bourgeois is
Bourgeois.
it's a study of by T.J. Clark, who's a fantastic art critic from UC Berkeley. Actually, that's a study of um, the way politics and revolution were painted in 19th century France. That's a really great book. He's also most known for his study of modernist painting called Farewell to an Idea. He's a brilliant art critic. What else is here? Edward Hicks is a great Pennsylvania Quaker painter that I really love. And then the next two books there are what are called bestiaries. You get these illuminated manuscripts, especially in the medieval period, that were meant to instruct on various topics. And a bestiary would be a book that essentially provides a guide teaching you about all kinds of animals, beasts. And so that's from an exhibition I went to in Paris, where they took all their best bestiaries out and displayed them. Philly's history. This is very eclectic. Sorry. Goya. There's a concordance to Finnegan's Wake. Possibly in the conversation for the silliest book ever written. Every single neologism in Finnegan's Wake is listed in that book. A couple books in colonial America. Part of my D&D collection. Some of it is tucked away in boxes, but that Fiend Folio, I guarantee, is valuable as a collector's item nowadays. Some of these old original D&D books. Battered second edition. You can see I got plenty of use out of those. I just got that Eagles Encyclopedia a few months ago at a signing by the author. He's a absolute legend in Philadelphia. Ray Didinger, sports reporter, NFL Hall of Fame, and hosted a sports talk show on Saturday mornings in Philly for decades. Really nice man. It was wonderful to meet him. And then a couple random books of Florentine art. There we go.
Okay, so I suppose we should now return to the beginning in Joycean fashion.
And do it all again. Yeah. I'm not sure. While I'm a big fan of your channel, I don't know if I've gotten to the end of any of the videos yet, because they're so thorough. So I don't know if the authors, the guests, I should say, typically put some bow on something at the end. But I
think these books we never actually, they must be from somewhere else. I know we never saw that wine Bible.
Yeah,
I
I just grabbed a handful to just fill in that corner a little bit for decor purposes only. That's a great wine Bible. I read that when I was living in California and would make regular trips up to Napa Valley. And
Maybe you can talk about your next projects where people can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. So my website is just chriseagle.net, my name, .net, because chriseagle.com was somehow taken already. That's the easiest place to find what I'm up to. That has stuff about my books, stuff about my academic career. I don't do a lot of appearances, but it has stuff, profiles that came out around the time of my novel, that sort of thing. I'm not online a lot. I do have a Twitter account that I never use, and I have a Facebook account that I use seldomly. So my website's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me and to interact with me.
I don't know that we ever talked about your 10-year project. Did we at the very beginning?
No,
your reading.
it's never come up.
Maybe we could just spend a few minutes on that and you could tell people kind of how you got that idea and how you implemented it.
That's
We're like
brilliant.
the 10-year anniversary right now, basically.
Yeah, this very month. Yeah, it's brilliant. I don't know if you want to show a few of the photos or something, or just kind of scroll through them while I summarize it. That could be cool.
Yeah, I just need a sec to open up a different window. So,
Problem. So in a nutshell, about 10 years ago, around the time I realized I was turning 40, um, I decided to start tracking every book that I read. I know you've had other guests on your channel who've done similar projects recently, and part of my motivation was that I wanted to make sure that I kept reading. Yeah, that's your very first one right there that you just showed. I wanted to make sure that in my 40s I was reading as much as I did during the time that I was a graduate student, if not more. And so I posted this photo on Facebook, sort of as a way of keeping myself honest. Here's what I'm up to at the moment. And it kind of took off. I have a lot of Facebook friends, some of whom are actual friends, others are just colleagues and acquaintances and whatnot. And so people started to really look forward to these monthly, quote unquote, book stack photos, which I did for from 2016 until this very month. March 2026 was the 10-year anniversary. As you can see, many different backgrounds, because over that 10-year period, I began living in an apartment in Chicago. I moved to an apartment in Atlanta, then another house in Atlanta, then another house in Atlanta after that, and then I moved back to Pennsylvania last year. And so the backgrounds keep changing. And this is just a really, for me, fun to scroll through because you see me learning in real time the field of medical humanities as I was starting to become an expert in it. And you see me developing my war class that we talked about already, with copious reading. This is essentially going to be a lot of medical humanities, a lot of classics that I was rereading, because as I've mentioned many times, I put a high priority on rereading my favorite books every few years. And then at a certain point in here, you'll notice that all of a sudden I developed that mad interest in finance that we also already talked about as well. Um, so every one of these books has a different association with it for me, what I was up to during that month, that season, getting ready to teach Madame Bovary again, reading a lot of short stories because I was working on a few, that sort of thing. And so, yeah, this project became something where I would share what I was reading. In the comments on Facebook, my friends would post what they'd been reading. And sometimes it was wonderful, like people that I didn't even know exactly, but just had friended on a lark on Facebook would chime in. And they happened to be big readers too. And so that turned into new friendships that I didn't anticipate. And into years and years of great reading recommendations too. As I'm looking through these, I'm remembering who recommended it to me when. Um, and there we go. That's the first month when I got interested in finance and started with Benjamin Graham's The Intelligent Investor. And so you'll see a lot of that start to filter in here as we go. And of course, there's so many of these are books that we have talked about here along the way. I don't know how many hours we've been doing this for, but this is a kind of perfect way to wrap things up, if you ask me. Mm.
so that was during COVID, right? So we're in sort of
Yeah, we're probably
2020.
2021 right now. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, this is a cool way to wrap things up. I'm glad you thought of it.
Did you
But
keep stuff in a journal at all or write these down?
not really, no. I mean, I keep notes for other purposes, but I didn't take notes as I was reading these on each and every one of them or anything. Some of them I'm rereading that version of the Aeneid right this moment. That's I told you my wife and I read books aloud to each other, and our project this month is to read the Aeneid aloud.
Do you have any plans to celebrate the 10th anniversary?
Um, I just kind of did a mic drop on Facebook and said, "Hey guys, it's 10 years. Peace out. Thanks for all the recommendations." Had a couple friends say, "Oh my God, no, you can't stop doing this." This is the month when I was moving to my new house, so we photographed the book move, which nearly required a knee replacement. My God. Um, yeah, I love that photo. Yeah. What do you had some funny, you see the quirky copy of Mein Kampf on the bottom right. You, I forget.
Groovy. I guess it
Yeah,
groovy.
you called it groovy. I'm never going to forget that. The highlight of these interviews for me by a mile was that will now forever be known as the groovy Mein Kampf in this house. Yeah, God, that's a beautiful photo, if I don't say so myself.
All right, so I think we'll wrap up there. Thanks a lot. This was an awesome just tour of so much stuff and such a variety, such an interesting journey. And I look forward to your next novel and your future writings and all the different intellectual projects you get up to next.
Thank you, and the feeling's mutual. Thank you for indulging me, not only in discussing my books, but allowing me to just reminisce more personally along the way. I mean, for me, that was the fun of this. I was looking forward to the challenge of summarizing an entire book collection like this, but I wanted to make sure that it gave me some chance. I guess now that I'm on the verge of turning 50, it's like it was just a perfect opportunity to kind of reminisce about 30 years plus of reading and all the things I've been doing along the way while I was doing it. So yeah, I'm similarly looking forward to seeing how your channel grows and whatever you get up to next as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so anybody watching has any comments, suggestions, recommendations, please leave them down below. And we'll see you in the next bookshelf tour.